Welcome everyone to the Lifesaving Victoria 2021 Aquatic Industry Summit. Before we begin, I would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the many lands on which we're meeting today in this virtual format. For me, that's the Boon Wurrung people of the Kulin Nation. I extend this respect to our elders past, present and emerging, and to any First Nations people attending here with us today. Just as we've done for so many events in the past 2 years, once again we find ourselves meeting virtually from across our state. While disappointing, your health and safety is of utmost importance to LSV. We know our aquatic facilities and industry members have felt firsthand the pressure of this pandemic and its impact on our industry and the communities that we service. So meeting virtually also reminds us just how far and wide we can deliver this event to aquatic facility operators and our aquatic industry. Today we welcome volunteers, staff, council partners and other stakeholders from Victoria's 580 public pools spread from Metro Melbourne to our regional and rural centres. Today gives you all an opportunity to share your learnings, your observations and your advice from what has possibly been the industry's most challenging year ever. But before we move into the program, I'd like to take a moment to thank everyone here for their role in keeping our industry afloat in such tough circumstances. It's not been easy, and I know that many of you have faced unpredictable working conditions and great uncertainty with no clear end in sight. On behalf of everyone at LSV, I'd like to thank you for your dedication to our industry and to aquatic safety. As Victoria edges closer along the roadmap to reopening, Victorians enjoying a family day at the pool and getting back to swimming lessons will have you to thank for your ongoing commitment to your industry, your facilities and our communities. Your value to these communities cannot be understated. And I know when I joined LSV as CEO in June this year, I said that my vision and priority was to see the entire Victorian population learn how to swim. And I'm absolutely committed to working with you all to make this a reality and to support your industry in doing so. Together, we need to ensure that the COVID-19 pandemic does not result in a generation of Victorians who cannot swim. So, with Victoria needing around 1,800 additional swim teachers to meet the growing demand for an estimated 5.9 million missed swimming lessons in 2020 and 2021, the community will need your skills more than ever when restrictions lift. Although I'm sure most of you are ready to dive back into this important work, please remember that your physical and mental health remains as important as ever. So if you need any support, please remember you don't need to be in crisis to reach out. We encourage you to go to your employer, a trusted colleague, your GP, family or friends should you or your team members want to talk to someone. There are also dedicated organisations such as our friends at Beyond Blue or at Lifeline that are available to you as well. We look forward to continuing to promote and raise awareness through our programs and resources in the coming weeks and months. As the end of lockdown and another busy summer approaches, I can't wait to meet with you, yes, face to face, and work together towards achieving these goals and helping Victorians to enjoy our waterways safely after 2 particularly tough years in and out of lockdowns. It is now with the greatest pleasure that I hand over to Lifesaving Victoria President Paul James, who will shed some more light on what to expect from our program today. Thank you so much and enjoy the summit.
Thank you, Kath. And welcome everyone. Before diving into today's exciting program, I would like to also acknowledge the traditional owners of the various lands on which we meet today. For me, that's the Gunai-Kurnai people, and I extend this respect to elders past, present and emerging, and any First Nations people we have in attendance today. Also, thank you to the YMCA here at Warragul that's allowed me to film down here. As Kath touched on earlier, today's summit is all about reflecting on the year that was, taking our learnings to look ahead to another summer and celebrating the amazing people within our public pools and the aquatic industries. The program we've put together today aims to address this for as many of the different aspects of our industry as possible. Whether you're a lifeguard, swim teacher, facility manager or owner, or another external stakeholder within the aquatics industry. Today, we will acknowledge the rejuvenation of existing facilities and the establishment of new ones during this challenging period. Even without the challenges of the global pandemic every day, our people know that at any moment they could face the challenge of needing to spring into action to save a person's life. We will look into 3 fatal drowning and non-drowning incidents that occurred in our Victorian aquatic facilities within the past 12 months, and we'll reflect on how the lifeguard teams responded and what was learned from these situations. We'll also applaud the efforts of the team at Werribee Outdoor Pool for a successful rescue during a school swimming carnival. The lifeguards worked as a team to put their skills to the ultimate test. We thank the team at Werribee for their efforts in ensuring this young swimmer was rescued and made it home safely after she got into trouble at the event. I hope that our 2021 Aquatic Industry Summit will be informative and helpful, and that you'll enjoy being able to virtually network and connect with the industry colleagues again over such a long period apart. Thank you for your dedication to our industry, to teaching Victorians how to safely use our beautiful facilities, and for using your skills to save lives. I look forward to seeing you all at our aquatic facilities this summer and to supporting you as we work together to achieve LSV's mission of preventing aquatic-related death and injury in all Victorian communities. Thank you.
Good morning everyone and welcome to Lifesaving Victoria's 2021 Aquatic Industry Summit. My name is Adrian Payno. I'm the Aquatic Industry Specialist at Lifesaving Victoria and I will be your host for today. This year marks the summit's 10th consecutive year and it really has come a long way. What started off as a concept by the Platinum Pool Steering Committee, we've seen the summit continue to evolve year on year. In 2012, 3 representatives from each Platinum Pool facility were exclusively invited to LSV. In 2014, we saw the inclusion of the Watch Around Water Forum and the event was open to all industry representatives. In 2015, we learned about the fatal incident that occurred at Watermark and were introduced to supervision planning and dead water mapping. In 2017, we heard about the coronial process following a fatal drowning incident at Ascot Vale Leisure Centre, and we saw a mock trial interview into a drowning death. In 2018, the Safer Public Pools Code of Practice was released, and we heard from Royal Lifesaving Society Australia about the new supervision guidelines and the Department of Health about the review of the public health and wellbeing regulations. Now let's fast forward to 2021. This year's summit is the biggest it has been since its inception, and we're going to hear from a number of presenters on topics such as adapting to the new normal, restoring our aquatic facilities, re-engaging our communities, responding to critical incidents, water safety initiatives, and more. Thank you to our CEO Catherine Greaves and LSV's President Paul James for your messages of support in our introductory sequence. I'd also like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the support of today's event, including our sponsors, ICSM, Water Lily Australia, Clean in Melbourne, Lairdale Medical, EcoSave, Commercial Aquatics Australia, ALS, and Aflex Inflatables. A shout out also to the team behind the camera who have made today possible, Visual Culture. And finally, a special welcome to each and every one of you in our industry, and a big thank you for continuing to demonstrate how committed you are to preventing aquatic-related death and injury. Some housekeeping on today's event. Don't be afraid to get involved in the YouTube chat. We'd love to see you show your support to your industry peers, our presenters and sponsors who will be available to answer any questions you may have via the chat function. Please remember to be respectful. We are in this together and we ask that you adhere to the Code of Conduct and act in the spirit of the event. If you haven't done so already, please be sure to check out the event program to view the layout of the day ahead. Today's summit will be presented in 4 segments with breaks in between. Between segments, you'll see a holding screen with the timer counting down to the start of the next presentation, as well as some videos for you to enjoy. To kick things off, please use the chat function and tell us what it is that you do and where you're from. We'd love to hear from you. Without further ado, let's commence this year's Aquatic Industry Summit. Thank you. Our first speaker today is Anthony Neal. Anthony is the Director of Recreation and Waterways and part of the senior leadership team at the City of Melbourne. He leads a team that provides strategic advice regarding policy, planning and project development relating to recreation and waterways, infrastructure projects and services. He has extensive experience in leading and driving social enterprises across multiple industries including aquatics, recreation, camping and disability services across Australia and Asia Pacific. Anthony is also the Director of Lifesaving Victoria's Aquatic Education and Industry Engagement Council.
Welcome to the Aquatic Industry Summit 2021. I'm Anthony Neal, Director of Recreation and Waterways at the City of Melbourne. I'm sure, like you, would all like to be in person, but in the spirit of adapting to the new norm, we've got a jam-packed and a wonderful agenda today with many great presenters to follow. And it's wonderful to see the number of people that are participating online. These industry conferences and forums are important for us to stay informed, connected and supported. And I'm going to share with you the City of Melbourne journey over COVID. I'd like to start by doing acknowledgement of country. I respectfully acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands and the waterways we swim, explore, play and exercise on, the lands of the Wurundjeri Wurrung and the Boonwurrung Bunurong people of the Eastern Kulin Nation, and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. I'm committed to our reconciliation journey because at its heart, it's about strengthening relationships between Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal people for the benefit of all Victorians. In today's presentation, I'm touching on a City of Melbourne perspective. So I'm going to start by casting our mind back to what the city was like before COVID, how the city's been impacted from COVID, and the range of initiatives that were put in place to help Melbourne bounce back. That's initiatives around economic recovery and our people recovery, and then how specifically that relates to recreation and waterways. So before COVID, Melbourne was booming. So take us back to March 2020. Melbourne was the fastest growing city in Australia and the fourth fastest growing in the developed world. It was a booming city with over 104 billion of local gross product. The city was employing over 500,000 workers. We had 17,000 businesses active in the City of Melbourne, and on any given day we had over 1 million people moving in and out of the city, whether it would be to work, to play, to go to a show, to eat out. It was a thriving, buzzing city. And Melbourne was home to 52,000 international students that were studying at one of Melbourne's universities. I then cast our mind forward to today, 16 months later, after 6 lockdowns and what has been about 250 days in lockdown. So the impact on the City of Melbourne has been immense. We've seen a significant reduction in our pedestrian traffic and our visitors to Melbourne. 84% of pedestrian activity reduction. We've had an 88% reduction in visitation, and our international students going to our universities is reduced by 42%. There's been an increase in shop vacancies, employment has reduced, and we've seen residential vacancies also increase. The one shining light through COVID has been the construction industry, and it was pleasing to see that 49 construction projects have been completed over this current pandemic. So recreation and waterways have been impacted like every other part of Victoria. We had to close our aquatic and recreation and community facilities as everyone else. For City of Melbourne, that meant we closed 10 facilities to the community. We closed our 45 sports fields, our 14 pavilions, which are home to over 60 sporting clubs that are based out of the city. We closed our rowing facilities, our boating marinas, our boat clubs, our bowls, tennis, skate parks, and the list goes on. The surveying that was undertaken around COVID, 37% reported that their consumption of alcohol had increased. 62% exercised less. People reported their overall health and well-being at 51% compared to historical averages of 71%. This is a real opportunity for the aquatic and recreation industry to respond and help people in the human recovery. What is it that we'll do to help restore the health and well-being of Victorians as we come out of this COVID? City of Melbourne's introduced a range of initiatives to help us through the COVID recovery. The first and most pivotal one has been the Melbourne City Recovery Fund, which is a $200 million joint funding from the Victorian State Government and the City of Melbourne to accelerate COVID recovery infrastructure, events and initiatives to help business get back on their feet. $100 million is investing for this financial year and $100 million to follow in the next. We've got over $20 million invested towards major events and entertainment coming back into the city. That kicks off with the city's largest Christmas festival and 30 other events are scheduled from there on in as we reopen Melbourne and invite people back into the city. As I mentioned earlier, shop fronts have seen an increase in vacancies. So we've got a campaign around how do we activate those vacant shops to introduce entertainment, to introduce pop-ups and small short-term enterprises that can fill those voids to add colour and life back into those vacant shop fronts. Melbourne Dining Initiative was a tremendous initiative that was introduced back in June. We invested over $8 million to encourage diners to come back into the city to support our hospitality industry. We're again looking at that initiative as a midweek Melbourne money to encourage office workers to come back into the city and to dine out and stay in the city after their day in the office. We want to remind people about how and why they work in the city, the fun, the vibrancy, the environment that working in the city of Melbourne brings. It's catching up with friends and colleagues for a drink after work, going out for a meal, grab a show, or go shopping and just enjoy the vibrancy and the vibe that Melbourne City provides. The City of Melbourne's also investing significantly around supporting our local businesses. And we've set up a business concierge to contact the 17,000 different businesses that are based in the CBD to offer support around recovery, rent relief and hardship funds. Also, in this financial year, the City of Melbourne's investing over $240 million in capital works infrastructure, the largest ever investment in infrastructure, and much of this infrastructure is centred around people and human recovery. There's three key areas about bringing the buzz back to Melbourne that we're focusing on. The first one, as I mentioned, was about bringing the buzz back around our entertainment and events. It's what Melbourne's famous for, it's the culture capital of Australia, and it's exciting that we can have a series of events that are going to start rolling out from Christmas and into New Year's. The second is around returning office workers, and as I mentioned, it's about encouraging them back into the office for the excitement that it brings about working and staying into the city after work, having a meal or a drink. The third is around encouraging people to come back and live in Melbourne. And it was wonderful to see last week that Kylie Minogue, after 30 years of living abroad in the UK, has just recently announced that she's going to return to Melbourne. So this is a wonderful platform for us to kick off the world's most livable city, to bring people back to live and reside in the city. Vaccination is the key to our roadmap out, and the City of Melbourne's been a strong advocate around encouraging vaccination and getting the jab, with a number of campaigns and setting up pop-up vaccination clinics across the city, including the Melbourne Town Hall. We know that as we reach our 70%, 80% and 90% vaccination rates, further lifting of restrictions will occur. So we're on the road to recovery. In recreation and waterways, we've offered a range of relief to our sporting clubs and our charter vessels on the waterways. This funding has been related to assisting them to navigate out and support clubs to make sure that they're there and viable when we reopen. Over $500,000 has been granted towards rent relief and fee relief for those particular areas. So we pivoted online as everyone else, and we developed an Active Melbourne app. The Active Melbourne app has resulted in over 360,000 users online since the pandemic, and 37% of the users have come from older adults. This is a group that we were concerned would be left out, but we provided a concierge support system around the older adults to show them how to use the platform, how to interact with it, and for them to gain comfort in the online medium. So it's been wonderful that they've embraced it. They've been able to participate in a live gentle exercise class via Zoom, and then stay on afterwards to have a social coffee with their friends and colleagues as if they were in the facility themselves. It's been really important to keep them connected as many are in isolation. At the start of the pandemic, we came up with a term called Resilience. It stands for Recreation and Waterway Resilience. And the platform was around ensuring that our staff, our members and our users were informed, connected and supported. And we set around with a range of initiatives to try to keep people connected. One of those was around a commitment at the front around retention of our workforce and redeploying them, although our facilities were closed, but redeploying them into other critical support roles that the city were undertaking. So 160 recreation staff were redeployed across various roles within the city. That included patrolling our parks and gardens. It involved supporting the COVID response, and one in particular around the North Melbourne social housing lockdown, where we set up a community support function at the base of the tower, and our staff are actively involved in supporting that community. Just recently, we've been supporting the influx of Afghan refugees that have moved into the city. 1,300 have arrived, and our staff are assisting around providing basic needs and necessities of clothing, food, and helping them to adjust to life in Melbourne before they are resettled in Greater Melbourne. And we have another 2,000 refugees from Afghanistan due to arrive over the coming months. Another key piece of work that we've undertaken through this lockdown is a health, social and economic research project by KPMG. It's similar to the research project that Royal Life have undertaken for the aquatic industry, but this is focused on the City of Melbourne and to look at the benefit of community sport specifically. So that takes into account our outdoor sports fields and all the sporting clubs and codes that play within our Melbourne sports fields. It's our aquatic and recreation centres. It's the people that run and walk around the tan track and make that their place of exercise and place to connect. So we're gathering this information to help us articulate the benefit that community sport plays for Greater Melbourne. It's the first of its kind, this research for a capital city, and it'll be a fundamental tool that we'll use to prosecute the case to invest more in health infrastructure over the next 20 years as we build our pipeline of health infrastructure for the city recovery. The significant investment around our people recovery centres in and around the investment that we've got in Greenline. It's a $300 million investment. It's a bold plan and vision to develop the north bank of the Yarra River, starting from the Princess Bridge behind Flinders Street Station, stretching 4 kilometres along the north bank of the Yarra, all the way down to the north tip of North Wharf in Docklands. This promenade will be a place where people can connect, they can gather. They'll want to be in that space to cycle, to exercise, to walk, and it's going to be a wonderful attraction for the City of Melbourne for many years to come. Additionally, we've invested $4 million in infrastructure for our waterways. This year, we're investing in the renewal of the Melbourne City Marina to enable us to take more vessels to berth in Victoria Harbour. Additionally, we're investing in kayak storage and fishing infrastructure to enable more people to recreate in the lower reaches of the Yarra. We're going to operationalise our operation depot down at the Baldy West precinct, and we're also activating the Australia Wharf to give it infrastructure to enable it to take on charter vessels into the future. The other significant health infrastructure that we've invested in, last month we announced the redevelopment of the Kensington Community Recreation Centre. This is a $50 million investment that the city is making to rebuild this wonderful asset for the Kensington community and abroad. The construction will commence later this year and will be completed at the end of 2023. It's going to include a new indoor 8-lane 25-metre pool, a 3-court highball stadium, an expansive health and wellness area with multiple program rooms and community space. It's going to be a wonderful place to connect with the JJ Holland Reserve, with our cafe and our facilities that will flow out onto the park. So this is a significant investment that will enable over 400,000 people to participate in any given year. The other significant health infrastructure investment that the city is making is the renewal of our sporting pavilions across the city. We've got a pipeline of 3 pavilions that are set to go. This infrastructure is geared around providing welcoming and inviting places for women and girls to make sure that our pavilions are fit for purpose to meet the growing demand and increased participation of women in many of our sporting codes in the City of Melbourne. We're starting with the Western Pavilion, which is partway through construction now and is due for completion in February 2022. We kick off in December with the Brens Pavilion and then followed by the Ryder Pavilion in July 2022. We're also investing in the Melbourne City Baths, a 160-year-old indoor aquatic facility, the oldest in the country. And we've taken the opportunity while the centre's closed to invest over $4 million to restore the heritage features of this wonderful indoor facility. In particular, the work involved in erecting scaffolding across our pools and was going to be quite disruptive to the users of the site. So we've taken the opportunity while the centre's closed to get that critical work completed. So it will be ready when we reopen on November the 5th as we come out of lockdown. And the facility is going to look arguably the best it has in 100 years. We're also investing in renewal of 2 key tennis facilities and resurfacing at Faulkner Park and Princess Hill. Thanks for listening. And in closing, these industry events are so critically important to help us stay informed, connected and supported. I'm sure there's going to be plenty of takeouts that we can learn from the presenters that will follow. And if there's anything that hit a chord with you in my presentation, please reach out and I'll be happy to help. Thanks and take care.
Justin Scarr is the Chief Executive Officer of Royal Lifesaving Society Australia, the Chair of the Australian Water Safety Council, and the Chair of the Drowning Prevention Commission at International Lifesaving Federation. Justin leads a cross-functional management team while working with state and territory members as well as industry partners to tackle social, health and industry issues across the nation. Justin advocates a collective and cross-sectoral approach to drowning prevention and policy making, having led and overseen the development of Australian water safety strategies and influencing public policy across the nation.
Hi, it's Justin Scarr. I'm the CEO at Royal Lifesaving Society Australia, and I'd like to start by acknowledging the Cammeraygal people, the traditional owners of the land on which I'm sitting today, coming to you at the LSV Aquatic Summit, and I acknowledge their elders past, present and emerging. It's a great opportunity. Thank you very much to the organisers for the invitation today. The presentation that I'm giving is essentially talking about adapting to the new normal. The presentation objectives is to focus on lessons from our experience, our collective journey over the last 18 months and trying to convert that into some insights in terms of what we might need to do as a sector in the coming years. I'll use some examples of my own frustrations. I imagine at an audience level you've got your own story, your own experience of some of those frustrations or experiences. But I really do think looking forward we've got to look at those experiences and convert them into action and possibly look at the opportunity over the next couple of years with a glass half full outlook. I guess the first area, the thing that frustrated me most coming at things from a very national perspective, obviously I'm sitting here in Sydney, my role is as National CEO for Royal Lifesaving, and I have a range of expectations of stakeholders within my organisation but also external. We worked weekly with a range of CEOs from management agencies, from the aquatic safety organisations, from some of the swimming organisations, and as COVID was unfolding we were meeting regularly, talking in a very open, transparent manner about our frustrations and opportunities, and we worked together on a number of activities to try and see if we could lessen the pain, lessen the trauma that people were experiencing, try and convert some of the opportunities that we saw to talk to government. And I think many of us sort of have a list of personal learnings, and I certainly encourage anyone that I work with to ponder the things that we've learned in the last 18 months. From my perspective, it was very much a roller coaster ride of public health orders, and this was experienced very, very differently across the country. I think most of you being in Victoria would remember that Sunday afternoon, press release. I think it was Melbourne City Council announced that their pools were closing almost immediately, and that created a chain reaction across industry across the country, and within a few days there were announcements that swimming pools were closing across the country. And of course, as we know now, many of those pools opened almost immediately, and in some cases some states have had almost no COVID impacts on their general operations and running. But because many of us, obviously in Melbourne, you've certainly had it worse than anyone else, and Sydney more recently has experienced a reasonably significant lockdown. But it's forced us nationally to, there's no travel, I haven't been in an airport for a long period of time, and so we're working on Zoom and trying to keep the conversation open. In many respects, some of the lessons for me is COVID is a global pandemic, but in actual fact it's playing out very, very differently at a state by state level. The roller coaster ride of public health orders was in many respects about our ability to communicate our objectives and our impacts and our opportunities to government, and we'll talk about that in a second. I guess the other thing was that people were frustrated about support. And they were a little bit unclear about where that support might come from. And we got lost in a sort of the quagmire of three tiers of government, and we weren't really able along the way to be really specific about which tier of government might in fact be able to help the problem that we were trying to solve. And I guess the third thing that people felt was there was a real fragmentation of industry voice, and that certainly was true in many states, and it was true nationally. I do think we worked very, very hard to try and create a collective voice, and for that voice to be informed by a common understanding of the problems we were facing. But we really did struggle in terms of finding solutions to many of those problems. I think the lessons here, the opportunities, I do think that for policymakers, we need to help them understand the full impacts of industry and all the wonderful things that industry has the potential to contribute to. Royal Lifesaving invested last year. We're doing quite a lot of research, and we're using that research very effectively to talk about the problem and reach out to different stakeholders. But this year we invested in the PwC report that RJ Houston will talk about. This was an attempt to try and get government to understand the full contribution that industry makes. And if we're more successful in helping government understand that full contribution, then in the medium term we're more likely to have public health orders that are aquatic friendly. And we're also more likely to unlock those opportunities to strengthen the sector and also to work in a range of programs that meet the needs of communities. I guess the other thing that was a lesson is quite commonly our industry across the country tends to orientate itself to sport and recreation. And what we learned and what we're learning even today is that many of the public health orders and the guidelines, the things that were so critical to reopening or maintaining facilities open, getting kids back to swimming lessons, were largely decisions made by the Ministry of Health, Department of Health, the Minister for Health, and in some cases increasingly, certainly in the new order and just in the last couple of weeks, we've seen a real strength in the Treasury and this real economic outlook on why we're reopening, how we're reopening and what decisions are being made. So the lesson there for industry going forward is while we're all sporting people or recreation people, many of us come from that background. Traditionally, we do align reasonably well to education. I think we've got to strengthen our capacity to reach out to health and talk the language of health. Each of those government ministries has its own codification, its own languages and cues and frameworks and policies. And I think we've got to work much, much harder to make connections between the aquatics industry and those government frameworks, whether it's the Department of Health or Treasury or some of the other ministries that have resources or potential resources that might help us reach all of those communities we're very, very passionate about. I guess the second area that we felt through COVID, and in Victoria this was felt fairly substantially, particularly last summer, where we saw a significant spike in drowning and drowning risk. And we attributed this to, with Surf Lifesaving, when we released the National Drowning Report, we attributed this to a range of factors. We kind of realised that when people leave lockdown, they're kind of desperate to go out and enjoy our wonderful waterways. And many of those waterways are a long way from patrolled service or traditional swimming locations. And all of a sudden, we had quite significant drowning spikes in a number of states, particularly Victoria, actually. I guess the second thing that was really quite troubling was we saw an increase in drowning in and around the home. And I guess people are spending more time at home. We had assumed that would mean that children were more closely being supervised, but in actual fact the drowning data didn't play out that way, and we saw an increase in drowning, particularly in very, very young children in bathtubs, a little bit of an increase in swimming pools, and then an increase in drowning in elderly people in the home as well. And so many of these things reinforce long-term drowning prevention plans we've got in place, but pondering the COVID impacts, particularly in the context of the coming summer, is an area that needs significant attention. Organisations like Royal Lifesaving and Surf Lifesaving, probably LSV and others, are bringing forward some of their summer safety campaigns to get in earlier, and just recognising that that traditional holiday period has been extended, brought forward, in fact, and because of people not being able to travel overseas, or perhaps there's a condensed period where you can take a holiday. People are going further and further away from their usual holiday patterns, and that puts them at risk in very unfamiliar waterways. The swim skills one I'd like to talk about just in a little bit more detail. This was twofold, actually, when we wrote this in the National Drowning Report. It was not just about children and children missing out on lessons. It was also about the drowning that we were seeing in those inland waterway locations, on beaches, off rock shelves, and fundamentally there is an issue there of swim skills across the adult population. But there's been a lot of work and a lot of discussion at an industry level about swimming skills in children. It was certainly used very emotively in New South Wales in order to correct and revert those public health orders to make sure that indoor pools were open much sooner than government had intended. There were lots of press releases talking about children will drown if Learn to Swim is not returned. And I guess in a general sense, Royal Lifesaving supports the sentiment of those press releases, and we're very pleased that government has opened indoor pools. Our position here is that this is a long-term issue. We ran swimming and water safety symposium through 2017 and 19. Industry got together and formulated a plan. It was a 6-point plan at that time. And so we're focusing on this being a layered and complex, multi-dimensional issue. We've got to work very hard to make sure that there are in fact enough pools and swim schools to meet the demand of parents to return to lessons. We've got to stimulate that demand, particularly in those high-risk communities, the communities that aren't likely to bounce back quickly. Perhaps they don't have the economic means. Perhaps they have to travel long distances to get to a swimming pool, or perhaps they're from cultural backgrounds that haven't necessarily fully understood the wonderful potential that swimming gives a person through their life. So from our perspective, the opportunity going forward, this new normal, is a little bit back to the future. It's getting back to a robust, comprehensive, industry-wide plan where we all work together to make sure that we can not only return kids to lessons, but we can benchmark their skills, we can improve the quality of the lessons that they're receiving, and we can argue very strongly for things like career pathways for people across the aquatic industry. There's so many fantastic people working in our industry. We've got to strengthen that and maximise the opportunities of their energy and skills. And of course, we all know pools that are in a sorry state of disrepair. We've got to get more effective at helping government to local government, state government and federal government to invest in those pools for all the reasons that we know and support. There's a couple of opportunities from a water safety perspective. It was a busy year. It's been a very busy year. It's certainly been a great year to be working in drowning prevention. We've got a new Australian water safety strategy that I'd encourage you to have a good look at. It sets out a really comprehensive plan. There's lots of ideas and opportunities, and the new water safety strategy is really focused on localising the opportunity. It's really about emphasising local action, and we're looking forward in the next couple of years of getting local governments more engaged in the Australian water safety strategy. And then, of course, it was a fantastic moment in April. The United Nations declared its very first resolution on drowning prevention. Now, this resolution sets out a little bit of a roadmap for action at a national level. Regionally, we live in a region that has very high drowning rates. It sets out an agenda for many of those countries to appoint focal points for drowning prevention, to develop their own drowning prevention plans. And of course, the UN also declared World Drowning Prevention Day. And so this sets a framework for us to work towards. We've got our own Australian water safety strategy. We've got a global agenda now that will be fleshed out in the next couple of years. And so while COVID has been a pretty horrible experience for many people, certainly people working across industry, if you look at things from a glass half full, there's plenty of opportunities. We've learned some lessons. We will be more effective in our advocacy, keeping industry open and for longer, securing resources that industry needs to maximise their impacts across the community. And then from a drowning prevention perspective, I firmly believe that we have a pretty strong plan in place, and if we all work together, we can make a difference and bring drowning rates down. I think that's it from me, but if you'd like to reach out from me and have a conversation, I always answer my phone or email, but I'd encourage you to reach out if I can help you with anything at any point in time. But I thank the organisers and I thank you all for attending. Thank you.
RJ Houston is the National Manager of Aquatics at Royal Lifesaving Society Australia and Chair of the National Aquatic Industry Committee. RJ started in the aquatic industry over 17 years ago as a lifeguard and swim teacher and has worked across roles in local government, not-for-profit, management bodies and peak bodies.
Welcome delegates, colleagues, members and partners. Today I'm privileged to speak to you about the value of the national aquatic industry, an exciting project undertaken by Royal Lifesaving Australia and PricewaterhouseCoopers. So I'd like to start today with just an overview of what I'm going to talk to you about today. I'll start with a bit of background to the report, why we chose this report, and some of the environmental and contextual factors that influenced it. I'll show you the results, the high-level results of that report, and I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the methodology, how we did the research. And then finally, I'll finish up with our next steps and future directions. What does the report mean? So to start with, for almost every Australian, at regular points in their life, the local pool has played an important role as a place of recreation, learning, fun, or fitness. This is not surprising given that 89% of Australians live within 20 minutes drive of their local pool. Before we jump into the results of the report, which you may have seen on social media or in industry publications, I thought I would start with telling a little bit about the background to why this report was undertaken and why we did it at this time. Even before the COVID-19 pandemic saw aquatic facilities and swim schools close their doors to their customers, their communities and their staff. For a long time, Royal Lifesaving has been advocating the broader health, social and economic role that aquatic facilities and swim schools play in creating a healthier, happier and more prosperous Australian community. Our mission at Royal Lifesaving is to create a water-loving nation free from drowning. And public swimming pools provide the necessary foundational skills to facilitate a lifelong enjoyment of water, as well as a place to learn water safety skills. The report findings show that the swimming pool is part of our national identity. Aquatic facilities are visited over 333 million times per year by Australians, and the popularity of swimming is increasing, with participation at a 20-year high. In 2020 alone, despite the closures brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic, 17% of all Australians swam, an increase from its lowest participation rate of 14% in 2010. In regional communities and remote areas, aquatic facilities can play a crucial role in the community, promoting social interaction and well-being. Aquatic facilities built in remote communities provide safe and cool recreation opportunities for community members living in typically hot locations. So the impact of COVID-19. The aquatic industry has been significantly impacted by lockdown closures associated with COVID-19. As one of the first industries to close and the last to reopen each time there was a lockdown, all 2,113 aquatic facilities across Australia were forced into closure at some point throughout 2020, causing an estimated 67,000 frontline workers to be stood down. Despite the adverse effects of the pandemic, the aquatic industry is uniquely positioned to provide an important resource in the nation's recovery. So why did we conduct this report? Why now? If we think about the industry and the climate in a non-COVID time, from a funding perspective, aquatic facilities have always competed for resources. We know from our work with government that increasingly their investments need to factor in the overall social health and economic outcomes or impacts of that investment and compare these outcomes against other opportunities. Other sectors have significant lobby groups and think tanks which ensure they are well represented in these types of conversations. Even as we look to the wider sports sector, a comparison case study might be the AFL, who in 2014 released a series of studies about the social return of investment for a football oval. And they estimated that at about $4 for every $1 invested. And we've seen since 2014, the AFL has invested significantly in social impact research for all of their programs and activities. Correspondingly, we've seen an enormous investment in football and other sports infrastructure ever since. A recent media release by Sport and Recreation Victoria, for example, cited that there's been $1.1 billion of investment in community sports infrastructure since 2014 in Victoria alone. So this investment has gone hand in hand with a clear shift towards measuring and reporting on social impact. While we had previously at Royal Lifesaving completed a study into the economic benefits of Australia's public aquatic facilities, which was published in 2017, we looked at those benefits on a per visit and per facility basis. And this time we wanted to advocate the industry as a whole, and we wanted to look at it on a yearly basis. We also wanted to leverage the opportunity to create better data on aquatic facilities and swim schools and work out exactly where in the map each facility and swim school in Australia is located in the first ever comprehensive aquatic industry infrastructure database. Another significant factor that emerged out of COVID-19 is that we learned that the state and territory public health policymakers did not seem to understand the aquatic industry very well. At times, the balance of risk versus benefit from policymakers seemed to have been in constant flux throughout the pandemic. Sometimes bizarre misunderstandings or oversights saw pubs, nightclubs, and even brothels open before swimming pools. Where other sectors knew their impacts and had quantified them well in advance, our sector had not. So there was a clear need to advocate the broader impact that aquatic facilities play in their local communities. Finally, the Australian Water Safety Strategy has long advocated that we need to conduct research into the broader health and social economic role of aquatic facilities and swim schools, and we wanted to deliver on that strategy objective. The Australian aquatic industry plays a key role in implementing the water safety strategy, including providing safe spaces to swim with trained lifeguards supervising, increasing the number of people in the population of swimming and life-saving skills, increasing the level of awareness of the dangers of aquatic activities and educating children and adults on how to be safe in and around water, and increasing the awareness of parents on the importance of supervising children aged 0 to 10. We wanted to advocate to policymakers where aquatic facilities fit in that bigger picture. What is our role in the community and in the eyes of government? We wanted to exposit how we can better align our programs and services within the broader public policy objectives. Our ultimate aim is to increase the availability and sustainability of aquatic facilities by 2030. This time, we wanted to do a study that wasn't just a Royal Life-Saving study, but one that would capture the attention and the respect of policymakers. So we decided to partner with a respected economics partner that could deliver an authoritative account of this high-level economic analysis. As part of the process of finding a suitable partner for the economic analysis, we learned that we also wanted to look at the qualitative elements, the stories that people tell about the impact that their pool has in their life. So we partnered with PricewaterhouseCoopers for this report, but we've also engaged Swinburne University to do a part 2 to this report, looking at those qualitative elements. So let's talk about the PwC report. A 4-step process was adopted to quantify the economic, social, and health benefits of aquatic facilities. Step 1 was to identify the key purposes. What role do aquatic facilities play in society? Step 2 was to identify the activities. What do people actually do at aquatic facilities? Step 3 was to identify the benefits. What are the benefits associated with those activities undertaken at those facilities? And then we had to identify a measure for quantification. Is there data or a financial proxy that's available to turn an activity into a dollar amount? We started with a significant literature review and consultation with leading researchers and consultants in this field. We then drafted and iterated a benefits framework assessment and then tailored the benefits modeling based on the unique activities of aquatic facilities and swim schools. We needed to know what was their purpose. How can we measure this in financial terms? While there are some established proxies, we also had to develop our own using literature and data to create realistic and fair assessments of the value of some activities. From there, we created an input-output model to inform the economic analysis. Input-output models simulate the induced or flow-on impacts to other sectors of a change in one sector. So a key value of these models is providing insights into the relationships between different sectors and industries and the flow-on impacts in one sector on other sectors in an economy, the importance of certain sectors to regional, state, or national economies. This allowed us to understand the full impact of the aquatic industry on the economy, including employment and indirect benefits on interconnected industries such as transport and tourism. It also allows consideration of the flow-on impacts of changes in one sector on others, or on a region as a whole. For example, what sectors receive the greatest flow-on benefits from the aquatic industry? Interdependencies and interlinkages. For example, what are the opportunities or vulnerabilities if the aquatic industry were to grow or contract? And finally, we wanted to include the social return of investment of running the average pool. And we used financial data from the CERM PI survey, as well as operators, and washed this against the benefit model to calculate this benefit. We then spent weeks collecting data and cleaning that data from our partners, members, and consultants, putting together the only comprehensive national aquatic facility infrastructure database of its kind for the purpose of this report. We then conducted a geospatial analysis to determine that 89% of Australians live within 20 minutes drive of a pool. We also looked at some additional benefits, both quantifiable and non-quantifiable, but identified a qualitative study would be needed to examine these elements further in depth. So let's take a quick look at the high-level overview.
For almost every Australian, the local pool has played an important role in their life as a place of recreation, learning, fun or fitness. A report prepared by PwC Australia provides an assessment of the economic, health and social benefits that accrue to individuals, communities and society as a result of activities undertaken across the Australian aquatic industry. The report found that Australia has 2,113 aquatic facilities, 1,306 public aquatic facilities, 807 publicly accessible aquatic facilities. 89% of the population live within 20 minutes drive of an aquatic facility. The national aquatic industry provides $9.1 billion in social, health and economic benefits to Australians, including economic benefits equal to $2.8 billion annually to Australian gross domestic product. health benefits equal to $2.5 billion annually in reduced burden of disease. Additionally, the report found that the aquatic industry saves the equivalent of 7,479 disability-adjusted life years each year. For every $1 invested in operating an aquatic facility in a capital city, there is $4.87 of social return on investment to the community. For every $1 invested in operating an aquatic facility in regional Australia, there is $2.18 of social return on investment to the community. There are 67,000 workers in the aquatic industry with a full-time equivalent of 33,600 staff. Aquatic facilities are unique in their ability to transcend many of the barriers present in other sports or social settings. They are generally safer and more accessible than other forms of physical activity, allowing people of all abilities to participate in active recreation and leisure. As Australia's population ages and we recover from the COVID-19 pandemic, the importance of aquatic facilities will continue to grow. Join us in supporting the national aquatic industry for its many benefits to the Australian way of life.
So you can see from an economic perspective, local economic activity, tourism, improved workplace productivity, improvements in property values and local tax base, and employment and vocation benefits are cited in the report. From a health perspective, aquatic facilities provide positive impacts on physical and mental health at both individual and community levels, as well as reduced absenteeism benefits, improved healthcare system impacts, and provision of a safe and supervised setting for people to familiarise themselves and build experience in aquatic safety skills. This has a related effect on reduced drowning. From a social perspective, enjoyable patron experiences and an increased sense of community and social capital are among the known benefit areas. Positive impacts on well-being, sense of community, increased social connection, and educational benefits are also accrued. From a social return of investment perspective, we learned that different types of pools in different locations have different returns. And we see an equivalent return to the AFL's earlier studies, which is actually remarkable given that aquatic facilities have much higher construction and operational costs. It shows just how many people are really impacted by their local pool and the wide reach that pools have into their local communities. There are a few significant benefits that we could either not quantify or design a proxy for. And so we didn't include those in the overall calculation. There might have also been some overlap with other factors. So these benefits included the benefits of early childhood education from learn to swim activities, likely the first formal and structured educational experience for most children. We also didn't account for the uplift in the value of housing near public pools. This modelling found that individuals were willing to pay an additional 2.1 to 3.5% of the property price to be located close to a public pool, and that was worth around $40 billion. Additionally, we need to conduct a needs analysis of aquatic facility infrastructure. This report does not include analysis on the current state of aquatic infrastructure, and we could also benefit from focused assessment of industry sections, such as a particular activity or program, or even at an individual facility level what the community impact is. Finally, while we have now identified the financial value of the quantifiable economic and health benefits through this report, a detailed understanding of the more difficult to quantify social impacts created by the aquatic industry and the infrastructure, workforce and programming that supports these social outcomes are less known and are more qualitative. As such, our next report, delivered as a collaboration between Royal Lifesaving Australia and Swinburne University, has been commissioned to inform a deep understanding of social impacts that eventuate from community engagement with aquatic facilities and swim schools, as well as presenting key foundations and optimal conditions for their delivery. Specifically, the next report will focus on social impact and provide a framework of social impact infrastructure inclusive of people, places, policies, and programs, all of which are critical to the continued and sustainable delivery of social impact. We anticipate that this report will be ready in the coming weeks. So we encourage you to read the work that we've done with PwC and our next report with Swinburne University, and join us in our work of building a water-loving Australia free from drowning, where every Australian can swim for fun, education, fitness, and/or well-being, facilitated by a vibrant and strong Australian aquatic industry. I'd like to thank Lifesaving Victoria for another fantastic aquatic industry event, and I'd like to thank our members, GSPO subscribers, and the National Aquatic Industry Committee for contributing to a safer and more sustainable aquatic industry. Thank you.
Kathy Parton has over 30 years' experience working within the community services sector in not-for-profit, federal government, state government and local government sectors. In November 2019, Kathy commenced as CEO for Aquatics and Recreation Victoria and has been a board member of ARV since 2018. Prior to this, Kathy was the manager of community wellbeing at Knox City Council and was responsible for leading council's strategic social policy and planning, social and community infrastructure, community development, health promotion, community safety, research, and provision of a large variety of community programs and services to support council's goals to promote and protect the health and wellbeing of the Knox community. Kathy has a Masters of Business Administration and is an associate of the Australian Institute of Company Directors. Alec Ovshevsky is an aquatic industry operations and safety specialist with more than 15 years of progressive experience in general management and leisure facility operations. Throughout his career, Alec has been responsible for lifeguard and supervision plan development, asset, contract and financial management, and has extensive experience in multi-site leisure operations. Alec has an interest in corporate governance and has worked with startups, local government business enterprises, not-for-profits, and directly for councils in various roles throughout the aquatic and leisure industry. In his current role as Manager, Aquatic Industry at Lifesaving Victoria, Alec plays a key role in advocating for aquatic industry, overseeing the ongoing development of Lifesaving Victoria's pool safety assessment program and delivering Lifesaving Victoria's commitment to reducing drowning throughout the sector with Watch Around Water and Swim Safe campaigns. Alec sits on the National Aquatic Industry Committee, the committee that develops the guidelines for safe pool operations.
LSV and ARV are proud to present the 5th annual Victorian Public Pools State of Sector Report. Information and data contained in this report has been provided by LSV, ARV, industry partners and publicly available sources. Understanding and interpreting this data will provide better insight to our sector's size, performance and broader landscape.
It's no secret that 2020/21 has been a challenging period for our industry. We have faced the uncertainty associated with COVID-19 lockdowns and restrictions, which has impacted everyone from our facility owners and operators to swim teachers, lifeguards, and Victorians in the communities which use our facilities for educational and recreational purposes. While these times have been testing, they have also highlighted the importance of a healthy public pool and wider aquatic industry.
Victoria's public pools industry is taking a much needed breath of fresh air as the state moves closer to achieving the magic number of 80% COVID-19 vaccination rate in eligible adults, edging our industry closer to reopening. By working together, LSV and ARV are creating a greater understanding of our sector and better outcomes for our members and stakeholders. However, our work is not yet done. With Victoria needing approximately 1,800 additional swim teachers to meet the growing demand for an estimated 5 million swimming lessons missed in 2020 and 21. Thank you for your tireless work in creating safer, healthier and more enjoyable Victorian communities. We look forward to continuing to support you in 2021-22.
Emergency Management Victoria is a proud supporter of LSV and its important work in the public pool and aquatic industry to ensure swimming lessons and water safety education are accessible for all Victorians. It is through the contribution of Emergency Management Victoria that we are able to produce the annual Victorian State of the Sector report. Every year, the State of the Sector report provides a snapshot in time of the past 12 months in the public pool industry, an overview of the industry size, scope and value, an insight into customer usage trends and patterns, analysis of our industry safety performance, an overview of the sector initiatives and research projects, details of key industry award winners, and this year we highlight the impacts of COVID-19 on the industry and community. The 2020 and 2021 State of the Sector report also features additional stories and case studies from the industry about matters important to the industry. We feature COVID case studies from Winactive and Western Leisure Services, Aligned Leisure and Mildura Leisure and Kingswim. We also have industry profiles from leading industry personnel, including Phil Meggs, Emma Jackson, Sarah Podesta, Clinton Weiner, Steve Meikle, and Carolyn Morris. There are stories on industry innovations including mHelp, You, Me, Us inclusion training, the Virtual Y, and others. Finally, we are pleased to recognise and announce nominees and winners for the ARV Industry Gala Awards and the Lifesaving Victoria Awards of Excellence. Here's some facts and figures from the 2020-21 State of the Sector report. We have 580 Victorian public access pools, 286 Victorian council-owned pools, with 72% of Victorian council-owned pools in regional Victoria. 64% of Victorian council-owned pools are seasonal, opening for only part of the year. 94% of people live within 20 minutes drive of a public access pool. And finally, we have 70 million plus visits to Victorian aquatic recreation facilities in a typical non-COVID year.
ARV, in partnership with MAV and SRV, recently developed and distributed a COVID recovery survey to 79 local government areas across Victoria. In total, ARV received responses from 58% of eligible LGAs. I want to thank all the LGAs and management companies who assisted the completion of these surveys. A combination of qualitative and quantitative data was collected to help us quantify the impacts of COVID-19 on various aspects of our industry. Monthly data was collected across a 2.5-year time period spanning from January 2019 to June 2021. The aim of this research project was to enable us to quantify the impacts of COVID-19 on our industry. I'm going to share with you data highlights from the 4 key impact areas: workforce, financial, service changes, and participation. ARV is preparing a detailed report of this research, which is expected to be finalised by February 2022. The first area, participation. As you can see, participation numbers over this period were dramatically impacted by COVID-19. There's a sharp decline in participation data across a range of metrics following the first confirmed case of COVID-19 in Victoria in March 2020. You can see the industry showed signs of building back up to pre-COVID levels during the first half of this year in 2021. And as we know, the second half of the year has seen a much different picture. Also, you can see a stark difference between the 2019 and 2020 years. The second area, workforce. The quantitative data is still being verified. However, I do have some qualitative responses that really paint a clear picture of the impact on our workforce. As you can see, since the first lockdown, there's been a high level of employee turnover across our industry due to the perceived inconsistent and unreliability of our industry as workplaces. Upon reopening, there was a diminished talent pool of qualified staff to draw from to replace staff who chose not to return to work. And we also experienced prolonged periods of uncertainty across this time, which has had a significant impact on the health and wellbeing of staff, reportedly resulting in high levels of stress and anxiety. The industry has also experienced significant financial impacts, particularly our revenue. Local governments have highlighted through this survey that impacts to the financial position of their facilities has been catastrophic. Key driver of revenue, memberships have shown a steady decline over the last 18 months, the effects of which will be felt long into the future. Unsurprisingly, the main drivers behind this decreased revenue have included prolonged closure periods, Victorian government restrictions, particularly the density quotients and the patron caps, and the curfew experienced by patrons. The last area is service delivery. We have seen all programs and services throughout the industry being affected. These have included, but not limited to, all aquatic facilities, fitness industry facilities, cafes, childcare, holiday programs, retail environments, school carnivals, gymnastics, stadium sports, birthday parties, everything across this time. Childcare, though, is the most reported service that has experienced change or cessation across these service types. On a positive note, organisations have pivoted for nearly a 2-year period to provide offerings of services that they weren't before that have enabled a continuation of activities, both online and particularly in outdoor environments, within generally people's home settings. So in summary, this survey has confirmed our thoughts that there has been a significant impact experienced by our industry over now nearly a 2-year period. Particularly 3 key areas: our organisations and businesses, our industry itself as a state, and the Victorian and local communities that we serve. Some of those impacts are outlined here on the slide, some of which we believe will take our industry a significant period of time to rectify. So the next steps in relation to this project: ARV will be finalising a Victorian Aquatics and Recreation COVID impacts report for February 2022. ARV will also be preparing a suite of tailored reports for those survey participants who contributed to this project. We're hoping to integrate Victorian swim school data soon as well, and ARV will use this data and this report to assist our ongoing advocacy to government. It has been a missing piece in our advocacy work in having this quantifiable data. Thank you again to all of you who've contributed to this important industry project. We're looking forward to working with you in 2022 and continuing our industry engagement to support the rebuilding and recovery of our industry.
Every year, Lifesaving Victoria undertakes pool safety assessments on behalf of the public and private pools throughout Victoria. The data from these assessments, once collated, gives vital insights into the state of the sector and helps prevent against the risk of drowning. In 2020 and 2021, 127 pool safety assessments were conducted. The facilities were managed by a range of entities, with Council and YMCA making up more than half of all facilities audited. Belgravia and Aligned Leisure made up 11% and 5% of the facilities consecutively, and all others made up the remaining 14% of those audited. In 2020 and 2021, the mean compliance scores and safety scores were 78% apiece. These are 8% down on the 3-year average. 35% of council facilities were not audited in the last 3 years. As you can see from the graphs shown, the score in 2020-2021 has been severely affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. As you can see from the graph shown, the overall compliance and safety scores are down on the 3-year average. However, platinum pools continue to outscore non-platinum pools significantly, with the gap widening. Despite the challenges in 2020 and 2021, LSV are proud to continue to support facilities in the following ways. We have 41 platinum partner facilities, 216 watch around water facilities, 76 swim safe facilities, and 170 swim and survive partners. If you don't know what these are, give us a call. These are incredibly successful life-saving programs, but the point is, we are highly involved with these pools. The annual Victorian Public Pool State of the Sector report is set for release on the 15th of November 2021. For a free copy of the report, please write to us at ais@lsv.com.au by the 8th of November. Thank you very much.
Andy Dennis is the General Manager of Training and Aquatic Industry at Lifesaving Victoria. Andy started off his aquatic industry career in England before moving to Australia, and is known for personally driving to every public pool across Victoria to complete a safety assessment. Andy is responsible for the conception and delivery of many contributions to the aquatic industry. These include the annual summit, the annual pool lifeguard challenge, the pool safety assessment, the Safer Public Pools Code of Practice, and many of LSV's new offerings in training.
Morning, my name's Andy and I'm part of the team here at Lifesaving Victoria. What I'm hoping to take you through today is a bit of an overview of the Safer Public Pools project, and in particular, the updated version of the Code of Practice. We'll start with a background on where the Safer Public Pools project came from. We'll provide an overview and a bit of a timeline as to how that project has evolved over time. We'll dive into 3 or 4 of the key components of the project, and then we'll wrap up with some detail about the changes to the Code of Practice, which we're very pleased to release as part of this event today. The Safer Public Pools initiative was developed as an outcome of a tragic drowning event back in 2014. Following the incident, which involved a fatal drowning death of an international visitor at a metropolitan public pool, Coroner Audrey Jamieson came out with 3 specific recommendations in her findings. The first of those recommendations was the development of a system not limited to, but which may be in the form of signage, to request patrons to inform a staff member of their vulnerabilities before entering the water. The second recommendation was similar to the first and required the facility to explore the options and means for best communicating with and encouraging patrons who have English language challenges to inform staff members of their vulnerabilities before entering the water. The final of the 3 recommendations was the establishment of a central oversight and regulation body for public swimming pool operation in Victoria to ensure safety standards are applied and upheld across the industry. Anybody who's been involved in the industry for a period of time will understand the challenges associated with the first 2 recommendations and have probably tied those recommendations to the development of the Swim Safe program, which we'll talk about later on. They'll also probably understand and acknowledge that the central oversight and regulation body actually didn't come to light. Instead of introducing regulation, mandatory regulation, where we landed following extensive consultation was development of the Safer Public Pools initiative, which puts the emphasis back on the industry to achieve those safety standards. Following the incident in 2014, it took 2 years to work through the coronial process and to have those coronial findings passed up through the chains of government, where they ultimately ended up on the Premier's desk. That workload was delegated down to Emergency Management Victoria, who then determined that Lifesaving Victoria would take the lead on this new initiative. A task force was established. The initial work associated with the development of the project and the framework was completed, and 3 years ago at this event we released the version 1 of the Safer Public Pools Code of Practice. Work continues in this space as we continue to try and develop new initiatives and innovations to try and make our pools as safe as possible. And again, we're delighted to have gotten to the point that we're able to release the updated version 2 Code of Practice to the industry. Before we get into the Code of Practice itself, we want to provide an overview of a few key components associated with the broader Safer Public Pools initiative. A component of this was the creation of a public pools register capturing every single publicly accessible pool in Victoria. This includes council-owned pools, private learn-to-swim pools, and school and university pools. It also included the development of an endorsement framework whereby venues could go through a pool safety assessment process and achieve a bronze, silver, or gold status. To achieve each of those status levels, it was necessary to achieve a certain score range. So to achieve a bronze accreditation, it was necessary to get 80% scores. To achieve a silver endorsement level, it's necessary to get 90% score ranges, and it's necessary to get the highest possible range to be endorsed as a gold leveled facility. This includes all of our platinum pools. It's also necessary for there to be appropriate levels of aquatic supervision in place which meet the requirements set out in the RLSSA guidelines for safe pool operations. And finally, it's necessary for there to be an appropriate and recognised parental or guardian supervision campaign in place. The Victorian Public Pools Register is hosted on the LSV website. It includes information of every known publicly accessible pool available in Victoria. It includes information about the facility, the features, the programs, and also, importantly, it includes information about the level of endorsement that the facility achieved through its pool safety assessment. Another component of the Safer Public Pools project was the development of the Swim Safe program, which is intended to assist in improving the safety of vulnerable swimmers. We strongly advise any facility that isn't aware of the program or doesn't have the program at their facility to contact our team and find out more information. Another important component of the Safer Public Pools project is the State of the Sector report. And this year, we'll release the 5th iteration of that report in partnership with Aquatics and Recreation Victoria. The report is intended to provide a snapshot in time of the aquatic industry. It provides information on projects, initiatives, progressions, as well as some facts and figures and statistics associated with the industry, and in particular, the safety of our pools. And finally, we move on to the Code of Practice, which has the purpose and objective of providing operational advice and guidance to those who have a responsibility under occupational health and safety legislation. So we've made a range of changes to the updated version of the Code of Practice. But the good news is that those that were compliant with the initial document will very, very likely already be across all of these changes and will have everything in hand. But we'll take a moment and just work through those changes. We've updated the opening component of the document to include updated information on facilities, to include those new facilities that have been built in the previous 3 years or that have closed their doors. We've also provided updated information on employee numbers and also on the impact and value that our industry has to Victorian communities. We've also updated the scope of the document to specifically exclude key aquatic environments that are not specifically intended to be covered by this document. That includes cable ski parks, canoe slaloms, and surf parks. The exception to this is when those facilities are open for swimming activities. We've also updated the regulations and legislation that are referred to in the documents to maintain currency. In particular, it's important to note that since we released the original document, there has been changes to the public health and wellbeing regulations, which were re-released in 2019. With regards to the pool registration and information on how new facilities can register themselves with Lifesaving Victoria, we've also updated the web links that are included in the document throughout. We've also added information about the new section of the guidelines for safe pool operations, which covers water safety and aquatic exercise programs. Importantly, we've also made changes to update the minimum standards of training to ensure currency with the industry expectations. This includes changes associated with the Aquatic Technical Operators course, which now refers to the revised regulations and in particular the Department of Health water quality guidelines for public aquatic facilities. Furthermore, we've made changes to the document to ensure we remain consistent with the content set out in the GSPO. And finally, we've made changes to some of the more technical components of training to ensure that all of the references and subsequently all of the training being delivered is in line with the newest training packages available in the market. We've made some changes to the references to ensure currency, and we've added a final section on the GSPO on a page to cover that new section of the GSPO. The revised Code of Practice was developed with the support and consultation of industry. The document is available on the Lifesaving Victoria webpage, and we strongly encourage you to visit the page and have a look at the changes in a bit more detail. The intent of the document is to support your efforts in keeping your staff and your patrons safe. We look forward to seeing you back on pool deck in the very near future, and I hope you enjoy the rest of today.
Now it's time for a quick morning tea break before starting our next segment. Now's your chance to grab a drink or snack, catch up on emails, or settle in to watch some videos that we'll put together for you. See you after the break.
Hi, I'm Yvette. I'm the sales manager here at Aflix Inflatables in Nelson, New Zealand. We're really proud to be supporting LSV and all the great work that they do. So we manufacture inflatables predominantly for commercial pools and aquatic centres. We also have a range of inflatables for water parks, whether that's the sea or the lake. And we have a range of land-based inflatables as well, whether that's slippery slides or our fun and fitness obstacles that can be used for recreation centres as well. We supply clients all around the world, and we work really closely with our customers to understand their pool size, their water depth, demographic and target age group so that we can match our inflatables to suit their needs. Whether that's a constant airflow inflatable for quick and easy setup, whether that's our sealed modular inflatables, which gives a bit more variety and people can add pieces to it in future, or whether it's a range of our ever popular sealed pool toys. We really make sure that they get what's suitable for their pool at the time. The main purpose of inflatables really is to bring more people to the pool, and whether that's enhancing their programs, getting kids in the pool for longer, and just the engagement and fun and building water confidence. We're really proud that all our products are manufactured here in New Zealand. We control everything from here. It's the sales, the design, the customer service, the manufacturing, quality control, it's all here in-house. Our customers are really at the moment focused on the recovery of their centres, and they're looking at investing in an inflatable to help bring the fun and energy back into their centre, whether that's through hiring the inflatable, birthday parties, family fun days. It's all about bringing the community together, getting that engagement in the pool and people having fun. With more people coming to the pool and people staying for longer, naturally centres will start to see that return on investment and start to see their centres flourish.
Hi everyone, Steve from Commercial Aquatics. Hope you're well. Our business specialises in the construction and maintenance of aquatic centres all around Victoria. We work on large council aquatic facilities, swim schools, hospitals and also water parks. The industry this year has been extremely busy with lots of many large projects reaching completion and also many more large tenders coming out for projects to be constructed in the next couple of years. We hope you've enjoyed the Aquatic Industry Summit, and we also thank Lifesaving Victoria for their assistance in the design and also their advice to ensure the facilities are safe for all patrons to enjoy. If you would like to get in contact with us, please reach out to us via the website or on LinkedIn. Have a great day.
Aquatic centres can save thousands of dollars each year and reduce their carbon footprint by leveraging the latest technology and solutions for energy efficiency. The energy efficiency experts at EcoSave can work with aquatic centre owners and operators to implement innovative, practical and robust energy efficiency solutions. Since 2002, EcoSave has helped thousands of organisations to reduce their energy costs and carbon emissions across Australia, New Zealand and the United States. Our team of energy efficiency specialists have extensive experience in aquatic centres, having worked with some of the largest and most well-known centres and pools in Australia. Our engineering-based holistic approach to energy savings is combined with an integrated services model to provide you with a tailored end-to-end solution to meet your sustainability objectives. We start with a free site assessment, a comprehensive engineering review of your facilities and operations. We then design and implement a package of solutions engineered to maximise your return on investment. EcoSave can even fully pay for the energy efficiency upgrades and maintain the equipment through an energy services agreement. The projects we implement are performance-based and the savings are guaranteed. This means that you don't need to worry about the financial, technical or performance risks of the projects we implement. To learn more about how to reduce energy costs and carbon emissions at your facility, you can download a free video presentation at our website. To book a consultation and a site assessment, go to ecosave.com.au/LSV-aquatic or call EcoSave today on 1300 55 7764.
Hi everyone, I'm Tim Atkins from Lauderdale, and today I'd like to take you through some of the products that we have that are relevant to the aquatic industry. First up, our range of CPR mannequins. These are our QCPR mannequins, so quality CPR. We've got Little and QCPR, Little Junior QCPR, and the newest addition to our family is Little Baby QCPR. So when linked into the free to download apps for either Apple or Android devices, these mannequins will provide quantifiable objective feedback on the CPR performance. So you'll get a breakdown of that CPR performance in terms of your compression depth, release, compression rate, time on chest and ventilations. That will all come out as a summative score. You can save results on your device. You can do screenshots and obviously send them off to your learners, etc. So great for CPR training or just refining your CPR skills. We've also got our airway management products, so the Bag 2, which is our manual disposable resuscitator. It comes in 5 sizes from adult down to neonatal. We also have a range of pocket masks with or without case and with or without oxygen port. And not to forget our spinal immobilisation range, backstrap spine board, and the Speed Blocks head immobiliser and strapping systems that go with those. All these products are available through Lifesaving Victoria. If you want more information, certainly check it out on our website. Thanks everyone.
Hi guys, Dave Florence, General Manager of Business Development and Marketing from Cleaning Melbourne. We're a commercial cleaning company servicing a myriad of different clients in the aquatic and leisure space, and we've recently partnered with Lifesaving Victoria to help support their Swim Safe campaign. We also want to look to help support a lot of your facilities out there return to operation and get people back swimming and using the gym and getting fit. We can look to do this through 4 different ways and simple steps. One of those ways is to make sure that the general cleaning requirements are up to scratch. Make sure all those areas are swept and mopped and looking nice and sharp, ready for people to come back into your facilities. Secondly, look at what's required from a periodical point of view. Does the change rooms need a deep scrub? Does the pool need a pressure wash? Those high dusting points, make sure the entry points are all nice and clean and looking presentable, ready for people to come back in and be wowed and ready to go. Thirdly, high touch points. There's a lot of those high touch points scattered throughout the facilities. Things like door handles, pressure plates, toilet flushes, bench tops, pens, computers, all those sorts of things that need to be made sure they're disinfected frequently using a hospital grade disinfectant. We've got the services and the means to be able to do this for you, and you can simply get in touch with us to help support that. Lastly, we need to look at what's required from a hygienic point of view. Any of those equipment that might need to help provide dispensers for sanitizer, disinfection kits for the gyms to make sure equipment is nice and clean and hygienically safe, and to give your members that peace of mind and make sure that their area is nice and clean and ready for the next person that comes along. Again, we can look to help provide a lot of these different kits of equipment, in particular those dispensers that are touch-free, which is recommended from the Victorian Health Department, and automatic dispensers. We can also look to provide those disinfection kits and make sure that your places are ready to go. If you want any more information on this or to get in touch, we can help come in and provide a different report with providing some recommendations and opportunities to help provide some areas of hygienically clean facilities. Get in touch with us at 1300BClean or contact me at dave.florence@cleaningmelbourne.net.au.
Hi, I'm Yvette Thomason, Managing Director of Waterlily Australia Proprietary Limited. We are the sole importer of the Lovibond brand of professional water testing products to the aquatics industry throughout Australia, New Zealand and the South Pacific. Founded in 1989, myself and our small and experienced team in all areas of water analysis offer the most appropriate instruments to the aquatics industry, ensuring that the instrument recommended is fit for purpose and is supported by local knowledge, technical support and excellent service. Tintometer in Dortmund, Germany have a long and successful history in water testing. There are very few companies that can look back over a history of over 130 years of success. The reason Tintometer can do this is due to the worldwide appreciation of their products, brought about by innovation and commitment to high quality standards in production and sales care. The brand Lovibond is known for exceptionally high quality water testing instruments and reagents. All products are manufactured in Germany to the highest technical standard. Lovibond instruments ensure accuracy and consistent results due to their stable, long-term components. With no moving parts and a high precision optical system, the operator can be assured that they are getting the right result every time. Lovibond test methods are tried and trusted amongst aquatic centre operators worldwide. The test methods incorporated on Lovibond photometers conform to national and international standard methods for water analysis. This means that the test results are recognised and operators can trace the results back to these standard methods. If you're not already one of our very happy customers using Lovibond products, we would love to hear from you. We are delighted to share our product and technical knowledge and ensure you find the best instrument to suit your requirements. We look forward to assisting you.
Hi, I'm Simon from Visual Culture, a Melbourne-based video production company. We've been proud to help Lifesaving Victoria produce a number of important pieces of video content. The 2020 and 2021 Awards of Excellence as a virtual awards ceremony, video-based training modules for online learning courses. We're currently in the process of developing an important recruitment series for the aquatic industry. We've even provided guidance and equipment for the LSV team to produce their own content. Finally, we've helped produce the Aquatic Industry Summit that you're watching now, as this essential information must be delivered to a wide audience of industry peers. Over the past 2 years, communication with your team, partners and the public shouldn't be halted, as video content is the most important form of communication, allowing everyone to engage with important messages while being based remotely. Please reach out if you'd like to find out more about how we've helped LSV with their video content, or perhaps you're keen to discuss ideas about how your organisation can benefit from more video content.
Welcome back to the Lifesaving Victoria Aquatic Industry Summit. I hope you've had a nice break. Welcome also to those who are just tuning in. Please make sure you get involved in the chat to show your support to our presenters. Shane is a General Manager at the Richmond Football Club and CEO of the club's subsidiary, Align Leisure. He is responsible for the non-traditional commercial interests of the club, which currently includes leading the club's education and community leisure business pursuits. Shane completed his Master of Business Administration studies at Victoria University and has studied negotiation and leadership at Harvard University. He has worked in senior roles in the sport and leisure industry for 20 years and has also undertaken planning and management roles at the London 2012 Olympic and Paralympic Games. Shane is a director of Lifesaving Victoria, where he is also a chair of the Finance, Risk and Audit Committee and a member of the Remuneration Committee.
Thanks for that kind introduction, Adrian. It's great to be here for the Aquatic Industry Summit. Coming to you today from LSV headquarters in Port Melbourne on Boonwurrung land. It's really important to recognise country, and it's great to see so many people connecting in parks and so forth as we start to emerge from this pandemic. I wanted to talk through three things today about that challenging time that we've faced, and excited to share with you some of those aspects that we're all going to take away from this. So the first one I want to walk through is the challenges, those things that have really confronted us that we've had to deal with. The second being the future and where this industry is headed and some of those things that I see happening into the future. And the third being the lessons learned. What are those things that we're going to hold true and value that we've learnt through this time that'll be strong and kept with us into the future? The challenges. There have been many, but I've probably categorised them into three here. And the primary challenge that we've all faced is our people. It's something that's really weighed on me quite heavily, is having to make decisions that have been taken completely out of our control for the better of our overall health, is to actually say to people, we don't have any work for you right now. Our industry's been impacted worse than just about any other. I can't think of one that's been impacted worse. And those difficult conversations to be able to talk with our staff and explain to them that there isn't an opportunity for them for an unforeseen period of time has been really, really challenging and really difficult. As I said, I've felt it personally, and the JobKeeper was really, really helpful for our industry, and it did exactly what the government designed it to do. And this most recent lockdown has been really challenging with a different environment to look after our people. So one of the things we've really stuck true is trying to remain connected with people as much as we possibly can through forums like this, text messages, all sorts of different opportunities just to stay connected and engaged so that they still feel really valued and welcome. And importantly, we can start to give them some hope about getting back to work, and that's going to happen really, really soon. The next point I wanted to talk through was about pandemics and contracts. As Aligned Leisure, where we work in a contract environment with local government, and it's safe to say I haven't seen a contract yet that has been built for a pandemic. There's a whole heap of clauses in there. There's not a 6.4 we can go to and say, great pandemic, this is how we treat it. We've had to be able to work with our partners, and that word partnerships is really, really important. It's something we all talk about and have for many, many years, about creating strong partnerships between us as the operator and council as the asset owner. But what is really important is how does that ring true when in a crisis? And that's what this is the crisis. It's something that hasn't been planned and has been forced upon us from outside sources. And the strength of those relationships, I think, is testament to, is really what is in play now. So strong relationships will get us through this. And the way we've focused on it from our point of view is really been able to tailor our solutions to the needs of the council. They're the partner that we work with. So we've got some partners who have come to us and said, we can't afford to fund all of this, the cost of this COVID. It's really difficult for us in our environment with everything else we have to do as a council. And so we've been able to tailor solutions to some of our partners to suit that. Where different partners have come to us and said, the first thing, these are really, really important assets and they're real economic and health drivers for our community. So our focus is on getting open and getting open as big as we can, as soon as we can. And that's been able to allow us to tailor a different solution for those groups. So the one thing I will take away from this is really the strength of that relationship. I'm hoping that our reputation has really been enhanced through this response and working with councils and really understanding exactly what their needs are, not just our needs from what we want to do. And the last piece on challenges I want to touch on was change. And continual change, constant change. It seems like we're changing every hour at the moment. I'm a big believer that the one thing about change is that it's constant. Change is always happening in our business, before COVID, after COVID, during COVID. There's constant change. But the speed of change that we've been able to have to deal with through COVID has been astronomical. So the ability for our teams to be nimble and agile, that buzzword that's happening at the moment, but we need to be ahead of the game. So being able to prepare your people to not only respond, but be ahead of the game and start to think of where the things are moving, using some of the history of what decisions have government made, where are they going to move next, so you can be prepared for communications, for staff, for closures, all those sorts of things. And I'm pleased to say we've had teams of people in our organisation that have done that exceptionally well, and they've put us in a really good position. Another piece on change quickly is we don't want to react and we really want to focus in on only the things that we can control. So some of these things have been taken out of our hand and government make decisions. We can complain and whinge about them or not agree with them, or we can focus in on the things that are in our control. And that's something that we've really focused in on, just focusing on our people and our partners, and then letting others worry about those health decisions on the other side. And now we start to look to the future. Or is it the past? Many people say, I just want to get back to what we had before. How can we get back to what we had before? It was so great. And you'll see here, the image we've got on the screen here is, I think, at Mildura Waves. And we use this as a bit of a campaign to start to shift our customers' minds to what this used to look like. What are those things that we used to enjoy? And you'll see here some kids, I think they're at a swim carnival or a swim meet. And we use this as a campaign to get people in that mindset of, let's remember what this was. And then using this as to sort of start to push vaccinations. So using our voice in the community to push vaccinations. And we had some really positive feedback from the communities where we ran this campaign around starting to anchor their minds into what do we remember about these great facilities that we loved so dearly. So will what we know and love change forever? I'm a firm believer that this industry is going to bounce back and bounce back strong. The customers are going to start flooding back to our facilities, but it will take time. So I'm confident that we will get back to where we were with much of our programs and services, indoor sport, swimming lessons, gym, all those sorts of things will come back and they'll come back strong. But there's going to be a period of time where we've seen a decline in customers. We know that the industry ballpark has lost about 20% of its customer base. It's going to take us some time to get back there. And there are going to be financial pressures during that time until we can get back to having the really strong revenue generating programs in the gym and Learn to Swim that can offset the cost to run some of these really big, really valuable community assets. So I'm confident we'll get there, but it is going to take us 24, 36, 48 months in some cases to get those customers back through the doors and back to where we were pre-COVID pandemic. And the last point I want to touch on today is the lessons learned. What does that playbook look like that we were all looking for 18 months ago? We've now got it on the shelf. What are those things that we've learnt that we can grab and use into the future? One of the things that I think is really important is we obviously all know how to react and respond to a pandemic and closures and those types of things. We have the communications, we can pick it up off the shelf, we can roll it out. We know how to shut down facilities and build them back up. We're really well versed with that. But one of the things, the biggest thing that I've learnt out of the pandemic is staying true to who you are and what you believe in as an organisation. For us, it was about our values and our purpose and about remaining connected. And that's one of the things that this pandemic has forced us to break. It's forced us apart, it's forced us into our homes. But the thing that's really true and rings true to us is about how we connect with our people and how we support them and encourage them as much as we can throughout this pandemic. This photo you'll see here is a group of us all together. The last time we were able to all get together and connect and share, and that's really, really important and valuable to us, that connection. That's what is really strongly important to Aligned Leisure. And one of the things we've learnt is that we need to stay true to that all the way through. All of your decision making needs to be built around your values and your purpose. And if you do that and you get those things right, the rest of those business things will take care of themselves. So that's been really, really important to us. And whenever we've made decisions around those values and our purpose, they've been the right decisions and our people have respected us for us, no matter what those difficult decisions were. So that's probably the single biggest thing that I'll take out of this pandemic is stay true to who you are and what you're about, no matter the challenges that you're faced with. So that was it, a really short, quick conversation today about the pandemic and how we've responded as an organisation. My details are there on the screen. Happy to connect with people on any of those platforms there. Thanks for the invite today. Thanks for tuning in. We'll talk again soon.
Nick Cox has over 25 years' experience in the aquatic and recreation industries, and for the past 18 years has held a number of executive management positions. He has formal qualifications in physical education, facility management, and business administration. He is a member of the Australian Institute of Company Directors, director of Belgravia Pro, and member of the CEO Institute. Nick was the former Chief Operating Officer of YMCA Australia and General Manager with Maroondah City Council, and in July 2014 commenced his role of CEO with Belgravia Leisure. During his time with Belgravia Leisure, Nick has focused on increasing access to services, engaging communities, and delivering innovative programming to Australian and New Zealand communities, all within a strong financial framework. Nick has a passion for values-based leadership and a commitment to continuously improving organisational culture to help achieve growth and success.
Hi everyone, and thanks for the opportunity to present today. Thanks firstly to LSV for the lead they're taking in hosting this really important forum. I think there's great value in the industry coming together and sharing their insights and supporting each other help navigate our way through COVID-19. Also, a shout out to all of you, those that have stuck it out. It's been an incredibly challenging time and a real test of our patience and collective resilience, so thank you. Today I've been asked to give a very brief overview of what I see as some of the challenges and changes that will impact on the industry as we start to emerge from the fog of COVID-19. And so today's theme is around recovery. And so just to give you some context, as I present to you today, Melbourne remains in lockdown, having now spent over 300 days closed since the start of the pandemic. And whilst our Victorian regional sites have slowly re-emerged, we're still yet to see what Freedom Day will really bring for the industry. One of my colleagues recently described the impact of COVID on the leisure industry as a contrast to a cyclone that you perhaps see on the TV that swept through a Fijian island. They're a catastrophic event, but the damage is visible by the palm trees and the villages completely flattened by the disaster. COVID, on the other hand, well, we're yet to really see the full extent of its damage. What we know is that the long-term impact on our business, our people and our community is going to be significant. And whilst it's yet to really play out, we know it's going to take some time and collective effort to rebuild our health and well-being. So when we talk about the implications for the industry, there's a lot to consider. And in summary, these are the things that we could look at. So I could talk all day about implications around facility design that COVID will have. As an industry, again, we've got to get better and smarter at learning from design elements that perhaps don't quite work, particularly in an environment where we now have additional overlays around capacity limits and frictionless and touchless entry points. Contract management, another one. It's a really important point. And if local government continue to contract out services, what does that look like? We've got some smart consultants out there in the industry helping shape and form what that looks like into the future. Health impacts, we're hearing a lot, but there's not a lot of empirical data that really talks to those impacts and how they need to be addressed. So the two elements that I wanted to cover off today was firstly the consumer trends and the employment implications, best summarised by the customer and our staff. So what does the customer of tomorrow look like? Well, as I've mentioned, we've done a lot of research on this, and we can best summarise these consumer trends in the following four areas. Now, none of these are brand new, but what we do think is that a lot of these trends that have been emerging for some time have certainly been accelerated through the idea of COVID and its impact. First one being an ever-increasing focus around health. The idea of exercise as medicine, for us, nothing new there, but a lot of the broader communities are starting to join the dots on that. And isn't it great that we've got GPs starting to realise that they should be prescribing exercise rather than drugs or medicines for someone that might be needing support. Keeping in mind that more than 50% of the reason that people visit a GP relates to mental health. We've got some work to do, folks. Technology and self-service. Well, we know that the customer is going to be far more demanding when it comes to expecting a frictionless, cashless, paperless society, and they certainly will expect that to when it comes to inquiring, joining, transacting, and then moving through their journey on our customer continuum. So we've got a whole lot of ideas and a whole lot of effort that's going in behind creating the customer at the centre of everything that we do. Now, in the past, that has meant that we've had sales staff, we've had people taking inquiries. Going forward, we think the customer will be doing all of that on an iPad, on a phone, transacting, joining, inquiring, changing classes, and a lot of that will be done, as I said, through advanced technologies and self-service systems. Experiential and holistic. Now, this is again something that's not new, but the idea of customers being more demanding around looking for something that's perhaps a little bit new, a little bit more adventurous, and there is certainly a willingness to pay. So this is an opportunity from a programming point of view to really be at the forefront of that. The last point, which again has been around a long time, we've got local governments and councils certainly understanding the need for the idea of thinking global, acting local, conscious consumption, whether that's sustainability, social responsibility, and certainly having a greater connection and a sense of community. So the second consideration that we wanted to cover off today was around the impact to our staff, the most important consideration when it comes to recovering out of a COVID world. Firstly, staff shortages. I'm sure you'll all agree that this is becoming a real concern. We have many of our other venues in other states that have had significant shortages, not just in frontline, but in all levels of the operation. So we understand that it's real, and we can again see some trends coming from the UK, which is quite concerning. We know that we've lost a lot of people to other industries which are less affected by COVID. We certainly know that there are a lot of staff that have yet to come back and re-qualify, and whether they can't afford it, whether they can't be bothered, it's going to require a collective industry effort to support that. The third element that we're seeing, certainly in some of our locations, particularly where we have high percentages of multicultural staff, is their unwillingness to get vaccinated. So the idea of vaccination and mandating that as part of a condition of employment becomes a real challenge when we're already short. It's a compounding effect. And in fact, for a lot of our staff in some pockets, particularly around Sydney where we're seeing it most, it's not so much the young staff that are unwilling to get vaccinated, it's the parents that won't allow them. So all these factors can combine and conspire, if you like, to have a bit of a perfect storm, and we've certainly got a big dearth of talent. Leading into that, we have got upskilling and uptraining requirements, and a lot of the knowledge and the experience that we have lost have come from long-term employees that, as I said, have chosen other vocations or other sectors to enter into. So we've got a lot of work to do there in terms of making that up. The other consideration is the fact that we've been providing, in most cases, a connection around financial support, physical support, and emotional support for a lot of our staff. And that's not just something that employers of choice are trying to do, but it's something that every employer will need to consider, because the connection and the need for support for the employee has never been greater. The final consideration is around how roles may continue to evolve, particularly as we start to accelerate some of our digital and transactional efforts with our customers. So the idea of using automation and AI will no doubt shift and change some of the duties and the roles that a lot of our staff are currently completing. So there's a few insights from my perspective, which I hope have been some value to you. I wish you all the very best, particularly as we start to come out of this COVID period and get ready for hopefully a really busy summer season. Stay safe, look after your teams, and I hope to see you soon. Enjoy the rest of the summit. Thanks very much.
Emma continues her extensive career in the sport and recreation sector across various roles in major events, sector development, inclusion, and physical activity campaigns. She is passionate about driving interventions that will get Victorians more physically active. In her current role as Manager, Active Recreation at Sport and Recreation Victoria, Emma collaborates with a range of diverse stakeholders to strategically develop policy advice to support the aquatic sector. She acknowledges how important aquatic facilities are as places to keep us active, healthy and connected to family and friends. Emma also manages the Vic Swim Summer Kids Program investment that is delivered by Aquatic and Recreation Victoria and is a member of the Victorian Water Safety Task Force. She sees the importance of swimming lessons to ensure people can safely enjoy pools, beaches and rivers.
Hi everyone, it's great to be here today at the Aquatic Industry Summit. I'd like to thank Lifesaving Victoria for this opportunity to come and engage with you all their work in the lead up to organising this summit. I am presenting today on funding opportunities for the sector. I work at Sport and Recreation Victoria in the active recreation team, and my name is Emma Jackson. I'm really excited to be here today. So I've been asked to present on funding opportunities today at the summit, and I want to first step through and provide you all with a really good idea about the ecosystem that Sport and Recreation Victoria operates in and the role that we play. And that's not only related to funding opportunities, it does cut across policy, research. We do a lot of our work and can't actually do our work without partnerships like yourself, but we also do have amazing funding opportunities for the sector. So I'll just step through what our role is, some of those policy and research opportunities that you might want to have a look at that links to the aquatic sector, programs and partnerships, and then finally on funding. So Sport and Recreation Victoria, for those who aren't aware and don't have a lot of interaction with our organisation, sits within Victorian Government. We do have a strategic plan called Active Victoria, which is being refreshed at the moment, and that strategy document really drives what we do. It's really looking to build on the sector and looking to have an inclusive, connected sport and recreation system for all Victorians. We're underpinned and have a legislation, it's the Sport and Recreation Act, that really clearly articulates the role that we play in regards to working with the sport and recreation sector. It looks to promote fitness and general health. It also looks to improve facilities for leisure time pursuits. So both of which obviously links really nicely with the aquatic sector. We also sit within the Department of Jobs, Precincts and Regions, and we do link closely to the corporate and the corporate plan and the strategy for our department. And that's really about growing vibrant, active and creative communities. So that's just a really quick snapshot of Sport and Recreation Victoria. So our role really, when you look and you think about connecting Victorians essentially with sport and recreation opportunities, does cut across and is a lot broader than just, I guess, providing funding opportunities. In regards to what I'm talking about today, I would like to really quickly touch on a really great piece of research that is called The Value of Community Sport and Recreation Infrastructure. Also talk about some of those programs that we've got existing that are for Victorians. So our target audience and end user are Victorians, but also the opportunities that are available through our organisations for both professionals in our sector, and that might be yourselves and the colleagues and the people that you work with, but also for organisations to be able to grow and also really work on capacity. In regards to the research that I just mentioned, the value of community sport and recreation infrastructure, that's available on Sport and Recreation's Victoria's website at the moment, and it's the first ever comprehensive investigation into economic, health and social impacts of community sport and active recreation infrastructure across our great state. So if you haven't heard of it, I would encourage you to go look at our website, have a read of it. It's the first time ever that that social component has been really looked at, as well as economic and health. We know, historically there has been a lot of work, and there is a lot of work in regards to infrastructure, really articulating the value for government and community that links to economic and health, but the social aspect of that is quite new. At Sport and Recreation Victoria, we've got a range of really great opportunities for Victorians to access to become more physically active. One is Get Active Victoria, which I'm super excited about. It was launched last year in September. It really aims to assist, motivate and support Victorians to move more every day. We're building on this initiative and developing a strategy as we speak, which is again, super exciting to really articulate what this initiative could be moving forward. However, at this point in time, anyone can go onto the Get Active Victoria website and have a look at the amazing content that is there, and new content is pushed out every fortnight. It involves workouts, challenges and games. And if someone wants to, they can register for Get Active Victoria, and they have access to an amazing range of functionality. For example, they can identify a physical activity goal, set up teams within that website, also track their activity as well. So for you, there might be some people that you work with that really want to increase their physical activity or monitor it and understand what they're doing. It's a really great tool, online asset that those people can use, go ahead and use, and it will pick up activities such as swimming. So really great tool that is fantastic. We also have a long-standing program called Vic Swim Summer Kids Program, and I'm hoping that all of you, if not most of you, would have heard of this program. It's run every year in January, the first 3 weeks of January. It's for kids to learn how to swim. We have a partnership with Aquatics and Recreation Victoria to run that program. This year, we saw a record-breaking number of enrolments for children for that program. It's over 16,000, which is absolutely amazing. A survey after that program showed that 48% of the families said that Vic Swim was the only swimming program that their child had participated in that year, which is pretty amazing. In regards to what this means to you, Aquatics and Recreation Victoria are seeking venues at the moment, so there might be partnership opportunities here for you if you're working in an aquatic facility to offer Vic Swim Summer Kids program at your facility. So if you've got any questions or you want to find out more, please reach out to Aquatics and Recreation Victoria. We also have and just released announcements in regards to Together More Active funding. And this funding goes to our recognised organisations. So I guess those, organisations like your Swimming Victoria, your Life Saving Victoria, Aquatics and Recreation Victoria, to build the capacity of the sector and to essentially get more Victorians participating. This is a good opportunity, again, for partnerships with these organisations that we're funding. If you wanted to find out more, I'd suggest that you connect with those organisations to understand what partnership opportunities might be available to you. We also have the Get Active Victoria's voucher program, and this is funding opportunity for children and eligible families to access $200 towards the cost of membership, sports equipment or uniforms for their children. We're super excited that the current round that's open, and it does close on the 30th of November, is available for children aged 0 to 18 years. Please go have a look at the Get Active Victoria website to understand what that might mean. With regards to round 1 and 2 of this program, swimming has been one of the most popular activities. So we've given out 3,570 vouchers as part of the 2 rounds that have happened to date. In regards to future rounds, they'll be promoted via the Get Active Victoria website, and will open after this November round, open in early 2022, so early next year. So in regards to what you can do and the connection to you for this voucher program, again, if there's people that are coming into your facility, or there's families who would like to undertake swimming lessons that are eligible for this really great opportunity, there's an opportunity for you really to promote that $2,000 assistance in regards to cost for accessing those sort of activities. So please have a look at what's involved in the program, a really good opportunity to support Victorians access more swimming across the state. We also have a range of funding opportunities for Victorians, so it might be something for yourself that you can really look at. Funding opportunities that I am talking about today relate to the Change Our Game initiative. And so at the moment, as an example, there's a women in governance training and development opportunity for women who are looking to strengthen their understanding of governance processes. Applications for this particular opportunity close on the 8th of November this year. So it might be something that you might want to grow your skills in, or someone that you know, a colleague working in the aquatic sector, might be interested in this particular opportunity. In regards to future support for women within our sector, please go visit Change Our Game website, all opportunities that are current, like the one I've spoken about today. We also have funding that is available to organisations, and the most relevant funding that links, I guess, to the aquatic sector is our local sports infrastructure fund. At the moment, there's a round that's open and it is closing on the 7th of February next year, and this is really about government supporting councils as well as alpine resort boards to plan and deliver new and improved infrastructure across the state. So as I said, that includes aquatic facilities. So again, if you haven't heard of this opportunity, you're encouraged to go have a look and see, you know, essentially what we fund. But also it's a good idea if you're not in council, if you're outside of council, so not necessarily eligible for this particular funding, to go and have a look at some of the documentation that underpins that infrastructure fund. So there are some really great resources, for example, universal design guides and other guidelines that might help you in your role to be, deliver services and have opportunities for people to access your services that more are accessible for more Victorians. So just to recap, there's a lot that we do in the sport and recreation space at Sport and Recreation Victoria. There is also a great breadth of opportunities, both for yourselves as professionals, but also as organisations to access funding, but also to look at partnership opportunities, which we essentially, Sport and Recreation Victoria needs partnership to deliver the great work that's out in our sector and build on that to ensure that Victorians can be physically active. But there's also a range of resources that anyone can go to our website and access. So I've got up on the screen at the moment just links to our website. So if you go into any search engine, you can search for Sport and Recreation Victoria and you'll be able to access our corporate website. We also have a Twitter account, so in regards to any opportunities like funding opportunities, direct funding opportunities, please follow that Twitter account. Most of our opportunities are also flagged through that channel. Thank you again to Lifesaving Victoria. Great opportunity to come and talk with you all today and engage and talk about the important role that Sport and Recreation Victoria continues to play within our sector in Victoria. If there's any questions, I'm more than happy for my details to be circulated and happy to hear from you. But I would encourage you all, as I said, to really have a look at our website and follow our Twitter account for any upcoming opportunities that I haven't spoken about today. Thanks.
Caitlin Greenhill is a Project Officer for Swimming and Water Safety Education in Schools at Lifesaving Victoria. She holds a Bachelor of Primary Education as well as her Masters in Teaching English to speakers of other languages. Having worked in a variety of settings, including primary, secondary, special development schools and adult education centres, Caitlin possesses a strong understanding about children's learning and development, modern teaching approaches, as well as sound knowledge of the Victorian curriculum. During her time at LSV, Caitlin has worked on the development of classroom-based and online resources, has hosted professional development workshops for school teachers in the aquatic industry, and continues to seek new and innovative ways to teach Victorian children vital swimming and water safety knowledge and skills.
Hi everyone, thanks for joining me to hear all about the future of school swimming lessons and some exciting projects being developed by Lifesaving Victoria. Lifesaving Victoria will be working on a number of innovative projects and resources over the next 3 years to support the aquatic and education industries with their school swimming programs. These projects include accredited training, research, English language school support, top-up swimming, the Victorian Water Safety Certificate, which also includes an online learning module, professional development, the Swimming and Water Safety Online Toolkit, and life-saving education programs. Let's look into a few of these in more detail. The Victorian Water Safety Certificate, or VWSC, is a Victorian government initiative which identifies specific swimming and water safety competencies that are anticipated to be achieved by Victorian students by the time they reach the end of primary school. A recent barrier to students achieving the VWSC in 2020 and 2021 was the cancellation of school excursions and the closure of swim schools. This resulted in many school swimming programs being cancelled or put on hold, meaning pool-based assessments of the VWSC could not go ahead. In response to this ongoing challenge, LSV have commenced the development of an online learning module to support students with developing their water safety knowledge and to work towards achieving the knowledge-based competencies of the VWSC. This online module, due to be launched in Water Safety Month 2021, provides vital learning opportunities for Victorian students, leading into what is anticipated to be a busy summer period filled with aquatic activity. It also allows for students to complete safety elements of the Victorian curriculum. Our target is for all grade 6 students in Victoria to complete this online module, as they are leaving primary school and would typically be expected to achieve the VWSC. This online learning module provides an alternative method of assessment of their water safety knowledge. Make sure to join our FAST session in November to hear even more about this engaging new initiative for our Victorian students. Here on screen is a little sneak peek of our characters for this new online module. More will be shared at the November FAR, so make sure to attend that session. And keep an eye out for how to get involved in our big campaign to launch this online learning module in Water Safety Month this year. There is limited research, both domestically and internationally, which assists in identifying who is at risk of experiencing limited development in their aquatic abilities during their primary school education. Anecdotally, there have been some suggestions that people from low socioeconomic backgrounds and culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds are among those at risk. However, this is not fully substantiated with evidence. Accordingly, research is needed to reliably verify those people most at risk, to then inform the development of a tool which can be used in schools. This tool will use the assessments and achievement levels embedded in the Victorian curriculum and incorporate the at-risk indicators identified from the research to identify students most at risk. Following the development of this tool, the extent of interventions required for students to meet minimum requirements of the Victorian Water Safety Certificate, such as time and resource requirements, will be determined based on the student's current ability and level. The benefit of this tool and intervention technique will be the ability to direct appropriate support, resources, and energy to those students who need it most, thereby assisting to create a more sustainable approach to funding and support for schools in their delivery of swimming and water safety education. For this top-up swimming activity, LSV will apply the learnings from previous activities, such as the at-risk research, to develop, design and pilot a range of solutions for students to undertake top-up swimming and get them up to speed with their swimming skills and water safety knowledge. LSV will work with schools, swim schools, clubs and LSV internal programs to deliver swimming and water safety programs and determine the best solutions for students deemed at risk. These solutions could include holiday programs, swim camps, theory-based sessions and more. To prepare English language schools for the funding they will receive from 2022, LSV have been developing an extensive range of support material for English language schools and aquatic facilities who provide swimming lessons to English language school students. This support material includes classroom-based resources, resources for vocabulary development, lesson plans, and swim teacher training. LSV will also be conducting pilot programs with English language schools and aquatic facilities in regional and metropolitan Victoria from early 2022 to assess the usability and effectiveness of these resources. Keep an eye out for our Swimming and Water Safety Toolkit towards the end of this term to access these brand new resources for teaching English language school students. With the knowledge that drownings or near drownings at open water locations continue to be of a major concern, life-saving education programs in various environments continue to be of high importance. Therefore, expanding the delivery of the life-saving education programs across Victoria, including in regional communities, with a goal for access by all Victorian children of all abilities and delivered in a range of settings, such as pools, inland waterways and coastal waterways by various providers, is essential. If your facility would like to get involved in a pilot program from early next year, make sure to get in contact with the education team at Lifesaving Victoria. Let's now look at some additional projects currently being worked on at LSV. LSV have created some alternative options for schools to complete their school swimming programs in 2021 and early 2022. Swimming and water safety education is part of the F to 10 Victorian curriculum for health and physical education. In 2021, the ability of schools to deliver swimming and water safety programs and meet the requirements of the curriculum was heavily impacted. Schools faced a similar situation in 2020, and in the 12 months to the 30th of June 2021, drowning rates of children aged 0 to 14 were the highest in this age group in over 20 years. To support schools in their delivery of swimming and water safety programs and to meet the Victorian curriculum requirements for swimming and water safety, a package of alternative options has been developed for schools that have had programs impacted by or cancelled in 2021. Schools may choose to participate in any or all of the following options in the package as they see fit, using their existing Swimming in Schools funding. The first option is a voucher for swimming lessons. School students will receive a voucher from their primary school to access swimming lessons outside of school hours, such as after school, on the weekend, or during school holidays. The voucher will be valid until the 30th of June 2022 at the swim school that was originally booked to deliver the school program. Parents will be able to book lessons directly with the swim school using the voucher, and the number of lessons will be determined by the primary school and swim school. The second option involves schools attending an open water mega beach day. This is an option for schools that have had similar programs or beach programs cancelled. Schools choose their preferred date and time from available dates in Term 4 of 2021 or Term 1 of 2022, which will be located at selected locations in metropolitan and regional Victoria. Activities include rescues, life jackets, bodyboards, water safety, and Doctors ABCD. Programs will cater to various year levels with up to 200 participants in each session, and schools simply need to submit an expression of interest via an online form. The third option is for the school to book a Meet a Lifeguard incursion or online program for their students. Programs will cater to various year levels, and again, schools simply need to submit an expression of interest via an online form. Another initiative which the team at LSV have been working on is the Aquatic Education Research Project to reduce drowning incidents of males on the Mornington Peninsula. This research project will examine risk-taking behaviours of young males aged between 13 to 18 years who live within the Mornington Peninsula Shire. Students will participate in a series of aquatic education programs with testing focused on before and after program attitudes, behaviours, skills and knowledge. This research will lead to recommendations and a project framework for delivery of future community youth aquatic education and skills programs that aim to change behaviours around the water, ultimately reducing the appalling drowning rate along the Mornington Peninsula. We will partner with the Mornington Peninsula Shire and Mount Martha, Mornington and Point Leo Surf Lifesaving Clubs in the delivery of this project. To get involved in any of the activities mentioned in today's session, or if you have any questions, please get in contact with the education team by emailing schoolswimming@lsv.com.au or call the number on screen. Thank you for joining me today, and we can't wait to see you out and about at our programs next year.
Kim Forbes has over 20 years' experience working in the aquatic and leisure industry in both Australia and the UK. Kim has held a number of positions in either contract managed or local government run facilities, with 12 years spent as a centre manager of Waves Leisure Centre in Hyatt, Victoria. In recent years, Kim has shifted her focus towards project management, taking on the role of Strategic Coordinator Leisure Facilities for the City of Kingston. This newly created role involves planning for new sport and recreation infrastructure, including the recently endorsed development of a new district-level aquatic and leisure facility for the Kingston community.
Thank you for your time today. My name is Kim Forbes and I'm the Strategic Coordinator for Leisure Facilities at the City of Kingston. I've been with Kingston for 14 years now, and prior to this role I managed Waves Leisure Centre in Hyatt. In 2020, Kingston were forced to make the difficult decision to close the Don Tatnall Leisure Centre. Today's presentation will run through what led to the closure of this much-loved facility, the process we took to develop our aquatic facility plan, and our progress to date as we plan for the construction of a new district-level facility. Don Tatnall Leisure Centre was constructed by the former City of Mordialloc in 1979. It has undergone a number of refurbishments and upgrades over the years, serving the community well despite its age and facility limitations. So how did we go from a thriving community pool one day to this empty shell of an asset seemingly overnight? Unfortunately, as many of you know, aquatic facilities are harsh environments, and despite ongoing upgrades and maintenance programs, the 40-year-old facility had begun to fail in recent years. Whilst the building was subject to regular audit checks, it was a 2018 audit that found many aspects of the building were reaching end of life. Those areas of particular concern were severe corrosion within the ceiling and roof structure, concerns with pool tiling, and accessibility concerns throughout the building. Whilst investigations and planning were well underway to rectify these issues, it was a recurring leak to the ageing pool pipe network that posed the greatest challenge. In 2012, ground movement at the site had resulted in debris puncturing an asbestos pipe below the pool shell. As the pipe was inaccessible from above, a resin sleeve was fed through the pipe, sealing the leak with minimal disruption to operations. In 2018, more leaks were identified in this pipe. Therefore, a similar solution was employed. This fix, however, would only last 12 months, with the leak again returning. Structural engineers were then engaged to look at alternative options and to investigate if this leak had caused any damage under the pool shell. It was during these investigations that significant voids filled with water were found, compromising the foundations and raising concerns over the building's stability. As a result, support structures were put in place whilst we reviewed the full impact of the damage. Unfortunately, the news was not great. The review found that the level of repair required risks associated with the works, and the subsequent cost of restoring the centre would be significant. Faced with this information and the understanding that the current facility would not meet the growing needs of the community, Council were forced to make the difficult decision to close the centre immediately. The news wasn't all bad though. Council understood the importance of the centre to the local community and as such committed to investing in high quality aquatic and leisure facilities following the closure. Luckily, we were not starting from scratch and had already commenced planning for the future of aquatics in Kingston. A 3-step planning process was developed and this would guide the next steps in responding to this unexpected closure. The immediate priority was defining our service provision. However, we also needed to start considering Step 2, site assessment and selection, as the existing site presented some challenges for a future development. Step 3 would focus on facility design and asset management. So to kickstart defining service provision, we needed to truly understand what aquatics in Kingston currently looked like. Despite significant competition from surrounding public and private facilities, Kingston's 2 centres had strong community support and were performing well, particularly with core programs such as Learn to Swim, lap swimming and group fitness. To help identify the future needs of the Kingston community, we relied on a number of resources available to us. We started by reviewing existing national and state level sports plans and strategic documents, and then looked to identify relevant trends within the sector and surrounding community. In addition, we reviewed all recent facility user surveys to better understand our current user needs. We also spent quite some time looking at what is already out there. This image shows other council-owned facilities within our region, and we spoke to our counterparts at these councils to determine what developments they have proposed, such as Carnegie, Sandringham and Oasis, and what we can learn from those who came before us, such as GSAC, Park and the new Rosebud development. Whilst this image shows a very clear gap in facilities to the lower central and southern areas of Kingston, it also demonstrates reduced population and in turn catchment areas due to the large open space to the east and the bay to the west, which limits future residential growth. All of the above information was used to bring together the Aquatic Facility Plan, which was endorsed by Council in April of this year. The plan outlines 4 guiding principles of provision that will drive future aquatic development in Kingston, being providing access for all, maximising user markets, reducing facility competition and minimising service duplication. In order to enact these principles and ensure Council can continue to serve the needs of our community now and into the future, the plan recommended Kingston follow a 2-facility model. A regional level facility to the north that provides for the greater population needs of Kingston. This need currently serviced by the existing Waves Leisure Centre. And a district level facility to the central south that extends the provision of aquatic and leisure facilities to a broader population. The closure of the Don Tatnall Leisure Centre clearly left a gap in this service model. Therefore, the short-term priority for Kingston was to focus on commissioning the development of a new district-level facility in the central south. So did we get the planning right? The Aquatic Facility Plan was released to the community for consultation in late 2020 and attracted over 2,000 visits to the consultation page. 97% of respondents to the survey supported the proposed investment in aquatic facilities, which was a fantastic result. The community was passionate about their pool, and once again, those core facilities and programs were what stood out for the respondents. Unsurprisingly, however, location was a key focus during consultation. So with the plan now endorsed, our focus shifted to finding a suitable site. With conflicting opinions within the community on the best site for the new centre, it was important that a detailed and robust assessment process be undertaken. From the initial identification of around 180 sites, we then set to narrowing these down based on a number of key assessment criteria. Councillor involvement was essential, and regular briefings were held as we worked through this process. Following detailed investigations on 3 shortlisted sites, we are now anticipating the release of the site assessment outcomes to the community prior to Christmas. So watch this space. Construction of a new aquatic facility requires significant investment, and it is therefore essential that we get the planning right. From the beginning, we wanted to ensure we set clear and realistic expectations that this would be a minimum 5-year journey, and that there would be plenty of opportunity for the community to have their say. This timeline pictured has been shared widely, and we keep it updated as we step through each stage. For me, some of the key takeaways when working through this process have been the importance of having a strong strategic framework to guide your planning and decision making, the early development of a working project plan that you can always come back to, ensuring honest and meaningful engagement with the community, taking the time to identify and build a dedicated project team, which will then help to understand external resource needs, and finally, understand your procurement needs, in particular around probity and project management. We still have a long road ahead of us, and I'm keen to collaborate further with others in the industry. So if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out. You can also track our progress by visiting our project page listed here. Once again, I thank you for your time today.
Kingston is building a new aquatic and leisure centre to help support the health and well-being of our community. We've developed an aquatic facility plan with input from our community to help guide the project. It benchmarks existing facilities, identifies community needs, and reviews the latest trends so we can make sure our new centre is modern, high quality, and well used by everyone. The new district-level centre will complement Waves Leisure Centre, which is Kingston's large regional-level facility. The new centre will be located in the central southern parts of Kingston. We know location is important and is subject to detailed site investigations to identify the best spot to support access for all and long-term viability. Based on community and industry expert feedback, the new centre will include warm water exercise, improved learn to swim programs, and a gym. The project is expected to take around 5 years to complete. We know people are eager and excited to get involved in the project, and there will be lots of opportunity to have your say along the journey. For more information and to have your say anytime, visit our website.
Peter is the Business Development Manager for Glenara Leisure. He started his career 20 years ago, and for the past 10 years, he's contributed to help build GSAC into one of the country's leading sport and recreation facilities. Throughout the years, he has obtained qualifications in project management, sport management, and he also holds a Bachelor of Commerce majoring in facilities management. His skills and experience have provided a great foundation to help drive the Carnegie Memorial Swimming Pool redevelopment project for the past 4 years. He is very excited to be reopening the facility in 2023.
Hi everyone, thanks for joining me. My name is Peter Tillotson and I'm the Business Development Manager for Glenara Leisure. Today I'll be taking you through the Carnegie Swim Centre redevelopment. Now called the Carnegie Memorial Swimming Pool, I'll take you through a little bit about the project, its current status, I'll talk about the existing facility, our process and pathway to redevelopment, what the redeveloped facility will look like, and I'll share some limitations and challenges along with some of the opportunities we have with this redevelopment and how it will fit into the Glenara Leisure service offering. Currently this project has a budget of $52 million and is scheduled to open in 2023. We've appointed Co-op Studio as the architects to design the facility, and we're about to go to tender stage, which is quite an exciting stage in the redevelopment process. The Carnegie Swim Centre, or Carnegie Memorial Swimming Pool, is an old war memorial pool that was built in 1966. It operated for 54 years, all the way up until November 2020. It was a seasonal pool which would run from November to March, with the occasional large carnival running in late October. It averaged around 95,000 annual visitors. It has a 50-metre lap pool, dive pool, a toddler's pool with a small slide, and a general purpose program pool. It also has beach volleyball court, table tennis, and a small kiosk. Although I'll talk a little bit about the pathway to redevelopment for the current build, it's important to know that this facility has gone through redevelopment processes a number of times. One example is in the early 2000s, this centre was considered for redevelopment along with the East Bentley site, which was ultimately chosen for GSAC. Carnegie still needed redevelopment, so it was again presented to the community in 2015 for a modest rebuild. That was later revised and upgraded in 2017 and put out to the community again in 2019, which is the current project we're working on. So I guess third time's a charm. At the end of that consultation, 3 concepts were created and presented to the community to select from. Option A was to redevelop the facility with indoor and outdoor pools and retain the beach volleyball. Option B was also to retain the indoor and outdoor pools, but instead of the beach volleyball, retain the dive pool. Option C was to close the existing facility, re-establish it as open space as part of the broader Kunang Park redevelopment, and then look at opportunities to expand upon GSAC. Overwhelmingly, as you can imagine, option B was selected to retain the facility, with key aspect being the dive pool. Over 73% of the community chose that option. This is a very well-loved facility and has been around for a long period of time, so it wasn't surprising that that was the option the community chose. However, it was important for us to present alternative options to the community, factoring in the future leisure and recreation requirements and community feedback. So in response to that process, what we heard from the community was that they really wanted to retain the scale and size of the current building, keeping everything within the current footprint, and it's largely due to it being a residential location. It's not located on the main road, it's surrounded by housing, and residents and local community members did not want to see a large structure, so avoiding creating other GSAC was part of their priority. The community really wanted to retain the community and nostalgic vibe, and a very strong driver in this project, and they also wanted to retain the respect and history as a memorial pool. Some of the other themes that arose from the consultation was that people really did want this to be an all year round facility, and the ability to run the facility all year round made it possible to include the indoor pools in addition to the 50-metre outdoor pool. The community wants to ensure the facility is sustainable, energy efficient and climate sensitive. This is a very important aspect of the project, and on all council projects which they've committed to, which is why this project will be going for Green Star accreditation. Being accessible and inclusive is also very important, and the addition of the outdoor pools helps us meet the broader needs of the community. There was also a desire to keep the entry costs affordable, which can be challenging with any new build. However, we were able to build this facility in a way that if you were going for a swim in the outdoor pool, much like you did in the past, in the new facility you won't be paying a greatly different price. However, in the new facility, it does have some additional features that have additional costs, such as the indoor pools, spa, sauna, steam and the dry programs. And the final aspect that consistently came through all previous community consultation processes was to retain the open space, which the new design has done by being creative and utilising all usable space. So after option B was selected, it was communicated to the broader community, updated designs were done and presented again in the middle of 2020 of what the facility may actually look like. The design of the building factors in all community feedback, and by and large we were able to address all the major concerns of the community when doing so. Some of the key contributors to that process were the Project Working Group and Project Control Group, which is made up of council representatives from Glenora Leisure, major projects, engineering consultants, project management and recreation, as well as some directors. We were tasked with taking the community expectations and desires, working with the architects and coming up with the ultimate design. A community reference group was formed, made up of key community members who were selected to provide feedback on the decisions as they're being proposed, which is really effective to get immediate understanding of how well we are articulating community expectations as we go. This also gave them an opportunity to get a lot of buy-in on the project and clearly be able to contribute themselves to some of the decisions and not just have council telling them what is happening. We engaged a significant amount of other consultants on the project, including a number of leisure consultants, LSV to ensure we have safety and design, architecture and access were engaged also to ensure best practice when it came to being inclusive and providing access for all abilities. Geotechnical testing was comprehensively done, as this has a huge risk associated from a cost perspective should soil not be able to be repurposed on site. And traffic engineering consultants were engaged to review the proposed site's available parking and the impact the traffic would have in the local streets so that we can proactively address traffic flow and potential parking issues before they arise. There are a significant amount of other consultants used from time to time, however I can't list them all today. So now onto the redeveloped facility, which was renamed the Carnegie Memorial Swimming Pool, which has inherited its name as it was originally the Caulfield Memorial Swimming Pool prior to council amalgamations. It was decided to retain the Carnegie from the original Carnegie Swim Centre and the suburb it's located, and bring back the Memorial Swimming Pool name. As far as facilities go, it has a 50-metre 8-lane pool which will have a swim wall offering great flexibility, an outdoor diving pool, an outdoor zero-depth splash pad providing all-year-round accessibility. We'll also have an indoor warm water program pool and a 25-metre learner swim pool which has a 3-leaf movable floor, again offering great flexibility. It has an indoor spa, sauna and steam room offering great wellness opportunities. As well as on the dry side, we have 3 group fitness studios, 2 allied health consulting suites and a cafe. You can see here from some of the artist's interpretations of the facility, and although the building is much larger than the original, it has been designed in a way to visually represent the old facility and try and retain a lower profile. The outdoor space has been fully utilised and the comfort level of that space is significantly greater than before, We've maximised the seating, there are more barbecues, more shade, and it will be a much greater place for social engagement. Most redeveloped ageing facilities have limitations and challenges, and this is no exception. One of the key limitations of this project is the actual location of the facility in proximity to GSAC. Being only 3.5 kilometres away, the demographics do overlap, whereas a facility built more centrally in Glenora would perhaps better cater for the broader Glenora community. Also, its immediate location within a residential area is a limitation due to traffic and noise implications. It was proposed to move to the road face on Kunang Road, however, this was swiftly turned down by council and the residents. Another limitation in regards to the diving pool and the small volume of likely patrons compared to the rest of the facility. Not to say that diving pools themselves are limitations, but for an outdoor facility, retaining diving pool makes it more challenging from a sustainability, safety, and both the build and operating cost perspective. The pool orientation is also a limitation, as ideally it would be built running east to west. But again, something the community was very passionate about was keeping the pool in its current form, along with the hill, and we've been able to work around this issue well. Parking is a potential limitation of the site due to the overall precinct demand, which will always require parking, particularly on weekends and evenings when sports are being played. We're going to have to put in some significant operational controls to ensure that our parking remains available for the patrons of the facility. Scalability was identified as another limitation for us, and it's larger because as population growth continues and demand for the site continues, there isn't a large amount of free space to be able to extend the building in the future. We're very fortunate to be able to build what we are building, but we know there won't be a lot of scope should demand increase greatly. Community expectation is listed as a challenge for us because the people who attend this site are very passionate about that. They often attend a very quiet facility, often getting a lane to themselves without too much fuss. Now, with a whole range of new patrons wanting to attend, it is going to be busier and they're going to need to share some of that space with other people and programs. Overall, we expect the community to be exceedingly happy with what's built, but one of the challenges with redeveloping any facility is it's going to push some people outside their comfort zone, which is inevitable and something that we will deal with once we open. The last challenge we have is the impact of the site on GSAC in the short term. Being so close, it will mean that a number of people who are attending GSAC are likely to commence at Carnegie Memorial Swimming Pool for similar services. This is just a short-term challenge, but something we're preparing for now, well before the Carnegie Memorial Pool opens. Although this is a challenge in the short term, there are still benefits of having a complementary facility in such a short distance away. This project was always considered to be a complement to GSAC, not to compete or to replicate it. In doing that, it will help alleviate pressure for some high demand areas such as the wellness facilities, peak group fitness time slots, school carnivals and swimming lessons. The new site will be fantastic for school carnivals, something that GSAC hasn't the capacity to deliver for with large schools, and also means that lap swimmers all year round will be able to get a lap in at one pool or another. One of the great opportunities from this build is the premium Luna swim pool. Being 25 metres by 10 metres wide with a movable floor, we can cater for all age groups. Although we will use other pools for the program, it has a huge capacity for future population growth. Another opportunity is the flexibility in design across the facility, as it can be utilised day to day for different capacities for different reasons. We can have a fantastic group fitness program in the studios throughout our peak time, and then it can be used by community groups, allied health at other times. We have the learner swim pool that could be used as a lap pool for higher groups, school groups, or aquatic fitness. The outdoor pool can be divided into quarters, so instead of people missing out, if we wanted to use an inflatable, run lessons, or have a swim club use it, everyone will get access to the pool in some capacity. That flexibility extends into the future, as 20 years from now, there'll be different expectations and different demands on this facility, and it will continually be able to meet the needs of the community. Another opportunity is the economies of scale. When completed, Glenora Leisure will service over 2 million visitors each year and employ over 600 team members. This will provide great employment, learning and development opportunities for the Glenora residents for the next 40 years. I'm very fortunate to have been involved in this project for the last 4 years, and I'm really excited that now we're reaching the tender stage and we're not too far away from getting construction underway. We can't wait for our new Carnegie Memorial Swimming Pool to open. It starts in 2023, so thank you very much for your time and look forward, like all of you, to getting back into our facilities and opening up for our community very shortly. Thank you.
Commencing as the Caulfield Grammar Leisure Manager with Aligned Leisure in 2020, Jackie has worked in the industry for over 15 years, operating multifaceted facilities. Jackie's role encompasses the management of Caulfield Grammar School's aquatic and leisure facilities across 3 locations: Caulfield, Wheelers Hill and Melbourne campuses. Jackie has established a high-performance aquatic model for Caulfield Grammar School to enable elite swimming performance pathways for Caulfield Grammar students and the community. The future growth of this model will include the integration of diving and water polo and attract aquatic progression pathways from learn to swim through to future Olympic talent. She has the ability to drive business growth, develop and mentor staff, research industry trends, and successfully operate extensive leisure and grammar school facilities.
Hello everyone, my name is Jackie O'Dwyer and I am the Caulfield Grammar Leisure Manager. Part of my role with Aligned Leisure is to oversee Caulfield Grammar School's aquatic and leisure facilities across their Caulfield, Wheelers Hill and Melbourne campuses. I work as an extension of the school's team to support Caulfield Grammar achieving their Strategy 2031. The segment today is about in with the new, and Caulfield Grammar has a very impressive new facility at their Caulfield campus located in St Kilda East. This facility is just one component of their sporting precinct and encompasses other sport and leisure components outside of just aquatics. But for today's purpose, the pool reopened in July 2021 after a period of closure, not an ideal time to open a new facility. However, as a school pool, it was able to make an immediate impact on Caulfield Grammar students' wellbeing, including returning swimming, water polo and diving. So about the facility, it boasts a FINA regulation 50 metre, 2.2 metre deep indoor heated pool, a 3.8 metre dive bowl with 3 hydraulic diving boards, stadium seating and both wet and dry change facilities. An impressive feat in itself, however, this pool comes with some very innovative features. The pool has the ability to change into over 20 differing configurations, all dependent on the activity or sport being conducted. The pool has a movable boom to create 2 25 metre FINA competition pools, both with dive blocks. The boom can also be moved to a full 33 metre water polo standard pool with a separate warm-up pool area. A mechanical wall that tilts from the floor to create a third 10 metre smaller pool. And it's this 10 metre, 8-lane smaller pool that has a movable floor. This floor can be raised to any depth from 2.2 metres to 0. What this means is we can operate learn to swim at 1.2 metres deep, run lap swimming in the centre body of water, and diving in the deeper dive bowl, all at the same time. It is this innovative ability to configure the pool to 1, 2 or 3 bodies of water that enables us to run a plethora of aquatic-based sports at any one time for Caulfield Grammar students. The operating model is based on the notion that everything we do is an extension of the school. Essentially, our contract partners are right there with us every day. We work together to achieve the same strategic pillars. Programs and services and events are designed with the school and wider community in mind. Opportunities are developed to enhance student and community experiences and outcomes. To enable these outcomes, we have launched Caulfield Aquatics, a registered Swimming Australia club to support high-performance pathways in swimming, diving and water polo. And we will launch our Learn to Swim program to enable, again, greater aquatic pathways for student swimming and all within the school environment. The relationship with the school is one of full transparency and cohesion, shared responsibilities to ensure high standard of service to students in the school community, that we create outcomes for the students, that we are compliance driven in our operations, and one where we balance the revenue generating activities with school-based needs and requirements. Caulfield Grammar School is a high-profile, well-renowned grammar school, so safety is of course one of the highest priorities. They have engaged Aligned Leisure, an external company, because of that priority and detailed experience and expertise that it brings. Caulfield Aquatics continues to complete all auditing and safety requirements to the standard of any aquatic and leisure facility. My take-home messages would be: a school's priority list may differ to your typical council-owned facility, however they still aim to achieve wellbeing, sporting and health outcomes for students, and creating pathways to increase opportunities for students and the community. I encourage everyone to step outside of traditional aquatic and leisure models to support a true partnership or an extension of a provider's service. And finally, to partner with organisations that have shared values that will drive successful partnerships. Thank you again.
Pat works for Belgravia Leisure as the Assistant Centre Manager at the Yawa Aquatic Centre. In this position, he manages the operations, learn to swim, and programs portfolio of the facility. Pat has extensive experience in people management and has valued the opportunity to work with the team at Yawa to open a brand new multi-million-dollar facility. He is most passionate about aquatic supervision and ensuring lifeguard and aquatic staff have the confidence and capabilities to keep community members safe in and around the pool.
Hi everyone, my name is Pat Otten and I'm the Assistant Centre Manager at the newly built Yawa Aquatic Centre. I'm really excited to talk to you today about our journey of opening a new greenfield site and some of the big challenges that we encountered. Yawa is located in Rosebud on the Mornington Peninsula. The facility was built by Buxton Construction and is a Mornington Peninsula Shire's biggest capital works project. Belgravia Leisure was awarded the contract to manage Yawa in partnership with the council and has a strong existing relationship, also managing 4 other facilities, including Pelican Park Recreation Centre, Civic Reserve, Somerville Recreation Centre, and Crib Point Outdoor Pool. Our community have been crying out for a facility of this nature, petitioning for many years since the closing down of the Rosebud Foreshore Outdoor Pool in the late 90s, and it is now a real source of pride for our local community. The name Yawa means to swim in the local Indigenous language. See this short video that provides insight into how Yawa got its name and what the Yawa brand means.
Yawa means to swim in the local Indigenous language of the Bunurong people. Our name draws on over 40,000 years of history, and today we welcome visitors from all over the world. The Yawa brand revolves around the idea of a circle, with circles across many cultures representing the self, a sense of inner peace and inclusivity. We see circles in the natural world with ripples in water, or the age rings of a tree radiating out to represent life's journey from young to old. Water is a true connector for our community, an intrinsic part of life on the peninsula. Our unique place in the world is surrounded by oceans, bays and underground springs. Looking from above, we can see that the peninsula is surrounded by 3 main bodies of water: Port Phillip Bay, Western Port Bay and Bass Strait. The Yawa brand language is designed to symbolise these waterways and to reflect the sweeping forms of Yawa's architectural design. Yawa is a meeting place we can all call our own. A place to blow our first bubbles. A place to ease our aches and pains. A place to share a coffee. A place to touch our toes. A place to raise our heart rate. And a place to calm it down. Yawa is a place for everyone.
This image is from the very first day that I got to step foot onto the site while it was still under construction. While working on my first greenfield site, this was a very cool moment, and to see the facility progress through construction was very special. The people you can see here are the first members of our leadership team. Since this day, we've added an additional 4 staff members to our leadership team, and we have a total of 134 staff employed. A number which will continue to grow as we are currently still recruiting in most areas. Yawa has really considered a vast array of users in building a facility that services a range of different users. Some of the key features include a 740 square metre gym, including 4 purpose-built group fitness studios, a designated reformer Pilates studio, a 50 metre 8-lane pool with a movable boom, a large warm water pool, spa, sauna and steam room separate from the main pool hall, a designated learn to swim pool, a toddler pool, and an aqua play zone with 3 slides and interactive features. Here's a quick video of our Centre Manager Dan taking our future members and guests through a construction update and showcasing some of Yowa's key features.
Hi everyone, I'm Dan. I'm the Centre Manager of Yowa Aquatic Centre. I'm here today on site at Yowa to share with you how the build is progressing. Welcome to our warm water pool. As you can see, all the tiling is being completed. We have our sauna and steam room, which is currently being completed. We also have this amazing glass curtain that's going to separate the space to ensure it's nice and quiet. It's exciting to see the exposed aggregate being laid around pool deck. As you can see, there's lots of space between the pool and our grandstand. And you can see our boom has been installed here, which will separate our 50-metre pool into 2 programming spaces. The pool's also been tiled and will be filled with water later this month. The Aqua Play Zone has now been installed with 3 amazing slides that will provide hours of entertainment for the kids. Swimming enrolments are filling up fast. So you don't miss out, visit yowa.com.au. And now we're upstairs in the Health Club with 24/7 access and a whole range of equipment. Foundation memberships are now on sale. Go to yowa.com.au to find out more. The COVID-19 pandemic has impacted us all, but the good news is Yowa has still been able to progress even though the construction did slow down for a period of time. For all the latest news and information, follow us on Facebook and Instagram or visit our website yowa.com.au, which has the link to the project website.
Here's an aerial view of the facility that showcases the solar panels on the roof, the outdoor spaces, the destination cafe, and the accessibility from the main road. It's also important to note that Yowa is located directly across the road from our council offices. We started our pre-sales campaign on the 4th of January at the Rosebud Plaza. Upon opening the facility, we had achieved 2,609 Health and Wellness Foundation memberships and 2,018 swim school enrolments. The reason this was so successful is that we were able to attend popular local areas, including local markets, local beaches, the local plaza, and school expos. Understanding our community and local demographic was a key reason that we were able to drive membership and enrolment numbers. With such a hype around the facility, the biggest question we faced was, when are you opening? Unfortunately, our opening was delayed several times due to COVID restrictions and building delays. Finally, we were able to open our doors on the 9th of July, which was short-lived as we were locked down after only 7 days of operating. We were then able to reopen on the 29th of July for a further 8 days. While it's been a frustrating start to not have continuity in our opening, it's been a great opportunity to take our learnings from our initial openings and implement improvements for what will be our unofficial 3rd opening. What you can see here is our main entrance and reception area. Our enrolment numbers have continued to grow since our opening. Our current numbers are 3,232 health and wellness memberships and 2,188 Learn to Swim enrolments. It was important to us to provide an entrance that will make that first visit a special one. The concept around this space has been to create a non-intimidating and welcoming environment. Being located in Rosebud, Yowa is quite unique in the way that 33% of our membership base is over the age of 60. Due to the amount of social isolation within Rosebud, we noted our demographic values inclusiveness, clear communication, and the ability to connect with others. To serve this demographic, we have introduced our destination cafe, Elements Eatery, where our members and guests have been enjoying sit-down meals after a workout, a class, a swim, or even just to catch up with friends. Opening a greenfield site has presented some unique challenges regarding safety. Our number one priority was ensuring that firstly, we are recruiting the right staff suitable for the roles that they are applying for, and secondly, ensuring that we are providing the right training to empower staff to safely do the jobs they are employed to do. We'd employed a lifeguard team of 45 staff. Of those 45, only one had experience as a pool lifeguard at a like facility. For us, this meant we had to emphasise and place a strong focus on aquatic supervision, understanding deployment plans, as well as the real dangers that are associated with being responsible for a body of water. In our training sessions, we physically walked the pool deck with the lifeguards, demonstrating ways to move, blind spots in the pool, and other considerations for how we would like them to guard. Some of the other safety considerations did not identify themselves until we had physical access to the facility. Some safety concerns stemming from design features were some areas where we had to be flexible and think of solutions. Due to the fact that we did not have major water slides at Yawa, we have invested heavily in a modular Wibbit inflatable. We presented a solution to council to create an attraction during the summer holidays. The Wibbit we have purchased will take up the entirety of the deep end of the 50. Those features, coupled with our aqua play zone, will allow us to engage the holiday community and will increase our attendances over summer. Some of the key learnings that we have taken away from opening a greenfield site are: design features are not always user-friendly. We've had to find solutions and be proactive. Recruiting 134 new staff all at once was a challenge in generating enough applications. We had to be really proactive in this space, from running a careers night, engaging our membership base to generate applications through emails to our database, and working with training providers to put on courses, as a majority of our applicants were not qualified. Make training a really large focus and continue to focus on staff training and development even once you are open. Prepare to act as a coach on shift to help staff through the early phases of opening. Be prepared for large lines and constantly ringing phones with a membership base that is trying to understand how the facility operates, and they have an endless number of questions. Be proactive with solutions to move the queue through and assist people utilising the entrance gates and scanning membership bands. Test your technology and equipment thoroughly before opening. New does not always mean no issues. We were able to adapt and find solutions even when our plan A had not always gone to plan. We all know the importance of having a strong relationship with our council partner. From the beginning of construction, we have worked tirelessly with council to ensure a smooth transition in allowing us to set up for a successful opening. The relationship we have created with council has allowed us to navigate our way through all the challenges that comes with opening a greenfield site. Use your industry network for support. We toured several Victorian aquatic facilities to get ideas on operational processes, signage, safety solutions, and more. Don't be afraid to pick up the phone or send an email to the team at Lifesaving Victoria. We had a few questions that we wanted to run by them, and the team were more than happy to come out on site prior to our opening for a walk and talk to discuss what they perceived as operational challenges and solutions to assist in mitigating risks. Thanks for your time today, and I hope that you have enjoyed learning about this magnificent facility. If anyone is interested in seeing Yawa, we would love to have you down for a tour and a coffee. Thank you.
Now it's time for a lunch break. We'll reconvene in 30 minutes and move on to our afternoon segments. Make sure you keep an eye on the timer so you don't miss out on any of our next sessions. Enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you again in 30 minutes.
After moving to Melbourne at 17, I wanted to be in an industry that made a difference. I grew up in Cairns, so it wasn't uncommon to hear devastating news about drownings growing up. So enforcing water safety and preventing risks made a lot of sense to me, and I've had a keen interest since. And it's been great meeting like-minded people. The most rewarding part of lifeguarding is the life experiences and skills you can gain. From conflict resolution, customer service, incident prevention and rescue, teamwork, and problem solving in high pressure situations, lifeguarding has it all. Being a lifeguard not only helps you with future endeavours, but it also helps you become a more well-rounded person in different situations in everyday life. Every now and then, there'll be difficult situations when educating and enforcing the Watch Around Water policy. Always be aware of the resources at Lifesaving Victoria and the help and support of staff around you when preparing for those situations, as it's all part of the role. Being able to effectively communicate is one of the many things that make a great lifeguard. Having strong communication skills ensures that fellow staff around you know any situations around the pool, during rescue, and to reassure patrons. Some advice would be to understand your role and responsibility upon your shift. Some days it could be freezing with only 2 people swimming laps, or you could have over 500 people entering the facility at over 40 degrees. You must remain just as vigilant in both circumstances. My message to parents of young children is that lifeguards are on your side. We both prioritise the safety of your children, and we are always watching the pool, but an extra set of eyes always helps. Also, be aware that it is about water safety and not swimming ability. Water can be dangerous no matter how good of a swimmer you are. It is strongly encouraged for non- and weak swimmers to come to the pool to gain experience and improve their swimming abilities in a safe environment. It is also important for you to make sure the lifeguard is aware of your abilities, read the signs, enter feet first, swim within your depth, and always swim with a friend. Also inquire about swimming lessons that may be available to you, as swimming is a great skill to have.
Hi, I'm Yvette Thomason, Managing Director of Waterlily Australia Proprietary Limited. We are the sole importer of the Lovibond brand of professional water testing products to the aquatics industry throughout Australia, New Zealand and the South Pacific. Founded in 1989, myself and our small and experienced team in all areas of water analysis offer the most appropriate instruments to the aquatics industry, ensuring that the instrument recommended is fit for purpose and is supported by local knowledge, technical support and excellent service. Tintometer in Dortmund, Germany have a long and successful history in water testing. There are very few companies that can look back over a history of over 130 years of success. The reason Tintometer can do this is due to the worldwide appreciation of their products, brought about by innovation and commitment to high quality standards in production and sales care. The brand Lovibond is known for exceptionally high quality water testing instruments and reagents. All products are manufactured in Germany to the highest technical standard. Lovibond instruments ensure accuracy and consistent results due to their stable, long-term components. With no moving parts and a high-precision optical system, the operator can be assured that they are getting the right result every time. Lovibond test methods are tried and trusted amongst aquatic centre operators worldwide. The test methods incorporated on Lovibond photometers conform to national and international standard methods for water analysis. This means that the test results are recognised and operators can trace the results back to these standard methods. If you're not already one of our very happy customers using Lovibond products, we would love to hear from you. We are delighted to share our product and technical knowledge and ensure you find the best instrument to suit your requirements. We look forward to assisting you.
Aquatic centres can save thousands of dollars each year and reduce their carbon footprint by leveraging the latest technology and solutions for energy efficiency. The energy efficiency experts at EcoSave can work with aquatic centre owners and operators to implement innovative, practical and robust energy efficiency solutions. Since 2002, EcoSave has helped thousands of organisations to reduce their energy costs and carbon emissions across Australia, New Zealand and the United States. Our team of energy efficiency specialists have extensive experience in aquatic centres, having worked with some of the largest and most well-known centres and pools in Australia. Our engineering-based holistic approach to energy savings is combined with an integrated services model to provide you with a tailored end-to-end solution to meet your sustainability objectives. We start with a free site assessment, a comprehensive engineering review of your facilities and operations. We then design and implement a package of solutions engineered to maximise your return on investment. EcoSave can even fully pay for the energy efficiency upgrades and maintain the equipment through an energy services agreement. The projects we implement are performance-based and the savings are guaranteed. This means that you don't need to worry about the financial, technical or performance risks of the projects we implement. To learn more about how to reduce energy costs and carbon emissions at your facility, you can download a free video presentation at our website. To book a consultation and a site assessment, go to ecosave.com.au/LSV-aquatic or call EcoSave today on 1300 55 7764.
Hi guys, Dave Florence, General Manager of Business Development and Marketing from Cleaning Melbourne. We're a commercial cleaning company servicing a myriad of different clients in the aquatic and leisure space, and we've recently partnered with Lifesaving Victoria to help support their Swim Safe campaign. We also want to look to help support a lot of your facilities out there return to operation and get people back swimming and using the gym and getting fit. We can look to do this through 4 different ways and simple steps. One of those ways is to make sure that the general cleaning requirements are up to scratch. Make sure all those areas are swept and mopped and looking nice and sharp, ready for people to come back into your facilities. Secondly, look at what's required from a periodical point of view. Does the change rooms need a deep scrub? Does the pool need a pressure wash? Those high dusting points, make sure the entry points are all nice and clean and looking presentable, ready for people to come back in and be wowed and ready to go. Thirdly, high touch points. There's a lot of those high touch points scattered throughout the facilities. Things like door handles, pressure plates, toilet flushes, bench tops, pens, computers, all those sorts of things that need to be made sure they're disinfected frequently using a hospital grade disinfectant. We've got the services and the means to be able to do this for you, and you can simply get in touch with us to help support that. Lastly, we need to look at what's required from a hygienic point of view. Any of those equipment that might need to help provide dispensers for sanitizer, disinfection kits for the gyms to make sure equipment is nice and clean and hygienically safe, and to give your members that peace of mind and make sure that their area is nice and clean and ready for the next person that comes along. Again, we can look to help provide a lot of these different bits of equipment, in particular those dispensers that are touch-free, which is recommended from the Victorian Health Department, and automatic dispensers. We can also look to provide those disinfection kits and make sure that your places are ready to go. If you want any more information on this or to get in touch, we can help come in and provide a different report with providing some recommendations and opportunities to help provide some areas of hygienically clean facilities. Get in touch with us at 1300BClean or contact me at dave.florence@cleaningmelbourne.net.au.
Welcome to Life Saving Victoria's Where Are They Now series, bringing you inspiring settlement stories from some of the many multicultural youth that have entered and graduated from our employment and settlement pathway over the last decade. We catch up with them again to find out more about their settlement into Australia and, of course, where are they now?
I was born and raised in Mogadishu, which is the capital city of Somalia.
So I was born in Afghanistan, and due to the civil war, my mum decided to move to Pakistan in a hope of better life.
Yeah, my parents both were born in Sudan, but my mum and dad moved to Ethiopia. We lived in huts, so we lived in a deserted area. Yeah, because you sort of just grow up to sort of learn how to just survive.
And then his way of doing that was, risking his life and coming here on a boat and then sponsoring us to come here and have better childhoods than he did.
Well, I was so young back then, I didn't even know where we were going.
How long did it take you?
23 days.
23 days on a boat.
Yep.
Why did you decide to come to Australia?
Considering that I survived a number of explosions.
Witnessing people dying on the streets. But every Friday, there are people who drown those beaches in Somalia.
Did that play any sort of part in you wanting to become a lifeguard?
David organized all the courses and all that, and then I became a lifeguard.
But the thing is with me, I'm not really good with beaches or oceans. But I'm surprised that I even did it and I went through the whole course and everything.
Firstly, let me clarify that I was not a good swimmer. I could not swim at all. I met someone from Life Saving Victoria when I was at language school.
Life Saving Victoria have this great program where you get to join a surf life saving club. But I didn't know how to swim.
When I was becoming the lifeguard in 2016, there was not a lot of African background lifeguards. Now I got into lifeguarding 16, 17 people who are all got jobs.
What else are you doing at the moment? Because I know you're not lifeguarding anymore.
Well, I'm a college athlete in Texas. Yeah, I'm on a full scholarship, so both, I think, half academic and then half sports.
So I work with IAG, which is the largest insurance group in Australia and New Zealand. I also do a lot of community work. I worked with, volunteered with the UN Youth.
I work for Ambulance Victoria as a fast responder, and I like my job. I love my job.
Well, at the moment, I'm working as an engineer, which is, would not have thought of this a few years ago, actually.
I would love to become a business owner one day, because just knowing that I can do something that can impact the world in a better way and make it at least 1% better, then that's definitely something I'm going to do.
Say yes to opportunities. Don't wait.
And I'm glad I live in a country where I can get a lot of opportunities.
You can become anyone. You can do whatever you want, just like I did.
Pool lifeguard training is a nationally recognised skill set. At LSV, we provide a range of flexible training options so we're able to meet the needs of everyone in the state. That takes each person's varying context into account. Our candidates come from a range of backgrounds, as do our trainers, and we're always finding new ways to adapt to provide the best training possible. We deliver our courses at pools across the state, both regionally and in metropolitan areas, on both weekends and throughout the week. Each candidate we train has the opportunity to save a life, and this is the most important thing, empowering others to build a stronger and safer community.
Hi everyone, Steve from Commercial Aquatics. Hope you're well. Our business specialises in the construction and maintenance of aquatic centres all around Victoria. We work on large council aquatic facilities, swim schools, hospitals and also water parks. The industry this year has been extremely busy with lots of many large projects reaching completion and also many more large tenders coming out for projects to be constructed in the next couple of years. We hope you've enjoyed the Aquatic Industry Summit, and we also thank Lifesaving Victoria for their assistance in the design and also their advice to ensure that facilities are safe for all patrons to enjoy. If you would like to get in contact with us, please reach out to us via the website or on LinkedIn. Have a great day.
Hi, I'm Yvette. I'm the sales manager here at Aflex Inflatables in Nelson, New Zealand. We're really proud to be supporting LSV and all the great work that they do. So we manufacture inflatables predominantly for commercial pools and aquatic centres. We also have a range of inflatables for water parks, whether that's the sea or the lake. And we have a range of land-based inflatables as well, whether that's slippery slides or our fun and fitness obstacles that can be used for recreation centres as well. We supply clients all around the world, and we work really closely with our customers to understand their pool size, their water depth, demographic and target age group so that we can match our inflatables to suit their needs. Whether that's a constant airflow inflatable for quick and easy setup, whether that's our sealed modular inflatables, which gives a bit more variety and people can add pieces to it in future, or whether it's a range of our ever popular sealed pool toys. We really make sure that they get what's suitable for their pool at the time. The main purpose of inflatables really is to bring more people to the pool, and whether that's enhancing their programs, getting kids in the pool for longer, and just the engagement and fun and building water confidence. We're really proud that all our products are manufactured here in New Zealand. We control everything from here. It's the sales, the design, the customer service, the manufacturing, quality control, it's all here in-house. Our customers are really at the moment focused on the recovery of their centres, and they're looking at investing in an inflatable to help bring the fun and energy back into their centre, whether that's through hiring the inflatable, birthday parties, family fun days. It's all about bringing the community together, getting that engagement in the pool and people having fun. With more people coming to the pool and people staying for longer, naturally centres will start to see that return on investment and start to see their centres flourish.
Hi, I'm Simon from Visual Culture, a Melbourne-based video production company. We've been proud to help Lifesaving Victoria produce a number of important pieces of video content. The 2020 and 2021 Awards of Excellence as a virtual awards ceremony, video-based training modules for online learning courses. We're currently in the process of developing an important recruitment series for the aquatic industry. We've even provided guidance and equipment for the LSV team to produce their own content. Finally, we've helped produce the Aquatic Industry Summit that you're watching now, as this essential information must be delivered to a wide audience of industry peers. Over the past 2 years, communication with your team, partners and the public shouldn't be halted, as video content is the most important form of communication, allowing everyone to engage with important messages while being based remotely. Please reach out if you'd like to find out more about how we've helped LSV with their video content, or perhaps you're keen to discuss ideas about how your organisation can benefit from more video content.
Swim Teach course can lead to a rewarding career as a swim teacher. I love being a swim teacher because you have countless opportunities to make an impact on your students' lives. It's a lifelong skill that you're teaching and you're helping them be safe and enjoy their water experience.
Well, it's a different career set to what I used to do. So I was working in retail hospitality. I thought, why not do a swim teach course? My friends do it and they love it, and I wanted to give it a shot.
I'm doing the swimming teacher course because there aren't enough swimming teachers in regional Victoria.
This course is an accredited qualification and it is recognised nationally across schools, universities and the aquatic industry.
Hi everyone, I'm Tim Atkins from Lauderdale, and today I'd like to take you through some of the products that we have that are relevant to the aquatic industry. First up, our range of CPR mannequins. These are our QCPR mannequins, so quality CPR. We've got Little Ann QCPR, Little Junior QCPR, and the newest addition to our family is Little Baby QCPR. So when linked into the free to download apps for either Apple or Android devices, these mannequins will provide quantifiable objective feedback on the CPR performance. So you'll get a breakdown of that CPR performance in terms of your compression depth, release, compression rate, time on chest and ventilations. That will all come out as a summative score. You can save results on your device. You can do screenshots and obviously send them off to your learners, etc. So great for CPR training or just refining your CPR skills. We've also got our airway management products, so the Bag 2, which is our manual disposable resuscitator. It comes in 5 sizes from adult down to neonatal. We also have a range of pocket masks with or without case and with or without oxygen port. And not to forget our spinal immobilisation range, backstrap spine board, and the Speed Blocks head immobiliser and strapping systems that go with those. All these products are available through Lifesaving Victoria. If you want more information, certainly check it out on our website. Thanks everyone.
After moving to Melbourne at 17, I wanted to be in an industry that made a difference. I grew up in Cairns, so it wasn't uncommon to hear devastating news about drownings growing up. So enforcing water safety and preventing risks made a lot of sense to me, and I've had a keen interest since. And it's been great meeting like-minded people. The most rewarding part of lifeguarding is the life experiences and skills you can gain. From conflict resolution, customer service, incident prevention and rescue, teamwork, and problem solving in high pressure situations, lifeguarding has it all. Being a lifeguard not only helps you with future endeavours, but it also helps you become a more well-rounded person in different situations in everyday life. Every now and then, there'll be difficult situations when educating and enforcing the Watch Around Water policy. Always be aware of the resources at Lifesaving Victoria and the help and support of staff around you when preparing for those situations, as it's all part of the role. Being able to effectively communicate is one of the many things that make a great lifeguard. Having strong communication skills ensures the fellow staff around you know any situations around the pool, during rescue, and to reassure patrons. Some advice would be to understand your role and responsibility upon your shift. Some days it could be freezing with only 2 people swimming laps, or you could have over 500 people entering the facility at over 40 degrees. You must remain just as vigilant in both circumstances. My message to parents of young children is that lifeguards are on your side. We both prioritise the safety of your children, and we are always watching the pool, but an extra set of eyes always helps. Also, be aware that it is about water safety and not swimming ability. Water can be dangerous no matter how good of a swimmer you are. It is strongly encouraged for non- and weak swimmers to come to the pool to gain experience and improve their swimming abilities in a safe environment. It is also important for you to make sure the lifeguard is aware of your abilities, read the signs, enter feet first, swim within your depth, and always swim with a friend. Also inquire about swimming lessons that may be available to you, as swimming is a great skill to have.
Welcome back to the Lifesaving Victoria Aquatic Industry Summit. I hope you've had a nice break. Welcome also to those who are just tuning in. Please make sure you get involved in the chat to show your support to our presenters. Dr. Hannah Calverley is a Manager of Research and Evaluation at Lifesaving Victoria. Hannah assists in the management and undertaking of LSV's research and evaluation of injury prevention and water safety issues, including swimming and water safety education programs, life-saving service delivery, water competency among children and older adults, inland waterways drowning prevention, public pool safety, multicultural water safety campaigns, and international drowning prevention research. Hannah is also one of the co-authors of this year's Victorian Drowning Report.
Hi everyone, and thanks for joining us today. I'm going to be talking to you about the Victorian Drowning Report, which summarises the fatal and non-fatal drowning incidents from the past financial year, so the 1st of July 2020 to the 30th of June 2021. Before I start, I'd just like to bring your attention to this question, which I'd like you to think while I'm talking through these statistics. How are your aquatic programs helping people increase their water safety skills and knowledge following the COVID-19 restrictions? We all know that COVID-19 has significantly impacted the way we all live our lives and how we've been able to interact with water. So what are your programs doing to combat these effects? Before I start going into the details of the Victorian Drowning Report, I'd like to show you a short video from Royal Lifesaving Society Australia, which talks to their National Drowning Report and the drowning incidents which occurred in Australian waterways in the past financial year.
Royal Lifesaving have released the 2021 National Drowning Report, which shows that 294 people lost their lives to drowning last year, and a further 674 people were admitted to hospital after a non-fatal drowning. This is an 8% increase on the 10-year average. Males accounted for 80% of all deaths, with the largest number of deaths recorded among people aged 25 to 34 years. Drowning deaths among children aged 0 to 4 years increased by 9% against the 10-year average. Rivers are the leading location for drowning. increasing by 3% against the 10-year average. A quarter of people drowned while swimming and recreating, making it the leading activity prior to drowning. Follow these tips to stay safe while enjoying Australia's beautiful waterways.
So in Victoria, we have also seen an increase in the number of drownings occurring in our waterways. We tragically saw 61 people lose their lives to drowning in 2020-21. Compared to the 10-year average, this represents a 40% increase in the drowning rate and over a 50% increase in the number of incidents. This graph breaks down the number of incidents by the sex of the individual. You can see here in the blue that males are consistently overrepresented over the years. In fact, males are over 3 times more likely to drown than females. Looking specifically at this year's data, the number of incidents involving females has more than doubled compared to the 10-year average. Breaking these incidents down, looking at age groups, you can see here the difference in the drowning rate in 2020-21 in blue against the 10-year average in red. As you can see, the largest increase is in the 0 to 4 and 5 to 14 age groups. Tragically, this year we saw 15 children aged 0 to 14 years old drown, and this is an increase of 11 on the 10-year average, so a really devastating increase there. Positively though, we did see a 2% reduction in the number of drownings involving people aged 15 to 24 years, so that is an improvement from previous year's incidents. So looking at the drowning incidents in the past year, a quarter of all drownings have involved children aged 0 to 14 years. Key risk factors we see associated with these drownings involve a lack of caregiver supervision, faulty home pool gates and locks, and a lack of water safety awareness and knowledge of the child and caregiver. Another common group in the statistics this year were males aged 25 to 44 years old, contributing to a fifth of all fatalities. This group consistently record high numbers of drowning fatalities each year, with key risk factors including this group participating in more risk-taking behaviours, such as consuming alcohol in and around waterways. This group are also more likely to visit waterways alone and to not wear or wear an insufficient or inappropriate life jacket for their activity. This year, 43% of drowning incidents occurred in major cities in Victoria. This is 6 more than the 10-year average, and over the past 10 years, those people who live in regional Victoria are almost twice as likely to drown compared to those living in metropolitan Melbourne. As you can see from this pie chart, over a third of all drowning deaths this year occurred in inland waterways, so rivers, creeks and streams, making it the most common location for drowning. The second most common location were coastal waterways. 1/5 of all fatal drowning incidents occurred in waterways around the home, including baths and home pools, and this is an increase from previous years. How can your programs talk to these statistics, and how can you raise awareness that not all drownings occur in the ocean and that people need to remain vigilant about waterways around their home? There was unfortunately 1 drowning death in a public swimming pool this past year, which is again more than the average from the past 10 years. Walking or playing near water was the most common activity immediately prior to a fatal drowning this year, indicating that unintentional or accidental entry is a key issue and something which needs to be addressed in aquatic courses. How are your programs preparing people for this and how to deal with that situation, considering additional factors such as cold water shock? Boating and fishing together accounted for 15% of drowning deaths, and bathing accounted for 8%. Which is an increase of 61% on that 10-year average. This increase may be due to the additional pressures of the past 18 months and people relaxing their vigilance around waterways around the home. It's important to enhance awareness that water safety applies to all aquatic environments, the pool, beach, rivers, and the home. So we looked at drowning incidents over the past 10 years and found the following additional key risk factors for a fatal drowning incident. Over a third of incidents involved alcohol and/or drugs. People from culturally and linguistically diverse communities were over twice as likely to drown than people not from those communities. And these are people living in Victoria, not tourists or visitors. Almost half of all people who drowned did so within their residential postcode, so it's locals drowning within local waterways. And of those boating-related drowning incidents where a life jacket use was known, 3/4 of people were either not wearing a life jacket or wearing one that was ill-fitting or inappropriate for the activity.
How can your aquatic programs and courses inform and educate people on these risk factors, not just among children and young people, but people in other age groups as well? There are a few impacts of COVID-19 which we do need to acknowledge when looking through these statistics. With pool closures this past year, many people have been unable to access swimming pool lessons or even just attend a pool. This could significantly impact their water familiarity and how their body moves and feels within the water. People may not be aware that their aquatic capabilities, fitness, and water safety awareness may have been impacted as a result. So what can you do to inform them of this COVID impact? These pool closures have also impacted staffing at aquatic centres. Research by Lifesaving Victoria determined the shortage of swim teachers across Victoria to be approximately 1,800, demonstrating the demand outweighs supply. And while we're all spending more time in the home environment, it's important to reinforce that water safety messages apply to the home environment as well as rivers, beaches, and pools. All this information I'm presenting here is available on Lifesaving Victoria's website in the drowning reports. These reports are free and accessible to anyone interested. The first few pages of the reports highlight the summary information which may be of use to you developing programs or promotional materials. And at the back of the reports, we have statistical Area 4 profiles, which summarise the drowning incidents and key risk factors for each locality. I'm now going to talk through the fatal and non-fatal drowning incidents which occurred in public pools this past year, which I'm sure you're all interested to hear about. This past year, we did see one person drown in a public pool. We also saw 10 non-fatal incidents and 30 incidents requiring a paramedic to attend the scene. We looked at fatal drownings in public pools since July 2000. Over the past 21 years, there have been 10 drowning deaths in public pools with an average age of 24.5 years. 4 in 5 of these incidents have involved males, and the majority have occurred in summer and autumn, and on weekdays in the afternoon to evening. We also looked at the non-fatal incidents in public pools over the past 5 years, so since 2016. In that time, there have been 80 non-fatal drowning incidents. Over half of these have involved children aged 0 to 14 years. The next most common age group are those aged 25 to 44 years old. You can see here, this graph shows the fatal and non-fatal drowning incidents over the past 5 years in public pools. There was a reduction in non-fatal incidents this past year, 8 fewer than the 5-year average. This is likely a result of COVID-19 and the pool closures over the past year, especially in cooler months, and this is noticeable as all of the incidents occurred in summer and autumn. Common risk factors we see associated with non-fatal and fatal drowning incidents involving children in public pools are a lack of care or supervision. They may be distracted by something in the environment or not feel they need to supervise. The parent and child don't know the child's abilities in deeper water, and they are also unaware of the child's swimming ability and confidence. This is a key one, particularly following COVID-19. For incidents involving adults, we often see pre-existing medical conditions to be associated with a fatal or non-fatal drowning incident. These can be exacerbated by the pool environment and the exercise. So what can you do? It's important to be creative and think outside the box when looking at improving the aquatic skills and knowledge of those in your community. There are lots of resources and programs available which can be delivered in a variety of environments to upskill all those involved, whether that's teaching swimming and water safety to people from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds, introducing signage into communal areas to inform people of the key water safety messages for their age groups, or integrating education about alcohol use around water into swimming lessons. There are lots of things we can all do to help inform and educate people about water safety and drowning risk and contribute to reducing the Victorian drowning toll, because one drowning is one too many. Thank you.
Gerald Dixon has 20 years local and international management experience across health, fitness, recreation and aquatic facilities. He holds a degree in sport and exercise and is currently the Centre Manager for Ballarat Aquatic and Lifestyle Centre and manages 4 of Ballarat's seasonal outdoor facilities. Gerald has a particular interest in the role of strength training for older adults, the benefits of exercise for mental health, and the development of localised collaborations and partnerships to bring about improved community health and wellbeing outcomes.
Hello, I'm Gerald Dixon. I'm the Centre Manager at Ballarat Aquatic and Lifestyle Centre, otherwise known as BALC. I've been there for 12 months, so relatively new to the centre. Today I've been asked to speak to you about an incident that occurred at our centre earlier this year in which a patron unfortunately passed away. The intent today is to give anyone who hasn't been involved in a situation like this the scenario that you might walk into, preparation work to consider for critical incidents within a pool setting, particularly for new centre managers and leaders, an example of how a real-life critical incident unfolds within a pool setting, and some additional information to take away with you that you may not have considered with your existing plans. So firstly, I just want to give you a scenario of what I confronted on the day. I remember the day very well because, in a strange irony, I'd taken 10 days off to recover from what had been a really stressful time after overseeing quite a bit of change within the centre. I was driving to work and I was pumping myself up, telling myself that it would be a fresh start and things would now be much better, when I received a phone call about 10 minutes away from the centre. It was from one of my team leaders, and he said to me that emergency services were out the front of the centre. He didn't know what had happened, but something major was happening. I arrived on site to be greeted with the scene of a man receiving emergency CPR and a police officer coming up to me and saying they had been working on him for some time, they did not think he was going to survive, and they were going to give it another 5 minutes and then they were going to stop CPR. It felt like all eyes were on me, and I felt the pressure of needing to step up. The takeout from this is that these incidents can occur at any time, and they do not wait for you to be ready or for your centre to be in a state of harmony. It's also important to note that regardless of the pressure I was feeling, you respond to incidents like this as a team, not as an individual. Well, I think it's important at this point to mention that even though I was new at the centre, there had been some significant time and energy that I had invested in understanding health and safety and risk management at Belk. This to me is critical to ensuring that the centre, leaders and staff are able to respond appropriately and with minimal direction. So one of the first things that I did when I started as manager was I got to know the My Safety team at the City of Ballarat. Within your organisation, you might call it the Health and Safety team, Health, Safety and Risk, etc. I made a point of meeting our representative and finding out how risk is managed, how are incidents recorded, how do we deal with critical incidents, and how do we do investigations. And I think one of the real benefits of that was establishing a positive relationship with that team and immediately setting the bar of what the centre manager expects in terms of health and safety and risk management. The second thing that I started doing pretty quickly was just basic day-to-day risk management and observation. And talking to the middle managers, asking how we manage risk and safety, but also going around not only the aquatic centre, but also our outdoor pools, and actually observing how safety is managed, and then commenting and providing feedback when deviation is noticed and any correction is required. Things like power cords being out that shouldn't be out, trip hazards, doors being open or unlocked to restricted areas, contractors not having a secure workspace. And by checking on those things, that in itself starts to set a standard amongst the centre in regards to managing risk. Critically, it's important that managers have a visible presence around the centre at all times of operation. So whether it's the centre manager or the middle management team, staff need to know that these things will be picked up on and commented on. But also that you'll support staff when there are problems of safety that have been reported but haven't been dealt with, and get those things remedied. I also participated in a couple of discussions with junior managers and leaders that looked at how we responded to some other major first aid incidents. I was poolside during both incidents and gave feedback based on my observations and encouraged discussion on whether we did well or if we could have improved. The third important factor was getting to know your lifeguard deployment plan for your site. And what I found was that there appeared to be deviation from the lifeguard deployment plan, but also deviation in terms of normal expectations of lifeguard behaviour. So it was really important to talk to the responsible middle managers and get them to talk to and guide the lifeguards about the importance of adhering to the lifeguard deployment plan and also the expectations of the lifeguards themselves. We had resistance to that, but it was important to stand your ground and make sure that safety had priority and made sure that we were ready for an incident occurring. You do need to put your money where your mouth is and support the lifeguards when you put safety first. And there were a couple of occasions where, because of lifeguard shortages, we made the decision to either shut areas of the aquatic centre or some of our outdoor pools because we could not manage the risk properly and we did not want to cut any corners. So in terms of preparation, the key takeouts are: get to know your My Safety team, or whatever it's called where you work, basic risk management followed by visible presence by management, and also making sure that your audited lifeguard deployment plan is being adhered to correctly. So now I'll take you through the incident itself. Please note that a lot of these things are happening simultaneously rather than sequentially. Also, this is a generalised description and will not contain all details. As per our deployment plan, we had 3 lifeguards on duty at the aquatic centre, plus our duty manager. A lap swimmer signalled to the lifeguard after another swimmer in their lane started to swim erratically towards them. The lifeguard responded immediately and commenced an aquatic rescue. The second lifeguard blew their whistle and then assisted with the rescue, while the third lifeguard started to evacuate patrons from the pool. The duty manager radioed to the front desk to call emergency services and then assisted with the evacuation of other patrons. CPR commenced immediately. The second lifeguard had obtained the defibrillator and oxygen, and the defib was applied. The defib gave approximately 2 shocks before emergency services arrived roughly 8 minutes after the first call, and then emergency services took over from the first responders. The order of response from emergency services was fire brigade, MICA, ambulance, and then police. The aquatics team leader arrived on site and moved our first responders away from the area and placed a privacy curtain around the scene. I arrived shortly after and was given a summary of the situation by the police officer. I had already contacted the My Safety team en route to the centre, and they arrived shortly after me. At this point, my priority turned mainly to staff welfare and management of the centre. Care for the victim was in control of emergency services. We relocated staff away from the vicinity of the scene, and I made the decision to shut the centre and delegated communication to the public and any remaining patrons to our customer experience team. Staff rostered on for later that day were notified by our executive manager. We made sure that any remaining patrons in the building exited using doors or passageways that did not pass the scene. I was then notified that the patron had passed away and that the undertakers would be coming to remove the deceased. WorkSafe were notified by the My Safety team, and the scene was preserved for their investigation. Staff that had been involved in the incident were then spoken to as a group in our training room by our My Safety team, extending them support and services to them to help with what had just happened. I was present during this meeting and also spoke to the staff, during which I expressed gratitude to them all for their actions and also passing on the overwhelming positive feedback from emergency services. We reopened the following day with strong management presence and on-site support from the My Safety team as well as a grief counsellor. We emailed all patrons who were in the centre at the time and gave them a number to call if they wanted to discuss anything or for support. Lifeguards and the duty manager who were directly involved were given my mobile number, and I spoke to them regularly to check how they were going. Paramedics came on site later in the week and gave a debrief to the first responders in which they gave them reassurance that they had done everything right. Lifeguards returned to work at the end of the week with management presence when they were on shift. And finally, I was informed recently that the coroner's report concluded that the patron had died from a pre-existing condition and not from drowning. So now I'll give you some considerations you may not think of when you're doing your preparation. The most likely scenario for me will be probably a medical event involving a regular patron in the pool. When reviewing this incident, the patron looked like they were still swimming when they were suffering the medical event. You should also consider how you might deal with medically trained patrons given advice that may be contrary to current guidelines. Although it was a situational decision by the team leader, the privacy curtain made a significant difference in reducing the physical trauma of the situation. The site needs to be preserved for any investigations, but once completed, you should consider in your planning who is most appropriate to clean the area. Staff who were not involved in the incident but were in the centre may be in shock and may not act in a rational way. It's important to have direction for these staff as well. The media were at our front door almost as soon as emergency services arrived. In our case, police kept them outside at arm's length, but you may need to consider how you would handle this in your planning. Unfortunately, we had some unhelpful comments from patrons as they left the building and via telephone to customer service. You may wish to consider a contact person who is removed from the event for responding to these calls. Managing the return to work of the first responders should be an important part of any planning. Don't underestimate the importance of providing staff with a calm and controlled direction and a comforting smile. And finally, the partner and family of the person that passed away expressed their gratitude for the effort that went into trying to revive the person, and importantly, that when they passed away, there were caring people around them. And I think that's an important thing to reflect on for any unsuccessful resuscitation attempts. So in summary, major incidents like these don't wait for you to be ready. Preparation, regular reviews and training are vital to ensure that your teams respond quickly and effectively to emergencies with minimal need for direction. Using real-life scenarios can enhance your planning and add the realism for staff to take planning seriously. Other centres can provide you with information that can help you with your preparation and training. Thank you.
Ray has over 27 years senior management experience in the aquatics and recreation industry within the commercial, not-for-profit and local government sectors. As a manager, owner and CEO, he successfully managed aquatic and recreation centres in regional and remote areas, including Northern New South Wales, Western Queensland, Regional South Australia, South West Victoria and the Northern Territory. Ray also has been involved as an educator in the fitness industry in the TAFE and university systems. Ray has a strong commitment to the industry with representation on peak industry bodies, including a member of OSWIM South Australia's Industry Advisory Panel, and is a current member of ARV's Board of Directors.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for listening to my presentation. Today we're going to be talking about one of our community management pools, an incident that occurred there. The journey that we went through in regards to the investigation process and some of the learnings that we actually had. So first of all, just a bit of background about the City of Greater Bendigo in regards to its pools. We have a fairly significant aquatics portfolio. In fact, we have the most amount of swimming pools for an LGA in Victoria. The pools include two major large multifunction centres, an outdoor 50-metre pool which operates all year round, 9 seasonal pools and 1 splash park. The pool we'll be discussing today is the Golden Square Swimming Pool. It's operated by the Golden Square Swimming Pool Committee of Management. A very passionate group, very focused on actually creating a real community hub for the pool, not just with the aquatic activities, but what the space can do right across the site in regards to it. It's a seasonal pool, so it runs for about 12 weeks a year, November through to March, and it's very much one of those, similar to most seasonal pools in Victoria, very much that post-Olympic Games style, built in the 60s. It contains a 50-metre swimming pool and also a toddler's pool, which is broken into 2 sections of the same shell, but a slight toddler's pool and a small intermediate pool together. The incident that occurred on the 4th of December 2020, it was about 6:30 at night. So the pool was just about closing. It was the start of the season, and it was that was involved was a multicultural group. The group itself was is a group of new arrivals. English not their first language, and probably not a lot of skills in that aquatic space. The program is actually a fantastic program, which is run by the Golden Square Committee, is to provide water safety and swimming sessions for this particular group. And the whole idea of the session was to attract more of this particular multicultural group along to get exposed to the pool and hope to get more people actually into the particular program. The group itself, because it was a group that come in, they bypassed the normal process of what normally occurs at the pool, whereby they go to the front counter and you actually have the ability to have all those safety processes in place and talk about safety wristbands and as such like that. So they'll bustle straight through to the pool, to the far edge near the toddlers pool, away from the 50 because it was safer for the kids, and where most activities started. The pool itself is operated by 2 lifeguards, one generally on the toddler and one generally on the 50, and fairly dedicated to the pool. The lifeguards are supported by volunteers, so the reception area is usually volunteers, and some of the volunteers look after plant room work as well. So a great little process from a community management perspective. It allows the lifeguards to do the lifeguard work and be dedicated to lifeguarding. So the incident itself happened around, there was the group had assembled for a barbecue at the end, so they had already run through their activities. Lifeguards were packing up, doing their general pack up, pre-closure pack up, you know, your noodles, your chairs, toys and such like that. Whilst this was happening, a 5 to 6 year old boy left the group and moved over to the 50-metre pool, went over to the deep end of 50 and stood on the ladder in the pool. The pool itself really only had another swimmer in who was doing lap swimming in one of the lanes, and the lifeguard, as I said, was distracted by activities and cleaning and doing some discussions with some of the multicultural group. The boy pushed off on the ladder and immediately began to struggle. We were fortunate we had CCT footage, and that CCT footage actually had set audio, and we were able to hear the boy yelling as initially. After the first 10 seconds, he began to submerge. For the first time, it was really evident that there was real signs of him drowning. He was a lot of ladder climbing, a lot of flailing. There was no propulsion at all, and he was going down. He submerged several times throughout a minute that we actually looked at it, and it was getting to a stage where he was actually really starting to lose that fight of keeping his head above water. Fortunately enough, there was a parent or a patron who was on the far side of the 50-metre pool. From a diagonal angle at the furthest point from the child, they were able to run down the ledge of the 15-metre pool, along the top edge, jump in, retrieve the boy, move him to the side, and was able to notify the lifeguard. Lifeguard took the boy from the pool, and the first aid was administered. CPR wasn't required, the boy was still breathing. He was in a fairly bad state, very fatigued, very disorientated. Ambulance was called and the boy was taken to hospital. He was admitted overnight for observation. So post-incident, WorkSafe was notified of the incident. Interesting enough, they didn't deem it as a reportable incident, even though the child was actually was in hospital overnight. City was also notified, and the next day we actually had a initial debrief in regards to it. Had a look at the CCT footage, and then trying to work out what the next steps are. I must admit that CCT footage is probably the major part that actually got us to really take the next steps. The initial conversation on how it's framed, and again, this wasn't anybody embellishing the truth, or it's probably just more about how people perceive what happened. But initially, the conversation was a boy struggled in the 50-metre pool. A patron was able to retrieve the boy, notify the lifeguard. He was then given first aid, went to hospital, and was admitted for observation. So it didn't sound as bad, but once you actually watch the footage of it, especially with the child with no lifeguard close by, struggling for a minute and going down, it really started to really resonate. So we thought we probably need to do a bit of work in this space. And the challenge that we had is that the skills for us to actually go through that whole investigation process, and secondly, the emotions that are involved in it. You know, it's a fairly close-knit group, and we didn't want to maintain relationships and as such. So we spoke to Lifesaving Victoria and had a conversation and went and spoke through the process, and they recommended that a critical incident review would be the way to go. It's an external party who's skilled in this particular area and can look at it objectively without any emotion. The initial review was attended by two LSV members, RJ and Adrian. Occurred about 2 weeks later. It was a really challenging environment that they had to come into. More so that the committee had never had an incident like this ever occur before, didn't understand what was really going on, what the next steps of the process are. There was a high degree of nervousness about what can occur and about who's going to be blamed and such like that. The LSV team were really good about allaying the fears and actually creating a really good environment for that investigation to happen. So they really harped on about the fact that it was not about attributing blame, it's a bit about understanding what the issues were and how we can actually reduce that likelihood in regards to it. The process went through, there was a range of interviews, management of the pools interviewed, the committee members, the city. We looked at the documentation, incident report forms, any associated supporting documents such as plans, risk assessments as such, and also the CCTV footage was also looked at. The outcomes of the review really highlighted there was no real smoking gun, there was no real one major problem, but there was a whole range of layers, of safety layers, which probably fell through for whatever reasons. That was good to really show the committee, because it really helped to support the fact there wasn't this blame process. It wasn't like one person did something wrong, but it was like a breakdown of a whole range of layers. And there's probably two real areas that they actually broke down into. The first one was in regards to lifeguard operations. There was no real deployment plan in place. Whilst there were a structure of how lifeguards lifeguarded, there was no real plan in place, and it wasn't really built around any risk assessment in regards to it. There was also no structured induction done before the season. However, in previous seasons there were. And there was no in-service training that occurred prior to this as well. So the second side was around the vulnerable swimmers. There was really no process in regards to help support both the staff and the patrons to actually understand the risks in the pool for those particular groups, those level of vulnerabilities, and understand those resources that they could actually help to identify what their roles are within the pool. So a range of recommendations were put forward as in the document. There's real kudos to the committee. They worked really, really hard in the off-season to address the recommendations. And what we did is we actually put a Lifesaving Victoria safety assessment closer to the season, so we can actually use that as a bit of a check and measure to see what actually had worked or not. And the president from the committee phoned me up the other day and said that they actually got in the high 70s, which is a really good testament of what the work they actually had went through. Apart from actually being in a better place from a structural perspective, I think the real benefit from this whole process is the committee's now developed a very, very positive safety culture. Prior to that, they understood safety and they really good at activating the pool, but probably the safety was understanding, not embracing risk and seeing it as a wrong or right, but understanding what risk is. And I think the real testament to their safety culture is when Adrian asked me to do this presentation, obviously I needed permission from the Golden Square committee, and they said yes. Now this wouldn't have happened probably a couple of years ago, so they've gone a long way, and I'm really confident not only they've got structures in place now, but they've actually got a real strong safety culture. So some of the takeaways from the incident, I think the first real takeaway for myself, and being in the industry for the time I have, and it really didn't resonate, is that don't underestimate what a near miss is. It does occur regularly, and sometimes we get busy, but I think it's real worth actually drilling down and actually asking the questions in regards to it. Being mindful that what people say is their perception of what's happened, and it doesn't necessarily mean it's exactly what occurred. And again, the perception here was there was a child who was struggling in the water. A patron was able to retrieve the child, bring him to the side. Lifeguard ministered first aid, went off to the hospital and was admitted overnight just to investigate it. But once you looked at the CCTV footage, there was a lot more involved and a lot more issues that need to be addressed. I think the second thing is to go with your gut. Again, my initial feeling and probably from the committee as well, is there was something not right there. We probably just need to look a little bit further. So sometimes you can get busy, be involved in what's going on, and you don't really, if you've got a bit of a gut feeling, run with it. I think the most important section is is in regards to this, especially for committees and management, is to ask for external support. That conversation with Lifesaving Victoria was just a conversation. Staff was going, what do you think? It's a second person listening to it, somebody who's external, somebody who's got skills in that area, just to get a second point of view. Even if we didn't go through that critical incident process, it was a real benefit. I hope you enjoyed the presentation, and I hope you got a lot out of it. I've certainly enjoyed presenting to you, and I'm looking forward to seeing everybody in real very, very soon. Thank you.
Barry Harrison has been associated with the aquatics industry for over 30 years and has worked in a number of different facilities. He has worked for local government, management bodies, and is now the General Manager of Aquatic Facilities for Western Leisure Services in Wyndham. In his current role, Barry oversees all operations at the large regional leisure centre, Aquapulse, and Werribee Outdoor Pool. Barry is the co-chair of the local government ARV Facility Management Standing Committee.
Thanks, Adrian. It's great to be here today, and I'm really excited to tell you about what I call a textbook rescue. At Werribee Outdoor Pool earlier this year, we had a rescue that the team performed impeccably. I'm really proud of our team, and I want to tell you all about it. So let me set the scene for you. It's February, okay? We've had a summer like no other. We know and we've seen swimmers have got less skills, their safety skills are down, and their water survival skills are right down. Putting that into the school carnival season, what we saw at Western Leisure Services, that we had an enormous increase in the number of rescues in our carnivals. 2 days before this incident, we had 50 rescues at one carnival. Now, those rescues were reach rescues and verbal rescues, but it was still 50 rescues. So, the day, Friday, the 12th of February, 2021. It was a secondary school carnival, a big secondary school. They had all their students there, I think. There was a lot of students competing, and there's a lot of students in the grounds as well. 12:33 p.m, it was the second last event of the day. It was a relay race, 4 by 50 metres, and this happened at the start of the fourth leg. Now, I want you to remember one thing, or let you know about one thing. Because of the increase in rescues that we'd increased the number of lifeguards that we had on site tremendously. We had 4 lifeguards on our 50-metre pool. We had 2 lifeguards on our leisure pool. We had a leading lifeguard overseeing it all. We had another lifeguard for our rotations, as well as our duty manager, as well as other staff there. So we thought, and we were, really well prepared. So, the incident, what led up to the incident? The third leg had just finished of the relay. We're at the deep end of the 50-metre pool, and the last swimmer took off. Young girl, 12 years old. And as soon as she took off, the lifeguard immediately recognised that she was a poor swimmer. That's Rob. Great guy, really good lifeguard. He was scanning everything and he did really well, recognised it. And as she started to swim, you can see him watching her and moving up the pool at the same pace. So within 5 metres of the wall, the girl had to grab the rope. And after 7 metres, the lifeguard was yelling to her about what to do. Come over and grab the rope again. You can see him doing that on the CCTV footage. Then the girl went under. So Rob immediately threw the rope to her and she was able to grab it, which was fantastic, and he started to pull her in. But she was in lane 6, so there's 2 lane ropes that she had to get over to get to the edge. As soon as she hit that first lane rope, she dropped the rope. Rob immediately dropped his belt, the radio survived, and dove in the water, grabbing her and bringing her head above the water. Now, as that's happening, as actually the rope's being thrown, Corey, who's our leading lifeguard, had recognised the situation and he was coming down to help out. So as soon as Rob dove in the pool, Corey was there assisting. He actually threw the rope out to Rob, but Rob's hands were full and couldn't use it. As soon as that happened, Corey dropped the belt, dropped the radio, and was in as well to help bring the girl to the edge of the pool. As that's happening, the third lifeguard, Scott, on scene, he was there ready to assist to get the girl out to the edge of the pool. Now, it's important to remember here, the lifeguards in the water did not know if she was breathing or not. So the priority was to get her onto the side. So they did, with Scott's assistance, for assessment. Now, luckily, while being non-responsive, luckily we didn't have to do CPR. So she was put in the recovery position and monitored closely. And as that is happening, our duty manager, which we call Centre Care Manager, or CCM, and another senior staff member came up to offer support, offer reassurance and guidance to our rescuers. So they were fully supported pretty much from the time they got on land. One of the other things to realise is the remaining lifeguards continued with the event, continued monitoring the event until it was complete. Then all the pools were evacuated and we started to clear the area. So what was the outcome? We'd had a girl go under, we'd had 2 lifeguards in the water, brought her out safely to the side. She was, while non-responsive, she was breathing. So the police arrived within 10 minutes. Fantastic. Paramedics, 11 minutes. Fantastic. One of the things I want to point out here is the handover from our staff to the paramedics. Now, Corey, who was the leading lifeguard, the second responder, he's actually a trainee paramedic, and and the paramedics said this, a great handover to the paramedics. So they were fully briefed and knew exactly what had happened and exactly what was going on when they took over the young girl. The young girl was taken to hospital and she fully recovered. So I emphasise she fully recovered because if everything hadn't have gone to plan, who knows what would have happened. But it did. Our staff followed their training. Right from the get-go, the training of our lifeguards has been a priority and they performed according to their training. So who was involved? We had a lot of people involved and everyone did an amazing job. So we had 2 lifeguards, our first and third responders. Rob was our first responder, Scott was our third responder. We had our leading lifeguard, which was Corey, and he was our second responder. We had our duty manager, or as I said, we call them Centre Care Manager. That was Campbell. Campbell's a very experienced duty manager, and he did really well to ensure that everything went according to a plan as it should. We were also lucky that we had our aquatics coordinator there, Lexi. So Lexi was there assisting Campbell as well. We had a number of other lifeguards, of course, as I've previously described, but we also had other staff. We had our cafe staff and our safety attendant team. Our safety attendant team is our COVID team. They check people in and they clean those commonly touched surfaces. We also, and this is what I just absolutely love, within 20 minutes, a heap of other staff arrived. I know I got a phone call and was down there. I think I got there around 25 minutes later. But there was a number of other staff. We had our schools coordinator, who had actually finished for the day, race back to be involved. So the big thing here, it was a team effort. While individuals did the rescue and did a great job, it is all about what we call our Win Active team, our lifeguard team, our duty manager team, our aquatics team, our whole Win Active team. Everyone acted together and it was a great result, as you already know. So what happened immediately after the incident? Well, all the students were removed from the deep end of the 50-metre pool, predominantly done by the school staff, as they should. The school staff were responsible for monitoring and controlling all students, as they should. And as soon as we were confident the pools were completely safe and the staff were able to come together, I took the staff through a debrief. I can't emphasise this enough. The ability to have that debrief very soon after the incident, I believe, helped the staff enormously. Nothing sensational happened there. Staff just didn't talk. There was a bit of emotion happening, but it was really important for them to start to process what had happened. Now, one thing the school said to us is they didn't want to finish on that. They wanted to finish on a positive note. There was one race to go. So they asked us, can they do that other race? I put it to the staff, to the lifeguards, who is willing. No one was made to work again that day, no one. They didn't have to. But some staff stood up and said, yeah, I want to get back out there and do it. And so we were able to do the one more relay race. The school left, and they finished on a more positive note rather than just having a girl go off to hospital. We closed the centre for the rest of the day because a number of lifeguards weren't ready to go back to work, and neither should they. And even if they felt that way, they shouldn't have to go back to work. So I closed the centre for the rest of the day, but we were back open early the next morning. It's amazing how well staff come together after an incident like this. That evening, the staff that were involved were communicating with each other. In fact, some of them came together. Staff that weren't involved were communicating with the staff that were involved. Our senior staff in charge of our lifeguards and our duty managers, they were talking to our staff as well. So that whole team came together to support each other that evening, but also over the next few days. Of course, we offered our EAP, but something I want to share with you is, I think, really crucial. 2 weeks later, we had I'll call it a formal debrief, but it was really a pizza night at the pool. At that pizza night, what we did, we invited everyone who had anything to do with that incident to come along. Once we got together, staff were given the opportunity to talk about it again if they chose to. Some chose to talk and wanted to talk, others didn't. We did have our people and performance manager there, Mel Delabasic, who's really good at this, to support our staff. She was there when staff needed it to help them, and she even recognised some staff who probably didn't realise it, but just to touch base, make sure they're okay. We gave the staff the opportunity to view the CCTV footage. Some staff wanted to, some staff didn't. All of that gave the staff some closure, and they were able to move on a lot better. And that's not coming from me, that's coming from the staff. So it was a great opportunity and a great thing to do for our staff. So what were our key learnings from this? Well, we all know that COVID and the associated lockdowns has had a major impact on people's swimming skills, on their water safety skills and their water survival skills. We needed to and did take extra precautions with all schools. Prior to the incident, we put on extra lifeguards. Post the incident, we made schools pre-approve every swimmer for the carnival. What we also did was, at the start of every carnival, our staff briefed the school staff to make sure they knew what was happening and what we would do in cases of emergency. We also extended these precautions, these extra measures, to our casual swimming and our learn to swim. Really important. We were noticing it in our learn to swim, and our swim teachers were telling us, the skills have gone down. We needed to focus and make sure that none of our learn to swim students were in danger. The biggest lesson for me was this. Despite us having a very strong safety culture, it's our number one value, taking major precautions to try and avoid any incident, things still happen. So it doesn't matter what you do, how many staff you have on, how many briefings you have, the pre-approvals, whatever the school does, things can still happen. And we need to be ready for that, especially this summer. Thank you. I hope you found that interesting. And for the coming summer, please stay safe.
Hayley, on behalf of our executive team and as an officer representing Lifesaving Victoria, I would like to take this opportunity to commend the lifeguard team who, on your combined heroic actions during the aquatic rescue on Friday the 12th of February 2021 at a swimming school carnival at Werribee Outdoor Pool, did rescue a said person. So having the skills to save another person's life and prevent an aquatic drowning in water is nothing short of remarkable. I also commend you for your efforts in identifying that swimmers would require additional supervision at this event following long periods in and out of lockdowns and away from the pool, and rostering staff accordingly to ensure student safety. On behalf of the entire lifesaving community,
I sincerely thank you, and to commemorate your bravery and the bravery of the team, Lifesaving Victoria and the Play It Safe by the Water Committee are thrilled to award the team with an Everyday Lifesaver Award. The Everyday Lifesaver Award aims to recognise and acknowledge the efforts of people in our community who have taken extraordinary actions and used their life-saving and water safety skills to perform a significant rescue and/or save someone's life. You and the team are truly deserving recipients of this award and represent the reason for this award's existence. So on behalf of Lifesaving Victoria and the Play It Safe by Water Committee, we wish you and your families all the very best for the future, and thank you again for being an everyday hero. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It's a huge surprise. Thanks, Alec, for that. Yeah, I'm speechless. This is really, really special to the whole team, and I think that they really, really deserve it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Hayley. Thank you very much.
Lifesaving Victoria CEO Catherine Greaves has an extensive background in behavioural science, law and governance, and she has successfully led a range of reform and improvement initiatives. This includes within local and state government, as well as in health, education and emergency management sectors in both regional and metro settings. Well versed in emergency services, Catherine was appointed as interim CEO of the Country Fire Authority last year to lead the transition through the Victorian Fire Services reform. And since June 2021, she has led Lifesaving Victoria, the state's peak water safety authority, following the worst drowning toll in more than 2 decades. Catherine's approach draws on her extensive management and board director experience to shape and drive vision, strategy and outcomes, with a strong emphasis on community, volunteers and customer-centred ideals. In particular, she champions the importance of value-driven and people-focused leadership and engagement, crediting these as crucial to shaping culture and the achievement of organisational outcomes.
Hi everyone. Today I'm here to talk to you about what we at Lifesaving Victoria refer to as the Perfect Storm 2.0 and COVID-19's continued impact on water safety. Last summer, COVID-19 created the perfect storm for water safety that saw Victoria reach one of the worst drowning tolls on record. This was despite record levels of life-saving services, preventative actions and rescue efforts. Unfortunately, the risks and challenges of the past season are expected to continue into 2021-22 this coming summer, requiring us to take additional targeted actions to keep people safe around water. So as we enter this next summer season, we expect continued challenges at the pool, at our ocean venues and inland waterways. A key focus at Lifesaving Victoria has been on our seasonal preparedness, and we're working really hard right now to continue to build our capability and capacity to deal with the envisaged risks and issues for the upcoming season. The Perfect Storm 2.0 provides an overview of the broad range of risk factors and mitigation actions we're taking in response to some of the complexities that continue to arise through COVID-19. Through this work, we've identified our top 5 interrelated challenges and responses for the season ahead. With the ongoing uncertainty surrounding international and interstate border closures and increased tourism and advertising campaigns encouraging people to travel intrastate and visit our great outdoors, including Victoria's waterways, we're anticipating that we'll see a significant increase in people recreating in and around water. Also contributing to this increase are people seeking a tree or a sea change and moving to regional areas with a variety of waterways, while others are seeking more remote locations still to avoid crowding. In response to this, we've identified the need for additional life-saving services outside traditional locations and times. The second challenge we've identified is the potential to see more people crowding at popular waterway locations. This crowding, we believe, will be due to several contributing factors, including mass gatherings at easily accessible and popular locations with public amenities. And also, with fewer overnight stay options in peak periods for holidaymakers, we anticipate this will prompt more day trips to a concentrated number of locations, including people who are reluctant to travel too far from home due to the likelihood of changes in COVID-19 restrictions and the impact on their travel plans. Another important factor to note is the density limits which are expected to be imposed on public pools, making them more likely to reach capacity on hot days and prompting people to visit other open waterways. The third challenge we have identified relates to so many people missing out on gaining those crucial water safety knowledge and skills. The contributing factors affecting this gap in knowledge and skills includes the more than 160,000 swimming lessons missed during each week of lockdown. This adds significantly to the 5.5 million lessons missed last year in 2020. Even when lessons can be conducted again, there will be an inability to keep up with demand due to a shortage of an estimated 1,800 swim teachers across the state. Lockdowns have already caused significant cancellation of school incursions and excursions for learning, swimming and water safety, and we expect to see ongoing financial uncertainty, staffing and other impacts from lockdowns continuing to contribute to people being unable to build their water safety knowledge and skills in the coming months. These elements all highlight the need for us to respond to communities that are less prepared to be safe in and around the water. The fourth challenge we identified for the upcoming season is the greater demand on and uncertainty for the lifesaving workforce and the need to support our lifesavers who are predominantly volunteers and casual staff. Several factors contributing to this demand and uncertainty include lockdowns impeding travel, inability to run large-scale training events, as well as limited access to facilities for summer preparations. The heightened statewide demand for lifesaving services and a longer lifesaving service season are also key factors here. The potential need to isolate locations or segments of the workforce based on emergence of exposure sites, as well as the possibility of an increase in other environmental events such as storm surges, shark activity, or consecutive days over 40 degrees, all place far greater demand on our lifesaving workforce. Not to mention the evolving vaccination approaches, timeframes and targets to moderate the COVID-19 related risks, which also contribute significantly to this challenge. The fifth and final interrelated challenge and response we identified is the impact of pandemic fatigue on water safety risk management. We expect there to be potential for complacency and risk-taking in and around the water this summer. This includes anything from reduced child supervision and increased alcohol consumption, as well as the potential for less cooperation with lifesavers and lifeguards, and misconceptions of their ability to enforce compliance with COVID-19 restrictions. We're also really mindful of the potential for inconsistent, mixed and competing messaging from multiple agencies to the community. These contributing factors all highlight the need for better coordination and localised prevention, preparedness and response arrangements. We're working through several actions in response to these challenges, some that are progressing on track and others that require more focused attention from key stakeholders. Those actions progressing on track include extending the lifesaving service season, including expanding lifeguards, rescue jet skis and aerial lifesaving services, refreshing our COVID-safe plans and resources across LSV and its 57 lifesaving clubs. We're working with the aquatics industry to implement early interventions to address the shortage of swim teachers. And we're also planning to enable recommencement of lifesaving membership and volunteer workforce feeder programs such as nippers and sporting events. And finally, we're providing support services, advocacy and resources to help reopen swimming pools following closures due to lockdowns. There are also a number of actions requiring more focused attention. These include implementing the Public Safety on Public Land and Waterways Summer Plan and working to ensure that this is picked up and adopted at both state and local levels. We also need to ensure that we work together to coordinate and disseminate consistent and accessible water safety messaging across all relevant agencies. And finally, we need to focus on catch-up programs for swimming and water safety education in schools. As you can see, the upcoming summer season will bring its various challenges, and our focus on our preparedness and our increased capability and capacity will put us in the best possible position to keep people safe around water. Thank you so much for your time, and I look forward to seeing you at the rest of the summit.
It's time again for another break before starting our final segment. Grab a drink or snack, catch up on emails, or settle in to watch some videos that we've put together for you. We'll see you shortly.
Hi everyone, I'm Tim Atkins from Lauderdale, and today I'd like to take you through some of the products that we have that are relevant to the aquatic industry. First up, our range of CPR mannequins. These are our QCPR mannequins, so quality CPR. We've got Little Ant QCPR, Little Junior QCPR, and the newest addition to our family is Little Baby QCPR. So when linked into the free to download apps for either Apple or Android devices, these mannequins will provide quantifiable, objective feedback on the CPR performance. So you'll get a breakdown of that CPR performance in terms of your compression depth, release, compression rate, time on chest and ventilations. That will all come out as a summative score. You can save results on your device. You can do screenshots and obviously send them off to your learners, etc. So great for CPR training or just refining your CPR skills. We've also got our airway management products, so the Bag 2, which is our manual disposable resuscitator. It comes in 5 sizes from adult down to neonatal. We also have a range of pocket masks with or without case and with or without oxygen port. And not to forget our spinal immobilisation range, backstrap spine board, and the Speed Blocks head immobiliser and strapping systems that go with those. All these products are available through Lifesaving Victoria. If you want more information, certainly check it out on our website. Thanks everyone.
Pool lifeguard training is a nationally recognised skill set. At LSV, we provide a range of flexible training options so we're able to meet the needs of everyone in the state. That takes each person's varying context into account. Our candidates come from a range of backgrounds, as do our trainers, and we're always finding new ways to adapt to provide the best training possible. We deliver our courses at pools across the state, both regionally and in metropolitan areas, on both weekends and throughout the week. Each candidate we train has the opportunity to save a life, and this is the most important thing, empowering others to build a stronger and safer community.
Hi, I'm Yvette Thomason, Managing Director of Waterlily Australia Proprietary Limited. We are the sole importer of the Lovibond brand of professional water testing products to the aquatics industry throughout Australia, New Zealand and the South Pacific. Founded in 1989, myself and our small and experienced team in all areas of water analysis offer the most appropriate instruments to the aquatics industry, ensuring that the instrument recommended is fit for purpose and is supported by local knowledge, technical support and excellent service. Tintometer in Dortmund, Germany have a long and successful history in water testing. There are very few companies that can look back over a history of over 130 years of success. The reason Tintometer can do this is due to the worldwide appreciation of their products, brought about by innovation and commitment to high quality standards in production and sales care. The brand Lovibond is known for exceptionally high quality water testing instruments and reagents. All products are manufactured in Germany to the highest technical standard. Lovibond instruments ensure accuracy and consistent results due to their stable, long-term components. With no moving parts and a high-precision optical system, the operator can be assured that they are getting the right result every time. Lovibond test methods are tried and trusted amongst aquatic centre operators worldwide. The test methods incorporated on Lovibond photometers conform to national and international standard methods for water analysis. This means that the test results are recognised and operators can trace the results back to these standard methods. If you're not already one of our very happy customers using Lovibond products, we would love to hear from you. We are delighted to share our product and technical knowledge and ensure you find the best instrument to suit your requirements. We look forward to assisting you.
Hi, I'm Yvette. I'm the sales manager here at Afflex Inflatables in Nelson, New Zealand. We're really proud to be supporting LSV and all the great work that they do. So we manufacture inflatables predominantly for commercial pools and aquatic centres. We also have a range of inflatables for water parks, whether that's the sea or the lake. And we have a range of land-based inflatables as well, whether that's slippery slides or our fun and fitness obstacles that can be used for recreation centres as well. We supply clients all around the world, and we work really closely with our customers to understand their pool size, their water depth, demographic and target age group so that we can match our inflatables to suit their needs. Whether that's a constant airflow inflatable for quick and easy setup, whether that's our sealed modular inflatables, which gives a bit more variety and people can add pieces to it in future, or whether it's a range of our ever popular sealed pool toys. We really make sure that they get what's suitable for their pool at the time. The main purpose of inflatables really is to bring more people to the pool, and whether that's enhancing their programs, getting kids in the pool for longer, and just the engagement and fun and building water confidence. We're really proud that all our products are manufactured here in New Zealand. We control everything from here. It's the sales, the design, the customer service, the manufacturing, quality control, it's all here in-house. Our customers are really at the moment focused on the recovery of their centres, and they're looking at investing in an inflatable to help bring the fun and energy back into their centre, whether that's through hiring the inflatable, birthday parties, family fun days. It's all about bringing the community together, getting that engagement in the pool and people having fun. With more people coming to the pool and people staying for longer, naturally centres will start to see that return on investment and start to see their centres flourish.
Hi everyone, Steve from Commercial Aquatics at Redevelopment. Our business specialises in the construction and maintenance of aquatic centres all around Victoria. We work on large council aquatic facilities, swim schools, hospitals and also water parks. The industry this year has been extremely busy with lots of many large projects reaching completion and also many more large tenders coming out for projects to be constructed in the next couple of years. We hope you've enjoyed the Aquatic Industry Summit, and we also thank Lifesaving Victoria for their assistance in the design and also their advice to ensure that facilities are safe for all patrons to enjoy. If you would like to get in contact with us, please reach out to us via the website or on LinkedIn. Have a great day.
LSV's Swim Teach course can lead to a rewarding career as a swim teacher. I love being a swim teacher because you have countless opportunities to make an impact on your students' lives. It's a lifelong skill that you're teaching and you're helping them be safe and enjoy their water experience.
Well, it's a different career set to what I used to do. So I was working in retail hospitality. I thought, why not do a swim teach course? My friends do it and they love it, and I wanted to give it a shot.
I'm doing the swimming teacher course because there aren't enough swimming teachers in regional Victoria.
This course is an accredited qualification and it is recognised nationally across schools, universities and the aquatic industry.
Hi, I'm Simon from Visual Culture, a Melbourne-based video production company. We've been proud to help Lifesaving Victoria produce a number of important pieces of video content. The 2020 and 2021 Awards of Excellence as a virtual awards ceremony, video-based training modules for online learning courses, We're currently in the process of developing an important recruitment series for the aquatic industry. We've even provided guidance and equipment for the LSV team to produce their own content. Finally, we've helped produce the Aquatic Industry Summit that you're watching now, as this essential information must be delivered to a wide audience of industry peers. Over the past 2 years, communication with your team, partners and the public shouldn't be halted, as video content is the most important form of communication, allowing everyone to engage with important messages while being based remotely. Please reach out if you'd like to find out more about how we've helped LSV with their video content, or perhaps you're keen to discuss ideas about how your organisation can benefit from more video content.
Aquatic centres can save thousands of dollars each year and reduce their carbon footprint by leveraging the latest technology and solutions for energy efficiency. The energy efficiency experts at EcoSave can work with aquatic centre owners and operators to implement innovative, practical and robust energy efficiency solutions. Since 2002, EcoSave has helped thousands of organisations to reduce their energy costs and carbon emissions across Australia, New Zealand and the United States. Our team of energy efficiency specialists have extensive experience in aquatic centres, having worked with some of the largest and most well-known centres and pools in Australia. Our engineering-based holistic approach to energy savings is combined with an integrated services model to provide you with a tailored end-to-end solution to meet your sustainability objectives. We start with a free site assessment, a comprehensive engineering review of your facilities and operations. We then design and implement a package of solutions engineered to maximise your return on investment. EcoSave can even fully pay for the energy efficiency upgrades and maintain the equipment through an energy services agreement. The projects we implement are performance-based and the savings are guaranteed. This means that you don't need to worry about the financial, technical or performance risks of the projects we implement. To learn more about how to reduce energy costs and carbon emissions at your facility, you can download a free video presentation at our website. To book a consultation and a site assessment, go to ecosave.com.au/LSV-aquatic or call EcoSave today on 1300 55 7764.
Hi guys, Dave Florence, General Manager of Business Development Marketing from Cleaning Melbourne. We're a commercial cleaning company servicing a myriad of different clients in the aquatic and leisure space, and we've recently partnered with Lifesaving Victoria to help support their Swim Safe campaign. We also want to look to help support a lot of your facilities out there return to operation and get people back swimming and using the gym and getting fit. We can look to do this through 4 different ways and simple steps. One of those ways is to make sure that the general cleaning requirements are up to scratch. Make sure all those areas are swept and mopped and looking nice and sharp, ready for people to come back into your facilities. Secondly, look at what's required from a periodical point of view. Does the change rooms need a deep scrub? Does the pool need a pressure wash? Those high dusting points, make sure the entry points are all nice and clean and looking presentable, ready for people to come back in and be wowed and ready to go. Thirdly, high touch points. There is a lot of those high touch points scattered throughout the facilities. Things like door handles, pressure plates, toilet flushes, bench tops, pens, computers, all those sorts of things that need to be made sure they're disinfected frequently using a hospital grade disinfectant. We've got the services and the means to be able to do this for you, and you can simply get in touch with us to help support that. Lastly, we need to look at what's required from a hygienic point of view. Any of those equipment that might need to help provide dispensers for sanitizer, disinfection kits for the gyms to make sure equipment is nice and clean and hygienically safe, and to give your members that peace of mind and make sure that their area is nice and clean and ready for the next person that comes along. Again, we can look to help provide a lot of these different kits of equipment, in particular those dispensers that are touch-free, which is recommended from the Victorian Health Department, and automatic dispensers. We can also look to provide those disinfection kits and make sure that your places are ready to go. If you want any more information on this or to get in touch, we can help come in and provide a different report with providing some recommendations and opportunities to help provide some areas of hygienically clean facilities. Get in touch with us at 1300 Be Clean or contact me at dave.florence@cleaningmelbourne.net.au.
Welcome back to the Lifesaving Victoria Aquatic Industry Summit. I hope you've had a nice break. Welcome also to those who are just tuning in. Please make sure you get involved in the chat to show your support to our presenters. Lachlan Chapman is a Health Protection Officer in the Water Unit at the Victorian Department of Health. Lachlan is a qualified environmental health officer with local government experience at both regional and metropolitan councils. He provides guidance and support to local government and the aquatics industry to minimise public health risks related to aquatic facilities. Kelly Daly is a Water Project Officer in the Water Unit at the Victorian Department of Health. Kelly has a background in environmental science and is responsible for running the department's Healthy Swim program.
Good afternoon everyone, my name's Kelly Daly. I'm a Water Project Officer in the Water Unit, and today I have with me my colleague Lachlan Chapman. He's a Health Protection Officer also in the Water Unit. Today we'll be taking you through our presentation on managing water quality and public health risks in relation to water quality guidelines and the restart information for aquatic facility operators. So I just quickly want to acknowledge the traditional owners on the lands that we're all meeting today and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, and also extend that respect to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people here with us today. So I'll just be taking you through the overview of this presentation. So firstly, I'll be taking you through the healthy swimming practices and operations for reopening. Lachlan will be taking you through the governance Victorian aquatic facilities and their roles and responsibilities. And Lachlan will also be taking you through aquatic facilities provision of the Public Health and Wellbeing Regulations for 2019 and the water quality guidelines to enhance public health protection. And then this will all be summarised at the end. With the summer period approaching and aquatic facilities reopening, there are some key points aquatic facility operators and staff should be mindful of. These include having aquatic facility restart guidance on hand and knowing what is required of aquatic facility operators to do when reopening. There should also be advocating healthy swimming practices around your facility as well. But I'll go into more details about this. So health risks associated with poorly maintained pools come from microbes that are introduced when people enter the pool or from the environment. Cryptosporidium is one of these infectious microbes. Ingestion of as few as 10 to 30 viable oocytes can cause gastro illness. This just means that a small amount of contamination can cause a significant public health risk. Cryptosporidium enters the pool most likely through people who are swimming, and on average, people shed around 0.14 grams of poo on their bodies at any given time. This means from poo, Cryptosporidium can be entered into the pool. The organism is extremely chlorine resistant and can survive in pool water for some time. Secondary disinfection or filtration is required to remove Cryptosporidium oocytes, and this can take some time. As you can see in the slide, there's the healthy swimming survey results. In 2019 to 2020, we had our healthy swimming trial, and here we just recorded some of the data from people's knowledge on healthy swimming behaviours. Just some examples, we found that 59% of people are not showering with soap before they go for a swim, and 30% of people are also not changing nappies in nappy changing areas. This just means that there's still a ways to go in regards to changing people's swimming behaviours. How are we going to keep our aquatic facilities safe and clean this summer? So the best way to make sure your facility stays safe and clean is to promote swimmer behaviour changes by following the 5 healthy swimming steps. These activities reduce the number of harmful microbes going into the pool and reduce the public health risks associated with public aquatic facilities. For example, when reopening your facility, if your showers or change rooms are closed, swimmers can be encouraged to have a pre-swim shower at home. The 5 healthy swimming steps encourage the use of soap when you have a shower before you go for a swim, change of nappies in nappy changing areas. This also includes using swim nappies for very young children, not swimming in pools if you've had diarrhea in the last 14 days, and that is a very important point. It is also important that operators and staff are telling parents to supervise their children, as most cryptosporidium outbreaks are linked to very young children groups, or in some cases elderly people. This is why in the slide you can see that some of our resources are made for learn to swim schools, like the sticker. This is just to encourage younger people to practice healthy swimming behaviours. As you can see from the slide, there are resources available from our website. These are free to download and can be printed, and the delivery is also free for these. With the current climate, prolonged pool closures have occurred. Aquatic facilities should be mindful when reopening, as their aquatic facilities were not designed to be shut down for that long. The Department of Health Public Aquatic Facility Restart document should be used by pool operators and staff when reopening their facilities. Some key points from this include ensuring that chemicals are stocked in advance to account for the startup usage required for pools and to cater for the possible delay in deliveries of chemicals. Ensure the safe and correct use and storage of disinfectants in accordance with relevant legislation to maintain a safe workplace and safe environment for bathers. Inspect the conditions of circulation pumps, drainers, dosing pumps, injection points, water chemistry controllers, heaters and all other plant room requirements after a prolonged facility shutdown. Ensure that all equipment is carefully inspected and process control instruments are calibrated to ensure operating targets as specified within the operator's manual. And lastly, ensure any stagnant water or biofilms has been removed, including within the filtration system, pipeworks, dead ends and sumps. And that one is important to remember. Right now, there has never been a better time for aquatic facilities to achieve best practice in water quality risk management and to improve swimming behaviours. Even with all of our resources available, we still need to make sure our pools are operating safely when reopening. It is essential that water quality is maintained moving forward. Lockie will now take a closer look at how the regulations and water quality guidelines help us to maintain healthy, safe pools for everyone.
Thanks, Kelly. With most pools either recently reopening or preparing to open shortly, this really is an excellent opportunity to check in on the regulations and the water quality guidelines. As the regulations and the water quality guidelines have been in place for a while now, I'm sure you'll have some familiarity with them. Today we'll summarise some of the key compliance areas and advise you on some supporting resources. It's important to remember that the purpose of the regulations and the water quality guidelines is to protect public health. Firstly, we will review the governance structure of public aquatic facilities in Victoria. The Department of Health sets the regulatory framework and reviews the legislative requirements relating to public health risks from aquatic facilities. The Department develops guidance for both councils and aquatic facility operators to help facilitate compliance with the Public Health and Wellbeing Act 2008 and the Public Health and Wellbeing Regulations 2019. In relation to outbreaks, the Department works alongside Council in a coordination and management role. Councils are the regulators of aquatic facilities. They conduct routine inspections and respond to complaints, incidents, or outbreaks of illness. Council Environmental Health Officers, or EHOs, also play an important educational role in supporting aquatic facilities. All Category 1 aquatic facilities should now be registered with their local council. This includes all public aquatic centres. For more detail on this, please refer to the supporting resources available on the department's website. Aquatic facilities are responsible for complying with the Act, the regulations, and the water quality guidelines. For Category 1 aquatic facilities, the registration holder has the ultimate responsibility for ensuring the standards and requirements for a Category 1 aquatic facility are complied with. The aquatic facility operator also has a duty to ensure the standards and requirements are met. The regulations and the water quality guidelines help us to maintain water quality, and there are many reasons why water quality is important. Good water quality helps protect the health of pool users, in particular vulnerable people such as young children and the elderly. Maintaining good water quality also has reputational and financial benefits, as it enhances the user experience and can prevent unnecessary pool closures. For full details on the regulations and the water quality guidelines, please refer to these documents directly. The guidance resources on the department's website are also helpful. The relationship between the regulations and the water quality guidelines is important to understand. This is detailed by Regulation 46, Duty to Minimise Risks. An aquatic facility operator must manage the risks to human health arising from pathogenic microorganisms in the water in the aquatic facility in accordance with these regulations and the water quality guidelines. The water quality guidelines state some clear requirements, but also include recommendations to help aquatic facilities manage their risks. It's essential that aquatic facility operators fulfill their duty to minimise the risks to human health. Operational monitoring is the ongoing real-time testing of pool water quality, whereas verification monitoring is the submission of water samples for laboratory analysis. Here we can see how this regulation leads to a public health benefit. Operational monitoring helps protect public health because it allows aquatic facility operators to take remedial actions in a timely manner. The regulations require chemical parameters to be tested at specific intervals. Free chlorine, total chlorine, and pH must be tested every 4 hours and immediately before the pool opens for the day. The combined chlorine also needs to be calculated. This is measured as the difference between the free chlorine and the total chlorine. It needs to always be less than the free chlorine, and less than 1 mg per litre at least once in 24 hours. The total alkalinity of the water needs to be tested weekly, and if cyanuric acid is used, it needs to be tested monthly. The majority of aquatic facilities use chlorine as their primary disinfectant. Bromine treatment is an alternative, but it's not commonly used. In this example, the public health benefit is clearly evident. Maintaining a free chlorine residual at 1 mg per litre inactivates viruses and bacteria that can cause disease. It's important to note that when cyanuric acid is used to stabilise pool water, free chlorine needs to be maintained at a minimum of 2 mg per litre. Turbidity is the cloudiness of water due to the presence of extremely fine particulate matter. This example demonstrates that when aquatic facility water has good clarity, chlorine can work effectively as a disinfectant, as opposed to when water clarity is poor, which makes chlorine less effective and increases the risks of pathogens within the water. Water in the aquatic facility needs to be clear enough that the floor, lane markings, or any object placed on the floor would be clearly visible from all sides. Pool water clarity needs to be regularly monitored and recorded daily, as turbidity can signal potential issues with filtration and flow rates, filter breakthrough, or poor backwash routines. Aquatic facilities need to maintain records of all monitoring and test results, as well as any necessary corrective actions. By keeping records for 12 months, aquatic facilities will be better able to identify and address any water quality issues or trends that may arise. It also helps aquatic facilities to demonstrate evidence of their duty of care. In the event of any suspected outbreak of disease, or in response to non-compliance, records will enable aquatic facilities to demonstrate the actions they have taken to maintain good water quality. All public aquatic facilities must have a water quality risk management plan. The water quality guidelines detail what must be included within the plan. This includes staff responsibilities, facility details, water quality targets, an assessment of risks, monitoring details, incident response procedures, and data recording. The department's website has a template and guide available to assist aquatic facilities to prepare a water quality risk management plan. It is important that all staff with any relevant duties are familiar with their responsibilities within the plan. Training is essential to ensure staff are competent in their roles. With the challenges of the last 2 years and the existing challenge of staff turnover, it is important to upskill staff wherever possible. Staff need to be trained on the internal procedures of the facility, but should also undertake formal external training. The level of necessary training is dependent on the responsibilities of the staff member. At a minimum, aquatic facility staff should complete a short course offered by an industry body or registered training organisation. When staff have received training, they are more likely to contribute to good water quality risk management practices. Aquatic facility operators and managers of public aquatic facilities need to complete a higher level of training. It is strongly recommended they complete a Certificate 3 or 4 in swimming pool and spa service. Aquatic facilities must comply with the microbiological parameters provided within the regulations. For all water samples, E. coli and Pseudomonas aeruginosa must not be detected in 100 ml of water, and the heterotrophic colony count must be less than 100 colony-forming units per mil. Maintaining aquatic facility water within these chemical parameters will help prevent microbiological issues occurring. The presence of the free chlorine residual is critical to preventing microbiological growth. As referred to in the previous slides, the regulations include specific criteria for routine chemical monitoring, and these need to be complied with. To confirm aquatic facility water is within the microbiological parameters, verification monitoring samples need to be submitted to a NATO-accredited laboratory. The table from the Water Quality Guidelines details the risk profiles of various pools and spas. The risk profiles are based on expected user groups and bather loading levels, with consideration given to vulnerable people such as young children and the elderly. The frequencies of verification monitoring depends on the risk profile of the facility. Aquatic facility operators need to apply a risk-based approach to this. For example, it is evident that a learn-to-swim pool provides a greater water quality risk than a diving pool. This should be taken into account when planning verification monitoring. Low to medium risk facilities should submit samples to a NATO-accredited laboratory on a quarterly basis, whereas high-risk facilities should submit monthly samples. In peak season, when bather numbers significantly increase, medium-risk facilities should also be sampled monthly. By following these recommended verification monitoring frequencies, aquatic facilities can demonstrate compliance with the required microbiological parameters. It is important to note that the guidelines also recommend verification monitoring of some chemical parameters. Chloramines should be monitored at the same frequency as microbiological parameters, as should ozone if it is used. The department has many helpful resources available online. All of these documents are accessible once you navigate to the department's Aquatic Facilities page. It is here where you can access the Water Quality Guidelines and the Water Quality Risk Management Plan, template and guide. You will also find the healthy swimming resources here and the incident response procedures. A helpful document to be aware of is the key regulatory compliance requirements for Category 1 and 2 aquatic facilities. We haven't covered all of the regulations and the Water Quality Guidelines today. Please familiarise yourselves with these documents further and check in with them when you need to. To briefly summarise, the regulations and the Water Quality Guidelines are more than simply a regulatory framework. They are an excellent resource that allows us all to play our role in maintaining water quality and protecting the health of pool users. As more aquatic facilities return to operation, it's a great opportunity to make sure our pools remain a healthy and safe environment for everyone, from the promotion of healthy swimming resources right through to all staff having an understanding of water quality risk management. Your local council's environmental health team are an excellent resource for guidance on water quality. You can also get in contact with us at the department's water unit. For COVID-19 related information, please visit the coronavirus.vic.gov.au website. There is specific sports and recreation sector guidance available. Thank you for listening to Callie and I today. We hope you enjoy the rest of the summit.
Kevin is the manager of Lifesave Victoria's public training team. He is responsible for the management, development and growth of LSV's public training services to support the aquatic industry. Kevin is an accomplished learning professional, having worked over the past 11 years across many industry sectors, supporting best practice training solutions. Prior to joining the team in February 2021, Kevin consulted on various LSV learning products, including the award-winning LSV Everyday Lifesaver app, the blended Pool Lifeguard program, Aquatic Risk Awareness course, and many others.
In this presentation, we'll cover key updates for public training at Lifesaving Victoria. These include an overview of our flexible course delivery options, online professional development, the support and value we offer to the industry, the post-COVID landscape, and then briefly wrapping up with pool lifeguard, swim teacher, and aquatic technical operator training. So let's jump right in. Starting off with a flexible approach, LSV has a host of new flexible course delivery options. These include online or blended components that shorten the course duration of a standard face-to-face course and are available for 90% of the courses we offer. This also applies to our new Mental Health First Aid course developed by Mental Health First Aid Australia. These recently launched updates have created our best courses to date, and in addition to practical classroom or pool training, consist of engaging, interactive online learning modules. In this table, you can see the comparison between the completion times for our blended versus face-to-face only courses. Blended courses offer significant time-saving value without compromising the quality of the learning. Additionally, we also offer other innovative solutions that allow candidates to complete their CPR or first aid training completely remotely from the comfort of their own home. These are called our at-home courses. It's a great way to train, and all you need is a computer and a camera. LSV will supply the rest with a kit of items mailed directly to your door. For more information on our recent developments, please visit our website or check out the LSV training portal to enroll in a course today. Now let's talk about online professional development. We have a range of online PD opportunities for staff and volunteers working in the leisure sector. These include the following initiatives. Free cultural competency online training. Made available thanks to the support of the Royal Life Saving Society, New South Wales, and SBS, this training provides valuable knowledge on how increasing organizational diversity makes businesses stronger. We need centers to aim for 75% of their staff to complete the course to be considered a culturally qualified facility. Once achieved, LSV will provide marketing material to be used across social media and your website. Next up, we have conflict management. Developed by the Royal Life Saving Society Australia, the conflict management online training course was specifically designed for the aquatics industry. It focuses on effective communication, managing challenging situations, and customer service. This scenario-based course can be booked individually or coordinated by your aquatic facility. Then we have the Mental Health e-learning program, or mHelp. We'd like to acknowledge the work of the Belgravia Foundation, who launched this industry-specific mental health e-learning program. It's a cutting-edge program designed for the leisure and community support sectors and equips workers or volunteers with strategies to support themselves and the mental health of others. The course is completely free and can again be accessed from our portal. Lastly, we have a library of LSV training videos available on our YouTube channel, and we're currently in the process of releasing even more online professional development opportunities, so stay tuned. Moving on to support and value, LSV is proud to support the aquatic industry via multiple initiatives and programs that have been rolled out over the past year. First up is the Pool Lifeguard Qualification Extension. We fully support the National Aquatic Industry Committee position relating to extensions due to COVID-19. For Victoria, this means that extensions for pool lifeguard qualifications mirror the length of the lockdown starting from the date which facilities can reopen. It's important to note, however, that this does not apply to a lifeguard's CPR qualification, as these can be maintained remotely via at-home courses. For aquatic course discounts, last year LSV offered a 25% discount on all aquatic courses to reduce the impact of cost as a barrier to entry. This year we offered free swim teacher training to combat the ongoing swim teacher shortage by partnering with key organizations across the industry and delivering free courses across multiple locations. We've also enacted a current price freeze, keeping our prices the same to help support the community and our training partners. Another recently launched initiative is our push for training exemptions. Noting that lifeguards and swim teachers are such a vital part of the community, we've requested an exemption from the Department of Health to open 3 metropolitan aquatic facilities immediately. This would enable us to deliver vital aquatic safety and first responder training as soon as possible. We also launched 2 new mental health first aid courses this year. Developed by Mental Health First Aid Australia and delivered by our accredited instructors, these courses are designed to teach participants how to assist people who are developing or experiencing a mental health crisis. To celebrate this launch, 4 free courses were offered in support of this important initiative. Further to this, we continue to regularly host our free aquatic fitness and recreation industry professional development series with both pool safety and swimming and water safety streams, and we rebuilt our CPR, first aid, and ATO courses. For CPR and first aid, we've updated the curriculum in line with the new Australian Resuscitation Council guidelines, made the e-learning more effective and classroom-based activities more efficient for our blended versions, and since the 1st of July, all candidates completing these courses are receiving the latest unit codes. The ATO course saw a revamp too, with the initiation of a pre-course e-learning component that takes the course down from a 3-day face-to-face course to a 2-day blended course. We're very excited about the support and value that LSV has to offer, and will continue to roll out improvements and initiatives on a regular basis. Now let's touch on the post-COVID landscape. In line with government recommendations, LSV has made the decision that our clients, particularly in the aquatic industry, would fit into a category requiring vaccinations. We know there will be hurdles, but with vaccinations being a key part of the easing of restrictions and public health, we're committed to this path. We also encourage venues to be forward-thinking and organized for their training requirements. We understand the access challenges and know that it's hard for facilities to get space, but we can't deliver training without pools. If your venue is open, we encourage you to get in touch to organize your venue-specific training requirements as soon as possible. When it comes to COVID safe, LSV has a comprehensive plan in place for how our organization operates and how we deliver training. These actions help prevent the transmission of COVID-19 and include measures such as reduced course sizes, physical distancing, density limits, personal protective equipment, cleaning, and disinfection. The safety of candidates, clients, and staff is paramount. We'd also like to applaud those facilities and venues who are taking all practical and mandated efforts to prevent viral spread. For CPR qualifications, as mentioned earlier, while pool lifeguards have had their qualifications extended, it's important to note that extensions do not apply to the CPR component of their qualification. CPR requalification guidelines are set by the Australian Resuscitation Council, and lifeguards need to do these every 12 months. We have an online CPR course that can be done completely at home, or facilities should organize training at their earliest convenience. When it comes to top tips for industry, we recommend you plan early, particularly outdoor pools. Try not to wait until the last minute, even if it means people are training earlier this season. Don't forget about the e-learning on blended courses. It's vital to complete the e-learning prior to attending any classroom sessions. We've rejigged the CPR and first aid courses to make them more efficient and more cost-effective, but the e-learning is absolutely mandatory. When it comes to aquatic technical operators, pool operators now have a legal obligation to manage the risks that are explained in the Department of Health water quality guidelines and ensure that they have adequately trained staff. We've received feedback from our technical committee, and facilities should develop a structure that ensures someone is immediately available or readily on call to be able to undertake responsive actions. It's proposed that facilities develop a core group of qualified staff whose rosters can be managed effectively. We're looking forward to getting back to business as usual. We're ready, we're vaxxed, and we can't wait. We will come back as an industry. We've done it once, and we'll do it again. Everyone is working as fast as they can, including training partners, industry, and peak bodies. Moving on to training in one place, lifeguards. LSV provides a complete ecosystem when it comes to providing lifeguards with all the tools they need to maintain currency and keep their skills up to date. This includes providing full and update pool lifeguard courses, facility in-service training workshops to meet GSPO guidelines, first aid and CPR qualifications, and various PD opportunities that we touched on earlier. For swim teachers, we take the same approach. We're a one-stop shop for all swim teacher training needs. In addition to our main swim teacher course, we also offer 2 new extension courses, Teacher of Infant and Toddler and Teacher of People with a Disability. These courses offer a fantastic way for swim teachers to expand their capabilities for teaching different audience groups. Becoming a swim teacher with LSV also offers a huge range of benefits, which include free access to LSV public CPR courses, a 50% discount on LSV public first aid courses, free LSV 3-yearly membership, free access to online professional development, and free first license following the attendance at an LSV course, and much more. When it comes to aquatic technical operator training, LSV is leading the way in this space too. Our new flagship 2-day blended ATO course is being rolled out right now with variations available for council environmental health officers and a standalone pool water testing course. Thanks so much for the time you've taken out of your busy schedules to attend this event, and the LSV public training team is at your service. Please don't hesitate to contact us through training@lsv.com.au or by phone on 03 9676 6950. Thanks again.
Sheila Langley has over 2 decades of experience in the aquatics and recreation industry. Having been a volunteer and professional athlete across both Royal and Surf Lifesaving respectively in New South Wales and Victoria, her aquatic environment experience is broad. Sheila's history reflects that of considerable interest and commitment to personal and professional development, water safety, and aquatic industry operations. She has gained respect in the industry in Victoria and internationally, notably in Sri Lanka for her work in drowning prevention over the past decade and her ability to motivate and develop others. Sheila has been with LSV for 10 years as a trainer, pool safety assessor, industry service coordinator, and is currently the industry development coordinator, which sees her focus on supporting the industry beyond the quals.
Hi everyone, I am Sheila Langley, LSV's Industry Development Coordinator, which sees me focus on supporting our industry beyond the quals. I'm sorry that we can't be together right now, but so happy to still be able to connect with you. Our vision is to support and develop our people, and in 2022, can you believe it, we look to expand our Beyond the Quals offerings to the aquatic industry. The past 2 years have been incredibly challenging for our Victorian aquatic industry, which has faced extended shutdowns with uncertainty. Now, we reflect on this difficult time and look ahead to how we can continue to support you to connect and build your people with the essential skills to reopen and operate in the new normal. Here is a snapshot of what lies ahead for Beyond the Quals. Continuing our established programs, come connect, share and grow at Blue Connections, our quarterly networking PD series. And on the back end of AFAR, upskill and network with like-minded peers through our targeted industry PD masterclass series. Then, announcing our upcoming new industry leadership support programs. We are thrilled to deliver Fundamentals of Management, our 5-week middle management program. Plus, the Mindfulness program, our 8-week psychological resilience program for industry leaders and your teams. And finally, stay connected through these opportunities as part of our Beyond the Quals suite. Our annual Movember mental health awareness and support campaign. Pink Patrol, our female operational recognition and awareness initiative. Ready to Lead, our female leadership program. Building Leaders Scholarship, our senior youth development program. And the Pride March. March with us alongside our emergency service partner agencies for LGBTQI+ recognition and awareness. To better understand how we can work with your teams to deliver these offerings and tailored programs to you beyond the quals, contact our learning and development team for a consultation. Now, here's a taster of our final Blue Connections event for 2021 from Martin Heppel at the Resilience Project. Stay safe, everyone, and stay connected. We look forward to seeing you soon.
Check this out. On the 4th of November, I'm going to be presenting to you for the Blue Connection series. Listen, seriously, it's going to be the worst session out of all the 4. No, I know. What's he saying? But do you know who else is presenting? Ben Crow. He's a jet. Taylor House, she's amazing. Craig Harper, phenomenal. And then you got some flog called Martin Heppel. It's a nightmare. Now, listen, if you're going to miss one out of the 4, this is the one to miss, okay? This is the one to miss. However, if you've watched everything on Netflix, yeah, you've seen everything on Stan for the past 2 years, you've been doing nothing but Zoom sessions, yeah, and you're over it. Now, over it, then this is the one to miss. But if you've got nothing else to do, maybe on the 4th of November, rock on up. We'll see how we go. I'm going to talk to you about positive mental wellbeing strategies. I'm going to talk to you about the things that you can do for yourselves as individuals, but also for all your loved ones, the people that you care about. Hey, look forward to seeing you, hopefully face to face. I don't know. I'm tipping it's not going to happen. But you know what? If it does, I would not turn up, because if it does happen where it's face to face, I might lose my mind, because I haven't seen many human beings in the last 2 years face to face. All right. So, hey, if you're not doing anything on the 4th of November, would love to see you rock on up. Hey, take care, everyone. I hope you're all really well. Thanks so much for your time. My name's Martin from the Resilience Project. Cheers.
John Summers is an accomplished and senior operational leader with 30 years management experience within the leisure sector. John is the founding director of Leisure Management Excellence, a company he established in early 2018 that provides consultancy services, specialising in feasibility studies, strategic and operational plans, master planning and contract management support for the aquatic and recreation sector. Previous to the establishment of Leisure Management Excellence, John was an executive officer where he managed over 50 aquatic and recreation facilities for YMCA Victoria. John was recently appointed the chair of Lifesaving Victoria's Aquatic Education and Industry Engagement Council.
Welcome. I'm looking forward to sharing with you an initiative of Lifesaving Victoria which is called the Rejuvenating Regional Public Pools Program. It's a program that's been developed by Lifesaving Victoria in recognition of the challenges of ageing infrastructure in regional pools across the state. My name is John Summers. I'm with Leisure Management Excellence, and Lifesaving Victoria have engaged me to work with them to bring this program to fruition. What is this program? It's about addressing the challenges confronted by regional Victoria in the ageing infrastructure of aquatic leisure facilities. So some of the key elements of this program is a scalable modular facility, low cost relative to some of the current developments, and a facility that does meet a number of other key community outcomes that we believe are important to councils. The facility is multifunctional, that the principles of universal design apply, that the environmental impact is minimal, and that their place is safe for the community and for young people, that local construction and employment is an important part of the program, and a sustainable business model, which I'll discuss in some detail, because really the concept is very much focused on trying to ensure that the cost of the capital as well as the ongoing operational performance are sustainable and palatable to councils. The reality is that there's around about 288 public pools made available by local government across Victoria, and 75% of those are in regional Victoria. Unfortunately, many of them are within 30, 40 or 50 years of age, and therefore they are deteriorating in terms of the infrastructure and as their ability to cater for the needs of the community. There's no need for me, I don't think, to actually preach, no doubt, to the converted about the importance of these aquatic facilities, and despite the fact that they're ageing, they are extremely important and really provide a place for social connection within the community, certainly opportunities for addressing health needs, and the really important issue of responding to the need for Children's Learn to Swim program, as well as a range of other opportunities as shared with you there. So needless to say, we're all convinced about the importance of these facilities, but there are current challenges. Certainly one of the key things is that these facilities are now 30, 40, 50 years of age, and that presents a range of challenges in the ongoing operation of them. This relates to the accessibility to the pools, as well as building requirements and health and safety standards. Many of these pools struggling to meet these requirements, as well as they are in regards to the community expectations, which are ever increasing. There's another challenge, which is the access to qualified and experienced staff, particularly in regional Victoria. This is an ongoing challenge that facilities are being confronted by. And really the two that I wanted to focus in on today was the increasing capital investment associated with maintaining the facilities or replacing these facilities, as well as the ongoing and operating costs, which continue to increase and place even greater pressure on local governments within regional Victoria. So, needless to say, most council would love a new aquatic leisure facility, but it's really due to these challenges, the capital costs and the ongoing operating performances, that inhibits probably a lot of rejuvenation. And this is what Lifesaving Victoria, along with hopefully my support, that we can facilitate some discussion with local councils to explore opportunities for these facilities to be built. I suppose some of the hesitancy about pursuing these redevelopments is generally that not only is there a large capital outlay, but as we increasingly hear some real challenges about the operating performances, just two that I just wanted to share with you here is one facility which is actually probably the more attractive catchment, having a $750,000 deficit per year, in contrast to a $150,000 deficit per year. And these are the sorts of variances I'm quite familiar with right across the state. And certainly this relates to indoor facilities, but certainly there's a variance when it comes to outdoor facilities as well. And some of the publicly available information that is self-reported by local government also highlights this real discrepancy between the operating performances of current facilities. And within the slide that appears before you right now, you can see that there are some facilities or some council areas in which the operating deficit or operating subsidy per visit is around the $2, $3 or $4 mark. They predominantly are indoor facilities, and then you've got those that are up around about the $30 mark, and that's a $30 subsidy paid by that council per visit. And they're generally outdoor facilities, and it's probably fair to say correlates with a community which is probably a smaller catchment. So we'll explore some of the reasons why there might be these key variances in a moment, but really I wanted to share with you now this modular model that we are proposing. And when I say propose, we're really facilitating conversation to explore an alternate to the current model, which is really about we want this, we want this, we want this, and all of a sudden we find we've got a $20, $30 or $40 million facility. We believe this modular model is certainly providing councils with another option. We're not selling the module, we're not actually fairy godmothers and have the funding for the capital, but we certainly believe it's an opportunity that we'd like to explore with councils that might be interested in those conversations. So as you can see, it's not going to win any architectural awards, but we would like to think it would actually respond to the demands that would exist within the community, particularly in relation to the learn to swim opportunities, water therapy and health and fitness, as well as some of those other multi-purpose opportunities. As far as those ongoing operating expenses and that variance of that $750,000 to $150,000, there's certainly some factors that are outside of a council's control, needless to say, the size of the catchment that they work within and the profile of that catchment. The socio-economics of that area also has an impact on the operating performance of these facilities. Probably the next 4 points, they relate more to the build, and we'd like to think that we can address that through the model that we're proposing in regards to obviously the location. That has a pretty significant impact, but the quality of the facility, we believe, whilst the modular model, and we're working with architects right now, that it really is still going to be a high quality finish and facility for that particular local community. And certainly the maintenance and the utilities, that's commensurate with the actual size of the facility. And really one of the principles of the model that we're proposing is that you build the facility in line with the demands upon the facility, rather than perhaps what we might often see these days, a bit of a cookie cutter as far as the facilities, the 25 metre, the 6 lane, the 300 square metre gym, regardless of the size of the community which it's to serve. We believe also there's a range of variables that are open to councils to consider when determining which are likely to impact upon the performance of a facility, whether that's a current facility right now or one that's being proposed for the future. And that relates to the fees that are charged, the wages structure, certainly the terms and conditions of the wages which are payable, the program range, and maybe there's an 80-20 principle rule that might be considered. The hours of operations are a really important one, and I relate back to that $750,000 deficit operation and $150,000 deficit operation. Certainly the $750,000 operates 90 hours per week. The $150,000 operates for only around about 30 to 35 hours per week. So we're certainly eager to challenge some of the principles that may be in place at present within current operating environments within regional Victorian aquatic leisure facilities. And competition, you might say you mightn't have a lot of control over that, but we would like to facilitate some of the conversation that looks some innovative approaches to working with competition rather than competition with competition. So we're really wanting to challenge some of the thinking that currently applies to the operation of local government aquatic leisure facilities. And so we want to explore innovative new management models. And that's not just looking at the contrast between in-house and outsourcing, but really looking at incorporated associations, wholly subsidiary companies of council. And also we want to explore leases and subleases and how that might be an opportunity for council to minimise their expenses and do so in the context of community partnerships and commercial partnerships. And I suppose, once again, really challenging councils to consider how their operating model might be responsive to the catchment population they have to serve. So maybe challenging about the number of hours that the aquatic facility is open, exploring 24/7 gyms, looking at opportunities to actually open in accordance with the demand that exists, and maybe looking at a communal booking program, looking at volunteers and looking at ancillary programs. So some of these would be explored to try to establish what may be a more palatable operating deficit for a facility in a regional area. So it is a disruptive model. Let's not beat around the bush. We're really saying that rather than what we're proposing is maybe what the community needs, not what the community wants, and that it really is having those conversations and, you know, strike me down with lightning, but really leaving the community consultation till later on when there's a finely tuned model that might have been developed, particularly for that council area, really being responsive to the catchment that it has available to serve. So if there is a council that is interested, as I said, Lifesaving Victoria, it's an initiative of Lifesaving Victoria. Myself, John Summers from Leisure Management Excellence, I've been engaged to work with the LSV, and really we're inviting councils and for a free feasibility study, nothing's free but this one is, regarding an initial conversation with councils who might like to understand a little bit more about this whole concept of how a facility might be built in their area at that $9, $10, $11 million mark, and for an operating deficit close to 150, 200,000. Needless to say, that's dependent on the catchment, but to explore it further and to really have those initial conversations with myself and representatives LSV to understand what the local conditions are, any non-negotiables, some of the things that we might suggest mightn't be palatable, and that's fine, but to really then understand what the lay of the land is locally. We would then develop a high-level feasibility study and really do some number crunching. We've created a financial model to share with the interested councils to then understand whether there is that opportunity for a new facility, whether it be a new facility or a replacement of a current facility, whether that be an indoor or an outdoor facility. If you are interested in this initiative, then I would invite you to contact myself. My details there up on the slide, as are Alex from Lifesaving Victoria, and we can have that initial conversation to understand the lay of the land and whether the sort of program that we're proposing is going to be applicable within your particular area. And if so, then we'd be more than happy to come out and visit you when permits permit and have this conversation. Thank you for the opportunity.
Alex is the Executive General Manager of Recreation of YMCA Victoria, who operates over 80 facilities throughout Victoria. Her portfolio also includes the leadership and operation of the South Australia Aquatic and Leisure Centre. Alex holds an MBA and Master of Policy and Politics and is a graduate of the Australian Institute of Company Directors. She's also a non-executive director of Gymnastics Victoria and Skate Australia, and in the past was the first female board chair of Disability Sport and Recreation. Alex resides in Melbourne with her husband and two small children, Teddy and Remy. Growing up near the ocean, water safety has always played a big part in Alex's life. After seeing the impact COVID-19 has had to the aquatic and recreation industry, Alex is passionate to advocate for our industry, one that is so fundamental to safety, fun, and family memories.
Hi everyone. There have been very few blessings from COVID. Everyone has been impacted in some way, whether that be financially, unable to connect with their loved ones, or their life plans being thrown out the window. For me, I welcomed my second child on day one of lockdown, 25th of March 2020, which was very scary and lonely. But at the Y, as the largest, most experienced and capable recreation provider in Victoria, we pivoted the way we connected as a team. What has emerged from COVID is our ability to connect in different ways and better ways. Gone are the days where we would expect our regional sites to travel to Melbourne for meetings, which now could be done online. We connect more often with more meaning. Rather than sitting together for a whole day, we can use bite-sized chunks of information and learning which have proven to be more effective. Our centre managers and leaders have told us they feel more connected than ever and feel part of the solution as we move towards a new COVID normal era. Their thoughts, initiatives and ideas are being heard, and rather than solutions being done to them. This way of working will now last forever. The recreation team, which comprises of over 80 leaders and the most dynamic, strong and inspirational team. Their resilience through COVID and their ongoing connection to each other is what drives us into the future. As they say, culture eats strategy for breakfast. I'll now move to Virtual Y. In April 2020, the Y received a grant from the Victorian Department of Human Services to develop a youth fitness and online platform to help combat the mental health issues emerging from lockdown. Since then, we have gained more funding to keep this platform alive. So far, we've had almost 125,000 unique registrations, with the majority of users aged between 18 and 34. However, we still have many users identifying over 65. Virtual Y was our answer to not only being able to provide many of our in-person programs and services, but providing these online for free, whether it be online, live or recorded nutrition seminars, or young people connecting to voice what they want for their future. Virtual Y is here to stay, not just in lockdown. 100 of our people worked on delivering live content, providing meaningful and fulfilling work and purpose for many of our young youth and recreation staff members, whilst their usual jobs were on hold.
The YMCA is here for young people now and into the future, supporting local communities as we have done for over 100 years. Ys have shifted online to deliver support to young people, community health and wellness solutions, and educational activities through our online platform, Virtual Y. And when this crisis is over, we'll still be here to support communities. You see, it's who we are. It's what we do.
I'll now move to South Australia Aquatic and Leisure Centre, also known as SELC. Whilst the experience of SELC has been very different from that in Victoria, it is what is seen as the place to be this year. At SELC, we've also successfully weathered the coronavirus pandemic, becoming the first aquatic facility in Australia, and I have to say the world, to reopen after lockdowns in March 2020. While records tumbled in the pool as aquatic athletes competed to represent Australia in the Olympics and Paralympics, they were there to achieve their personal best, and that was at the management at the South Australian Aquatic Leisure Centre. We welcomed near capacity crowds across the 5 days of the trials. This was at the same time as delivering over 4,000 students learn to swim lessons each week, members accessing the gym and fully booked exercise physiology sessions delivered by our inspired health professionals. To make this happen, we had a two-pronged COVID-19 management plan approach during the trials, which saw the centre used as both an event venue and our membership and swim school area. The venue, as I said, was split in two, a recreation venue and an event venue. We had to make sure the two of everything and there were no overlaps. The event, we had 3 different QR codes for access, one each for contractors, athletes and spectators, with all in the grandstand wearing masks, ensuring social distancing was maintained and having extra hand sanitation stations in place and an enhanced cleaning regime. Needing to ensure the event was delivered with COVID-safe protocols, the centre also introduced a one-way traffic flow access and egress, contact tracing for all patrons, and QR codes were linked to the South Australian Government COVID-safe plans. This included a whopping 37 reiterations of COVID-19 management plans to deal with updated government emergency directions, which also included 27 versions of the event COVID-19 management plan to host the 2021 Australian Swimming Championships. Of course, these were all tested with the SA police visits, no breaches, and there were great customer education. Collaboration of all major stakeholders, including the South Australian Government, Swimming Australia, Swimming SA, the City of Marion, the event broadcaster for the first time, Amazon Prime, and NEP, as well as the remarkable staff culture that dealt with the event, as its bump in and bump out. It was key. We had 3 world records, 4 Commonwealth records, and numerous Australian records, as well as $5 million of economic benefit to South Australia. There are so many key takeouts from the Selk experience, especially a site which welcomes the most visitations per capita across the nation. We will now move on to communities. We know community members are worried about safety of going to Woolworths or Chemist Warehouse, let alone coming to our recreation activities. The learnings from Selk demonstrate to us how we embed COVID-safe principles, not just on a piece of paper, but culturally to create safety practices. Every staff member wearing their mask correctly, following government directions, and smiling under that mask. We can see it even when it's covered up. For us as an industry, COVID has brought us together more than I ever think we could imagine. Whether that be advocacy to demonstrate to government the importance of our community assets, or the fundamental life skill of a swimming lesson. It demonstrates that together, as an industry, we do better.
Cara Monahan is a focused and diverse change leader with a strong passion for partnerships, community outcomes, and empowering the advancement of the industry. She has over 19 years in management across local government and the private sector. In her current role as Regional Manager for Western Victoria and Tasmania for Belgravia Leisure, Cara is focused on embracing and strengthening the connection between leisure, health and wellness to deliver better community outcomes. Cara has successfully navigated the establishment and operation of 3 major leisure facilities and also holds a diverse portfolio across leisure, tourism and wellness. She currently serves on Lifesaving Victoria's Aquatic Education and Industry Engagement Council, is an active member of various industry steering committees and regularly presents at industry events.
Just prior to COVID hitting Australia, I was in Japan with my husband and 5 amazing friends celebrating my birthday. Sure, there were moments of FaceTime to my kids, posting on social media, but for the most part, I barely checked an email. I was there, in the moment, connected. The first day of lockdown, we heard the announcement and we got it done. We stood down around 5,000 staff, packed up facilities and reminded ourselves to breathe. I held it together when a colleague said goodbye with a strange, unsure look in his eyes. I bounced from one conversation to the next, on screen and off. It was both tense and comforting. We were all in this together, even if we were to part ways in a physical sense for several months. COVID has meant businesses overnight had to partake in a digital transformation that no one was expecting, whether we liked it or not. The challenges have moved us from face-to-face to on-screen interactions, as well as the way we found ourselves working, living and schooling from home. Our organisation has always had a digital transformation strategy, and COVID has helped to fast-track this. The digital transformation has helped us as an organisation to develop a capability that is foundational to resilience, the ability to quickly respond to and recover from the unexpected. Lockdown 6.5, regional leisure centres opened for a whopping 2 days before being thrown back into lockdown with only 2 hours notice. We're both nimble and scalable. It's helped us to navigate change effectively and take advantage of new opportunities. We jumped, we adapted. We took the opportunity to expand our allied health exercise physiology services in order to continue patient treatment during closures. This enabled us to reach people right across Victoria with programs and services operating for sites where we didn't yet have EPs through the use of telehealth. We serviced the overwhelming number of customer inquiries with efficiency through our already established contact centre. It's not offshore, it's our staff based in their home office setups ready to support sites right across. We launched a new online training platform and continued to host both formal and informal training qualifications. We launched Take Charge, a mental health e-learning program. This program equips us with the strategies to not only support ourselves, but also others. It's self-paced and completely free to anyone, including you and I. It's a great resource for leaders and teams who are looking for tangible ways to boost confidence and capability in supporting people with mental health. Skills that we know are going to be vital as we welcome communities back into our sites. We saw teachers, lifeguards and fitness instructors host events, challenges and share inspirational videos on social media. And like many others, we provided free online fitness, nutrition and wellness through our home fitness network. And we've never stopped reaching out or looking at ways to engage. This is nothing new, it's us. This is us being invested in our communities. What we know from this pandemic is to expect the unexpected. Be quick to respond, get ahead, communicate with clarity and just get going. Each reopening brings its own unique challenges. This time it's been to help our teams understand the anticipated vax mandates for both staff and guests. We've been deliberate in our actions to get ahead and start planning our resourcing and rostering needs. We've discussed contingency plans, rostering in groups or teams to ensure that if a cluster of staff need to isolate, we aren't having to close venues longer than what it takes to clean. In terms of member return rates, we're modelling from what's happening across our facilities in other states. We know there'll always be people like me ready to book into any facility that opens, craving the social connection and motivation that only a coach or fitness instructor can provide me face to face. But some people may not feel safe returning to our venues right away. See, we've learnt from other states that consumer confidence has meant that only 70 to 80% will initially return when we open, but the rest of them will remain on free suspension. But with the latest Victorian roadmap restricting us to double jabbed only, we anticipate that only 80% of that group can come. Our contact centre is gearing up to ensure we have the ability to cope from a capacity point of view with people wanting to get back, retention campaigns and swim school enrolments. We're using technology to service people all over the state remotely to create a customer experience that captures everyone and doesn't leave an inquiry hanging. This, on a side note, has really helped with our talent shortage, for example. Our teams in Melbourne, Metro Melbourne, currently closed, are supporting sites in smaller towns such as Hepburn or Circular Head, where we need those people hands-on. We're ensuring our training not only tests the physical skills to spot a deconditioned lap swimmer, those with blackline fever, and educate the new wave of families that haven't had access to swimming lessons, but that it also equips the team to deal with face-to-face conflict and the frustration of guests dealing with the impacts of ongoing restrictions, such as the inability to book into a favourite class or having to suspend due to the vaccination status. Also, what we've seen in learnings from managing tourism and wellness is that people are making the most of exploring locally. This is certainly reflected in an increase in casual visitations and greater demand in swimming lessons in regional Victoria. And we foresee an increase in those having staycations wanting lessons in January. We're already seeing a spike in swim school enrolments with record numbers right across Victoria and Tas. And we're already seeing more and more enrolling in anticipation of Metro's reopening. Probably because this time when we reopen, we do so in the lead up to summer, a typical time for peak swim school enrolments. This, with the $8 to $10 million worth of school swimming vouchers expected to land shortly, will hopefully see record numbers spike right across the industry. Whilst we haven't physically seen people in a long time, digital has helped us feel connected. The good part with COVID, for the sake of minimising the spread, we've been forced to accelerate the rate at which we've rolled out new technologies, and our communities have really embraced this. We're a mostly cashless, online purchasing, self-service online society. But we need physical connection and the social interaction for our physical and mental health. As we look to this next phase, it's important we leverage digital connectivity to help us make things easier or more efficient, but more importantly, free ourselves up to focus on creating meaningful connection and help get people back into our sites. Digital is the backbone that can help support our teams get out from the counter, drop the distraction of data entry, collecting entry payments, and focus on creating safe, great guest experiences. Of course, we'll maintain our online services and continue to connect with people outside of the centre. But for now, our focus shifts. As an industry, we're working as a collective like never before, and certainly more connected. We didn't need an epiphany, but this pandemic has really kicked us into gear. It's not over, but together we'll navigate this next stage. Our on-site services are needed. The nature of work we do is integral to the mental and physical health, and it will help reconnect Victoria. I can't wait to get back, to disconnect from the screen and reconnect, just as I was in Japan. I hope to see you in person sometime soon, but for now, you can connect with me via LinkedIn, email, or call me. I'd love to hear what you're doing.
So that brings us to the end of this year's summit. Please join me in giving a virtual round of applause to all who contributed in making today's event possible, and please also add your messages of thanks to the event chat. Thank you to everyone who presented, our sponsors, and to everyone who made today possible. We hope you enjoyed the day as much as we have putting it together. If you missed anything today, want to watch it again or share it with your colleagues, today's video is available for you to watch on LSV's YouTube page at any time. From us at LSV to you, please continue to look after yourselves, stay safe, stay healthy, and we look forward to seeing you all again soon. Thanks again, and we'll see you at the pool.